Yeah. You're right, Chief. Whatever you say.
But you'd be saying it for the opposite reason that I would say it.
Exactly.
Mm.
Wouldn't be a time to be a tough guy or nothing, I don't think.
Was that
I would
kind of what you
guess.
mean when you say bet your life on it?
No, not well, yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah. Well, somebody holding a gun isn't really the same thing, but if somebody's holding a gun to your head, and I guess you could look at it that way and go, okay, do you believe this to be true or not? I guess,
Mm.
you could do it that way, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, like so someone had a gun to your head, and um, somehow you had this like magical device that could tell you whether it's true or not. Would you say that? Would you still say that Antarctica people don't go there? Well, because
Well,
if he finds out that you're wrong, then he's going to shoot you.
right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Uh, so now you got to ask me the question. So, like, yeah, people go to Antarctica, so no problem. But now the question still goes back to, is it a ball or flat? That's a different question.
Mm. If I'm saying if it was flat, there'd be like an end or like a wall or something.
No, there's only an end to the ball. The ball has a regulation size. 3959, that every direction should be the edge of the earth, and you shouldn't see earth in front of you no more. That's how a
We're not
ball
talking
would
about a
really be.
ball. We're not talking about the ball.
Well, flat earth, you haven't found the edge to it yet. You're still looking.
Why not?
I don't,
Is it?
because you're slow. Can't go straighter far enougher. Apparently, your fuel runs out. I don't know why not, buddy. Keep
They
going. We'll
can't
see
see.
why not.
That's what I say. We got to go further.
So then you have no proof that it ends.
Well, yeah.
What ends?
The Earth.
Who said it ends?
And we don't know
Not
that
mine.
because we haven't seen it end.
Speculations. You are. You're the one making all the speculations that you need. You're in La La Walt Disneyland just saying weird shit. What
I'm
if
not making
cornbread is
speculation.
hotcakes?
I'm not making speculations. I'm saying we don't know.
Well, no shit. So I mean, what are you saying exactly? You're like, where's the edge? We don't know. That is, those two things don't make any
And we
sense in the
can't
same
say that
sentence.
there is an edge if we haven't seen it.
Your edge. What are you talking about?
You're looking for a globe edge. I'm looking for a globe edge to prove a globe exists.
That-
As soon as I
That's
see
what
an
I'm
edge
looking
or something, I'll be like, globe. I'll never say flat
for.
earth with an edge. That didn't make no sense.
Exactly.
You can't horizontally leave flat earth, stupid. You're just going to hit dirt and water
Yeah, you're not going to find
forever.
an edge. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're just
the
not.
globe has an edge that you can supposedly free fall down around vertically along sea level, which no one's ever proven. That's some weird, wacky ass, not unbelievable, goofy, kooky ass shit that you can go down 8,000 miles along sea level vertically.
So
Fucking
Earth's not
I'm
like a
sure
it's not like a flat circle.
what's a flat circle?
Is
yours,
that Earth
the
a flat
ball,
circle?
the ball.
Flat circle? Fuck no. How would it do that?
What shape is it?
What shape is a turd? What shape is a cloud? What shape is a tree? What the fuck are you talking about? What shape is your backyard? What the
Well,
fuck?
most of those things you said weren't flat,
Trace your
but
backyard for me. I don't know what that means. The principal elevation properties of which we live and resume in, like all reality for every human, there's only one up. There's only one down. It's only one direction. They're both opposite of each other. One's up, one's down, and we have left and we have right. Left is never up, and right is never down on flat Earth. On your
if you went
globe,
high enough in the
no,
sky,
hold on, wait.
up in the sky,
Don't talk
you would
past
see
this
the
point.
Earth has a
Don't
shape.
talk past this point. Hold on. On a globe, if you point down, that's down and up. Has to become up. When you point that way to the horizon, you have to be going up to the clouds that way somehow, which never happens for anyone. No one's ever went 5 feet, started at 5 foot, and just ended up at 39,000 feet flying horizontally, or any elevation increase. It's never happened. So you don't live on a globe. The ground
Never
stays where the
happened.
fuck it's at, and you stay where you're at. You stay the same distance from each other as you're parallel with the Earth forever, horizontal. No matter what
Forever.
hill is under you or what topography, it's horizontal forever. So the law of up and down and left and right are a thing. That's how you get horizontal and vertical, and then diagonal. You don't have none of that shit on a ball. Those are all polka dots on a ball, brother. And in our fucking reality, I don't know where you live. We can go to the hardware store. We can build shit that's horizontal and then vertical and then parallel lines. Like you can't do that on a ball. No such thing as two vertical fucking lines being parallel to each other on a globe.
Nope.
And there aren't any. And that just be a line standing up. That's not a horizontal. That's a vertical. And then look, let me turn the ball. Now that vertical becomes horizontal, but little Timmy Bob can't prove it. He can't prove pointing that way becomes up. Kind of odd. Every little millimeter would be up for you guys in every direction. That's not how the altimeter works. That's not how elevation works. You get a horizontal line, or wherever your feet are, make a horizontal baseline, and you go up from that. That's how tall you are. That's your elevation. That's it. Wherever you
That's
stand,
it.
the surface. Yeah, it's that fucking simple. Nobody measures to the center of no ball. That wouldn't make no fucking sense. You know how lumpy this mashed potato mountain, fucking cliff, valley, canyon would be? Like, that doesn't even make no fucking sense. Especially not a smooth curve anywhere. So horizontal with bumps and lumps is fine with me, but bumps and lumps don't make no smooth curve like you got to have to make a 360. We don't need a perfect baseline. You guys do. You need it to be equidistant with itself. No part higher or lower. You know what
Perfect
that means?
baseline.
Yeah, a baseline of reality that has to curve. No part being higher or lower. A curve. Can you go prove that's real? A real thing? A curve that's
Do
no
you
higher, no part higher or lower. Can you go prove
do
that in
you do
reality?
you know a good musician that could produce a perfect baseline?
You're gonna demonstrate hopefully that a curve somewhere, somebody's backyard is equidistant and equipotential to something. Can you please demonstrate? Somewhere on this earth it's gotta be itself. Let's go. Prove gravity.
I know some musicians that create really great baselines.
We're looking for somebody's backyard on a globe to be equipotential and equidistant, curved. We need it not to be a horizontal, so we need it to hold the water, equipotential, equidistant, and not spill. So just get
Mm.
your 100 cups of water or your big ass thing of water. Take a whole bunch of solo cups or whatever you need. Fill them all to the top, and then put them on a hill somewhere, and they gotta not spill. And we'll be on the globe.
So what is the problem? If have you done this, and does the water spill
Everybody's
on
done
your
it.
backyard when you
Water
pour
doesn't
it?
stay on hills.
It
Water
spills.
Yeah,
doesn't
but
stack up on a
yeah,
hill.
does
We need
water
8 inches
spill on
of
your
water stacked on a
does
hill.
water spill on your
Water doesn't
backyard?
stack on hills. It falls down into the mud puddle down over there next to you.
That doesn't answer my question. My question
Mud
was,
puddle,
does
pocket, hole, cup,
I'm
bowl.
not sure what happened there, Dimok, but
Water doesn't sit on hills.
I was speaking and you weren't, and then you just started speaking on top of me.
Said
So
water sits
that
on
might be
hills.
called interruption. Can you please stop doing it so that we can actually talk instead of you just being an
What are you
ass?
talking about? No water on a hill?
I'm talking about, can you stop being an ass?
Can you talk about what we're talking
This your
about?
first time
Water on a
talking,
hill?
Demok?
Stay on topic. Water on a hill. Go.
You wanna have a real conversation with someone who doesn't know how to have
Equidistant
a
and
real
equipotential.
conversation?
You don't know what anything is. Shut up, NASA. You couldn't show shit to save your life. Equipotential, equidistant.
Yes.
NASA, you couldn't even
Well,
touch a ball and show how an airplane went around it. Just shut
Demok,
up.
if you had balls, you'd know what they were, but you
Yeah, toy
obviously don't.
airplane outdoes you every time, low IQ.
Timok, you actually ran from the topic. The topic was, I was asking you, have you done this on your backyard, and did the water spill? Like, what was the problem with the experiment that you did? But you ran away because you couldn't answer that fucking question, even though you brought up the fucking stupid experiment. Now you cannot answer my questions about it, you coward. So then you have to go over to some stupid rant instead of actually addressing any of my questions. Like a
Okay,
fucking idiot.
Okay, give him a chance to talk. Don't interrupt him.
Oh, here's your white knight,
It
Daymok.
was silent. It was silent. I didn't interrupt anyone.
Here's your white knight, Daymok. In case you're not dumb enough, you got Steve to come here to make you even dumber.
Yeah, Steve's always backing up the wrong horse. I remember back in the asylum, Harp was making the insane claim that there is no oxygen in water. And I was trying to point out that that's the claim that they were making. Like, I wasn't even, of course, I do think that there is an oxygen in water. But if I'm not like stamping my foot and like saying it outright, then that's not within the context of the conversation. That's not a claim that I have made. But if someone says there is no oxygen in water, then they are making a fucking claim, and they might actually have some burden of proof for proving it. But they got so fucking mad that I wasn't actually willing to go with their reversal of the burden of the proof on me. So Steve backed up the wrong horse. I still have the clips from it. It's hilarious. That was an epic fucking conversation, and Harp got so mad. And now we're here with Dimok, and he's stupid, and Steve somehow thinks that Dimok is right, and he stomps us Clovers.
What are we talking about? Water, air, DMOC? What are we talking about?
All of those things, but I guess you wouldn't be able to follow the conversation.
All right. Just checking.
Do you still believe that there is no oxygen in water or air?
Oh, I don't know about belief. I don't know about that.
Talking about dissolved oxygen or H2O?
Hey, what are we talking about, Lori?
I asked you a question. If you can't follow what we're talking about when I'm asking you a question, then I'm not sure if we can actually have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think so. We're talking about air and water.
When I ask, is there oxygen in water? It kind of gives you a couple of hints. There is the word oxygen, and then there's the word water. If you understand both of them, you might be getting a hint as to what we're talking about. We might be talking about oxygen, and then we might be talking about water. Do you understand what those words mean?
Well, do fish breathe air?
Hold on, we were not talking about fish yet. We will come to that shortly, because it seems you're not able to actually understand what what words and language conveys. So let's not bring up too many words before you get confused.
Okay, ask me again.
So is there oxygen in water?
Is there oxygen or air? Oxygen or air? Or does it matter?
When I use the word oxygen, which word do you think that I'm using? Am I using the word oxygen, or am I using the word air? You answer that question.
Well, I'm not really sure if it's just not air. Is there air in water, or is there oxygen in water? What are you telling me? I think science says there's oxygen, right? Fish breathe air, right?
Fish breathe oxygen, like you breathe oxygen.
How do we know this?
You know what oxygen is?
Well, I mean, the fish breathes water.
Oxygen is dissolved in the water.
So I'm supposed to guess that?
Well, most people know that if you didn't fall asleep in 5th grade.
You have a demonstration of fish breathing air? What are you talking about?
No, fish breathe the air dissolved, the oxygen dissolved in the water.
So they breathe water, and somehow they get their energy from the water.
And they
Is
get
that
their
what you're
oxygen
saying?
from the water, just like you get oxygen from the air.
Well, how are you demonstrating that?
Well, you take a fish, you put it in the water, then you take the
Yeah,
water and put it in the 100% nitrogen atmosphere for a while,
yeah.
and watch the fish croak because it's not getting oxygen.
So fish out of water dies.
Nope, fish in water will die.
Because you put too much air into it.
Nitrogen, you took out the oxygen. Now you take a fish and put him in a 100% oxygen environment, he'll live for a long time.
So you have an experiment, but you just can't show me.
Sure. I mean, what, you want to kill a fish?
No, I'm not going to kill no fish. So we got a sandbox, we got water, and we got fish. None of that looks like a ball.
I'm not sure exactly where you're going with this one, but okay. I mean, this is pretty much proof that flat earthers have no knowledge of basic science. So
Oh, now we got to have basic science.
yeah, some some education, you know.
So I can show you fish
So you can
breathing air.
fish breathe what now? Oxygen. It's part of the air.
How do you determine they're breathing air?
I'll tell you what. If you don't
I,
believe that you don't think you breathe oxygen, go breathe some 100% nitrogen for a while and tell me what happens.
I can't find that nowhere. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you can. Go down to the welding store. Tell them you need nitrogen.
What are you? I'm supposed to put my mouth around poison and then ask you why is this killing me? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly. Because you need oxygen. In the meantime, I'll tell you what. I'll go breathe 100% oxygen. You breathe 100% nitrogen. We'll see what happens.
It's not making sense. Left
Of course
lane.
not, because you're too fucking stupid. It's not left lane either.
Like I never tell you two apart.
You know, the reason it's not making sense is you have your brain was left in 5th grade.
Hold on,
Why?
hold on. We don't have to call him stupid. We can just, if he has questions, we can just answer him. We can be polite and
Yeah.
calm about this.
No,
Yeah,
you can't be polite to Steve. Steve is too.
He's picking.
No,
He's picking on me.
no. Steve will.
He'd be mean
Steve
to.
will sit here.
He'd be mean
Steve
to
will
a
sit.
senior citizen.
Steve will sit here and sea lion all day if you're nice to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I hope you don't treat your grandmother like this.
My grandmother is smarter than you, and she's
Yeah.
dead, so she's still smarter than you.
You're just a mean person.
No, I'm an honest person. You're a dumb fuck.
You're cruel. I'm handicapped too. You know that, right? You're
Yeah,
picking
you
on a
are right. I
You're
know.
picking on a handicap.
You're mentally handicapped. You're coming here with a battle of wits.
Yeah. You should be ashamed of yourself. The way
No,
you treat
not
me.
at all. Maybe if you were, asking honestly for information rather than,
About
sea
fish
lion.
breathing water.
Fish, fish do breathe water. You know, they live in water. Yeah. And
So
to
now
say,
they do breathe water. Like I said.
well, but what's in the water that keeps them alive, though?
Yeah, I don't know. You said nitrogen.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's oxygen, moron.
Well, which one is it? Nitrogen or both? How do you know they're not both?
Again, I'll tell you what. You breathe 100% nitrogen. I'll breathe 100% oxygen. We'll see which one.
Well, how do you know it's in the water? How do you know it's not nitrogen versus oxygen. How are you measuring that?
Do the same thing to fish. Put one fish in 100% nitrogen environment, put one in 100% oxygen environment.
Nobody's going to do that. That's cruel. What are you talking? Nobody's going to do that.
According to you, it should work out though, because fish breathe nitrogen. According to you.
No, not according. I think according to me, it's according to
according to
you.
you.
I'm
No, according to me, I
reporting.
said oxygen. I kept
Your
on saying
science.
oxygen. You said nitrogen.
Your
I took an
science
experiment
tells
to
me.
do.
Your science tells me fish breathe
No.
water.
You wouldn't know anything about science. You really don't.
Technically, fish
What is
don't
it?
have lungs.
What?
And they don't.
Just
They don't
being
breathe
nitpicky.
either. But that's okay.
Yeah, it's being
that's
nitpicky, but
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're trying to get answers to.
Well, they have gills. And they.
Well, you know, yeah, you should let the other guy talk. I think he sounded a lot more intelligent.
Well, I'm talking to a moron. So what do you expect me to?
ask away, Steve. What questions do you got?
Well,
Then why don't you talk to someone who doesn't realize how stupid you are, and we'll give you. We'll sit here and let you sea lion for a while.
Hey, I'll play the ignorant asshole
Okay,
here.
go ahead. Go ahead.
who am I talking?
I'll tell you
Who am
what.
I talking
I'll tell you
to?
what.
I'm not looking.
Private message me when you figure out that he's just a sea lion. Okay.
I'll let you know.
Sea lion. What the hell is a sea lion? I never heard that before.
It just refers to like the sound they make, like the kind of the constant barking.
Oh, the barking or
Yeah.
something. Oh, he's so foolish. Talk about a sea lion. Oh my God. They do.
A sea lion. What about a ball lion?
Yeah.
Now you're thinking.
Exactly.
Or maybe instead of a sea lion, we could have a D lion. See?
A bee lion. What?
Or maybe D. Yeah, make a beeline for a D lion.
You gotta make sense, Lori. God dang it.
Of course I don't. I'm making puns and you don't understand puns. Well, those were some
of
really
them.
goddamn... those were silly puns, admitted, but...
I know sometimes they slip by me, but I get some of them.
He's the regular Peter Pun, isn't he, Steve?
He's on top of it, man.
I'll take that. That was smart. So what do you think of the?
I didn't know after 11
what do you think
miles,
of the?
like, 500.
Sorry, I was speaking, Dimok. If you don't mind. What do you think of the final experiment, Steve?
Me?
What is an experiment?
Yeah, well, that would be a good one there. So we got that out of the way.
Where's the lab? I'm ready.
Yeah. I don't really think too much of it, to be honest with you, Lori.
What lab did they do? What's the address of the lab of the final experiment?
Do you need a lab to do an experiment?
Usually.
Not usually.
Why would that be the case?
You don't control or manipulate any variables of any sort?
Well, I have a hypothesis. I think objects fall to the floor.
Make shit up?
And so I hold on
Well,
an object.
where's your reference?
And it falls to the floor.
Do you have a reference? No, I want to see something fall up to something to prove that something's falling down or left right to something too.
Hold on.
Not just saying stuff hits the ground. That's not going to prove anything. You need to get a ball and watch shit go around it to every side of it. Like that would prove the fucking
let's actually
you're trying to make right now. The magical claim.
Let's actually stop this moment for a while because Timok,
potential, no Earth in nobody's backyard. Where's that at? Prove your claim.
Timok, I found it interesting what you said about experiments right now because you said that they need to be done in a lab. That would mean that all of the flat Earth experiments, lasers over water and whatever, anything you have done, the Black Swan, were those done in a lab? I don't think so. So your argument actually disproves all of the flat Earth, quote-unquote, experiments. So you have nothing for flat Earth, Dimok. Congratulations, welcome to the globe.
Will you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
I'm just holding Dimok to his own standard. His standard is an experiment needs to be done in a lab. Was the Black Swan experiment done in a lab? No, then it's not an experiment. Was all of the laser experiments over water by the globebusters? Was that done in a lab? No, it wasn't done in a lab. So you guys don't have any experiments for your flat Earth. So according to the standard that Steve said, there is no experiment that can prove flat Earth.
What? I didn't say that, Lori. What are you talking about?
What would you? Why would you?
I'm
need to
talking about
experiment
what
on
Dimok said.
horizontal and
I'm
vertical?
talking about what Dimok said.
Horizontal and vertical are their own thing. That's not an experiment. That's not science.
Yes, horizontal and vertical are their own thing. No one said
Right.
that they
Well,
are
on a
not
globe,
their
that's
own
not
thing.
the case. On the
So
globe,
again,
you don't know what a horizontal and vertical are.
so again,
'Cause you
Mr.
don't
Dimok,
have a
you're
vessel,
making.
you don't have a
Hold on,
globe.
I was speaking because I think you stopped.
I'd love
Horizontal
you
and
to
vertical
demonstrate
are.
anything,
Hold
any
on, I was
claim.
talking, Dimok. Can you shut the fuck up?
What are you going to demonstrate?
We can either have a discussion or you can be an
No,
ass.
you
Do
don't
you
ever want
also
to
do you again choose to be an
You
ass?
just want to keep fucking making shit up, Peter Pun. We want a demonstration. All this dog shit, all you guys keep saying, one after the other. All you guys make a claim, and none of you back it.
I don't need to make shit up. I'm looking
That's
at
all you've
the
been
name
doing.
of a shit
What's
right
an
there, and the
airplane look
name of
like
the
flying
shit that
around a
I'm
ball?
looking is Dimok. So I don't need to make shit up. I can just talk to you, and I'm talking to a piece of shit.
No, the globe is a piece of shit.
Thank you. I do agree. You are a piece of shit.
That's pretty cruel, Lori.
It is kind of cruel, but at the same time, do you not realize that Dimok just spirals and talks over people because the globe hurt him too badly at some point, so now he cannot behave? And do you think
didn't make
he's somehow winning the globe when he's acting like a piece of shit, honestly? You think that he's winning?
I think he's a lot more polite than you guys are.
No, he's not more polite. He talks over people. He yells and he rants. You just think he's more polite because he's on your side and you are biased.
Well, I'm not biased. I would never do
I
that.
wish.
Of course you are biased. If I do what Dimok does to us, if I do that to you, you won't like it one
Well, so how
goddamn
did
bit.
you stop the Earth from moving to do an experiment on a moving Earth or non-moving Earth? When did
I
you
don't
guys
need
do
to
this?
stop
Where's
the
your
Earth from
flat Earth
moving,
and
though.
where's your
So
globe
again,
Earth?
that's a total
Where's your
strawman.
globe Earth, third-person perspective, and your flat Earth, third person in a lab? We'll take a look at
I
each
do not
model.
see again. He starts
predict only
ranting
one
about
model's
some
gonna
random
match
shit,
reality.
Steve. Do you think that
I
this makes
predict-
any goddamn sense?
I
Do you
predict
think
only
he
one
makes
model
any
is going to
goddamn
match
sense?
reality in every shape or form. It's going to be flat. Every way, shape, or form.
He just rambles and then he pretends. Well, I don't think he actually even pretends to have a point. He just wants to rant so that he can shut people up.
Sounds like what you're doing.
Because that's what he does.
You sound like a mirror.
He acts like a tyrant in the conversation. He shuts everyone up and he rambles.
Lori, you're talking over him, Lori.
Yeah, I am, because he's an ass.
So yeah, but you can't do that.
Of course I can. See, here is the problem. Dimok is a motor mouth. He will talk for half a fucking hour, and he does that deliberately in order to drown out the conversation, because he doesn't want conversation. He hates a conversation, because a conversation means flat Earth loses. So he has to rant and rave for half an hour so that no one else can actually speak. That's how he dominates the conversation. So in order to take the domination away from him, you have to overtalk him. You absolutely have to overtalk him. I know it's against the server rules in some way, and I know it's not good policy, but he forces people to do it by being an ass and deliberately ranting and ranting and ranting so that no one else can ever interrupt him.
I asked
Do you
you for
not
a
see how that
demonstration,
works, Steve?
and then you get
I'm doing
mad,
what
and this
he
is
is
what
doing
happens.
right
Prove,
now. I'm ranting and I'm not letting you speak
prove,
because I'm doing a continuous run
Just
on
showing how much
sentence.
you can't
And if you
demonstrate
don't
nothing.
realize
Lori,
that this is exactly how DMAC works, and if you currently feel that this is unfair on you because I'm not letting you speak because it's a continuous run on sentence that I'm not ending at any point, do you not realize that this tactic is a dishonest one and DMOC uses it all the time? So how can you see that it's dishonest when I use it, but it's not dishonest when DMOC uses it? You have a double standard, Steve, and you're biased.
hey, Dan, I had something to say, but I forgot what it was.
Yes, exactly. That's why DMOC uses his stupid run on. That's why DMOC uses this exact tactic that I'm using right now,
Because you
talking
can't go to
fast
show and
and
tell
loud
class.
and not letting anyone else speak so that they
You almost
forget what
passed
they are
third grade if
talking
you just
about
get show
and
and
so
tell
that they
down.
can't even follow what the person that is ranting is talking about.
You can't
If
even
I
follow a ball.
talk for long and loud but in a confused manner and you can't actually even follow what I'm saying, and I'm making so many different points at the same time, then you cannot actually respond with anything because you will forget what I'm even talking about. So that's how you can dominate a conversation. Just talk loudly and talk long, and then some stupid dumbass who doesn't have any kind of brain will think that you're making a good point, because that's what you do with Dimok, Steve. When he goes on a long rant like this, you think he's brilliant, you think he's making good points, but you don't even remember what he's actually saying, because no one can remember what he's saying because he's saying nothing and it doesn't make sense. You just think that he's impressive because he can shut up Globers, but I'm shutting up you because you're not speaking right now. So I'm actually as brilliant as Dimok with his stupid
Yeah.
tactics. I can
You're
shut you
punishing.
up perfectly, and I'm
You're
not breaking.
punishing me.
I can dominate the conversation with you as long as I
Two
want.
wrongs make a right.
I can continue this for as long as I want, and only when I decide in my domination state that it's now your turn, then I can yield the floor and you can speak. Go ahead.
Man, I forgot again, but I was going, man, you're rude to me. Why are you so rude to me, Lori?
Because I'm trying to push you. I'm not sure if I'm rude exactly, but I'm trying to push you to realize that Dimok isn't as brilliant as you think he is, and you're being
What would
biased.
make you think I think he's brilliant? What would make you think that?
Because you said earlier that we Globers ran away from him. No one runs away from Dimok. Dimok runs his mouth until we mute him because he runs his mouth. That's what happens. No one ever runs away from him. So
Oh, I thought it was
obviously
because
you are biased.
I thought it was because you didn't answer questions, like breathing air, things like that.
Breathing air.
You can't demonstrate nothing.
We can demonstrate a lot of things, but typically, for example, with the conversation that I had back in the day in the asylum with you and Harp about this topic, I was deliberately not answering questions because you guys made a
You
very,
should get a
very
clear
goddamn.
bag
Hold on, Dimok. I'm talking to Steve,
and
so
a
if you
clear
don't mind,
container
I'm putting you
with
on
some
mute
blood in
because
it, and
you're
show
not
us
just
how
gonna
blood gets
see,
dissolved in it.
Steve. Didn't you realize, by the way, because you were calling me out for talking over Dimok earlier? He's now doing the exact same thing to me, but because
Yeah,
I
but
am
we
a
can give an
Glober and
aquarium
he
of
is a
blood and
flat
see that
earther,
it's not
you do not think
absorbing any
that's
oxygen.
actually a problem at all. You think it's completely fine when he overtalks me. That again shows that you are biased. You're not calling out Dimok. Hold on, Dimok. Can you let Lauri finish? You're not calling Dimok out. But you are calling me out when I do it to Dimok and when I talk over him. So again, yes, you are biased, Steve.
We don't
I
know
was
when
trying to
you
call
stopped
him
and
out, but you
started.
wouldn't. I was trying to call him out, but you wouldn't let me in, Lori.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, Lori, I didn't know when you were going to take a breath or eat some potatoes or breathe
Yeah,
or
you
breathe
will
out.
know when I'm taking a breath, and the sign that I'm taking a breath is when there is a pause. When I'm talking constantly like this, you know that I'm not taking a breath. a small micropause of like a microsecond. That always happens in conversations with everybody, so that doesn't mean like
What
small
are you
pause like
breathing?
this.
What are
It
you
doesn't
breathing in?
mean, yeah. I can
What are you
answer
breathing
that,
in?
but I can answer that.
Nitrogen?
So you can, yeah.
What are you breathing in?
If you stop just asking the question, you might stop your mouth from running and actually get your ears running and start listening to the answer instead of just yammering and repeating the question over and over again. I am breathing in oxygen. But in
Tell me what
in
that
my
means.
previous
Tell me what
conversation,
oxygen looks like.
hold on, I'm still speaking. In my
You're
previous
not
conversation,
demonstrating oxygen.
hold on, I'm still speaking, Demok. You're being rude
That's
and
the
you're
problem.
interrupting. Hold on, I'm still speaking, Demok. You're being rude.
That's the problem, bro.
Hold on, I'm still speaking. In our previous conversation with you and Harp, Steve, I'm gonna return back to this point that Demok interrupted me from. In my previous conversation with you and Harp in the asylum, I wasn't answering the question of what are we breathing, because you guys were stamping your foot down really hard and you guys were making a really fucking strong argument, like you were being assertive that no, there is no oxygen in water. There is no fucking oxygen in water. You guys are dumb if you believe that. And if you
That's
are
true.
gonna be assertive like that, then maybe you have some burden of proof to actually prove your fucking assertion,
Yeah,
or you
water
shouldn't
can
be so
absorb
loud
blood.
about it. If
It's
you
that
cannot
simple.
actually prove it, then you shouldn't be loud about it.
You will
So
die if air gets in your
hold
blood,
on,
buddy.
shut your fucking mouth, Dimok. I'm still speaking. So if you're gonna be
The proof
assertive
is in the
like that,
pudding,
and if
in
you're
the
gonna
air.
make the argument that there is no oxygen in water, then actually you have to prove it. So when a flat earther
Well, what's
makes a
oxygen?
claim, I'm just gonna shut up and I'm not gonna make any claims, and I'm just gonna push
What
on
are we
them
going
and
to
say,
compare? How do I prove
see, you
oxygen
made a
to you?
fucking claim, you need to prove it. You don't
So
even
can I
realize
prove
it,
what
but you
oxygen
have
is
the
standing next
fucking
to you?
burden of proof. And
So
that's
what
what's
tool do we
going on.
use to
I'm
go
not
outside
running.
and prove
I'm still speaking about Steve's
100%
question, Dimok. You
oxygen?
can shut the fuck up and you can go in a corner and cry. Shut the fuck up and sit down. I'm still talking to Steve, and your interruptions are not helping me. Grow up, stop being a bitch, and stop interrupting people, you ass. So, Steve, but I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm not running away. I'm pushing you guys because you guys make strong fucking claims all the time, and you don't like when you have to back them up. So I'm not running from
I'm
any
acting every
points. I'm
day,
just
cuz.
pushing back and pointing out that you need to prove your own shit.
I back my
We
claim.
always, we back up our claims. What are you talking about?
No, you do not.
You can't
Let,
put
What
air in your
claim?
blood, you'll die.
back
My claim's back.
back up one claim then and
Live after you
demonstrate
put
how
air in
you
your
back
blood.
up your claims.
Put
Go
some air in
ahead.
your blood and let's see how long you live. My claim is
Go
back.
ahead. Go ahead, Steve. Back up some
No,
claim.
back your claim that you can
Or
put air in your blood.
point to some time when
You're
you
going to
back
show
up
us
a
you
claim,
can.
Steve.
By thus, you're going to disprove my point.
Dimok, I'm
So if
not
you can
currently
put air in your
speaking to you. You
blood,
can
you'd be
shut the
proving me
fuck up and
wrong.
you can go sit and cry
You
in a
prove
corner.
yourself
Shut
right
the
and me
fuck
wrong.
up.
That's usually how you do
I'm
that.
talking
One
to Steve,
gut,
Dimok. You can shut the fuck up.
one false swoop.
So, Steve, where can you point to me one time where you actually proved your claim and
Yeah, at
backed
the
it up?
hospital. The hospital, they knock the
I'm
air out
asking
of the
Steve a
syringe
question,
before they
Dimok.
put it in you.
It would help Steve to answer, Dimok, if you would shut
What
the
claim?
fuck up.
You
What
want
claim are you
Steve to
talking
answer
about?
my claim?
Yeah, what
Any
claim are you
claim.
talking about?
You have been in this conversation for long, Steve. Certainly, you remember at least one time where you backed up a claim, like you said.
Yeah, if I make a claim, I'll back it up. But I haven't
Yeah.
made a claim today.
So in our conversation with Harp back in the asylum, at least Harp was making a claim that there is no oxygen in water.
He
You
was trying to
might
debate
have
me
made
about it.
you were kind
He
of
was
the
debating
side
me
bitch, and
about
you
it, and
were
then he was
just
losing.
shut the fuck up, Dave. Shut the fuck up, Dimok. Go cry in a corner. And now you were being a side bitch to Harp in that conversation, so
Harp
I'm
was
not
saying
sure
the
if
same
you
thing as
actually
you.
shut the fuck up, Dimok. Go
And then
cry
I
in a
changed his
corner.
mind.
Again, Steve, you were being a side bitch, and I'm not sure if you actually made a case and if you actually made a claim that there is no oxygen in water. But Harp, at the very least, did. He made a very fucking strong claim to that. Did you at any point hear Harp make a positive did he back up that claim in any way? No, I don't think he did. I think what he
I
did
haven't
is
found out what
he started
oxygen is
yelling
yet.
at me that I need to prove my claim. That's what happened there.
Yeah, we need to prove oxygen too, and how.
Shut the fuck up, Dimok. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Steve. So when I'm speaking to Steve, your name is Dimok, so you can shut the fuck up. I'm not speaking to you. So again, Steve, was Harp in our conversation between me and you and him? Was he actually backing up his claim that there is oxygen in water?
Well, I don't really remember how that went, but I do remember, like, when you make the claim, if you're going to say something like, you have any evidence of fish breathing air? And that's where I get kind of hung up, right? It's kind of like, I don't see no proof of that, right?
Yeah. In a decent conversation, it of course goes both ways. Actually, if we could have at least a brief moment of some normal conversation, I think it's really important that people should realize that typically both sides have some burden of proof, because people play so stupid and dishonest games about the burden of proof. They always want to shift it only on the other side and never take it for themselves. If we're actually having an honest conversation, typically I have
whoever's
some
getting
burden
paid
of proof
millions
and you
has the
have.
burden of
Shut the
proof.
fuck up, Dimok. I'm not
All
speaking
the
to you
Department
because
of
you cannot
Defense
be
gets
talked
paid
with
millions and
normally.
pays
You
everybody
are
to,
again interrupting when I'm having a
research.
normal conversation with Steve. Go shut up and cry in a corner, you fucking bitch. Now again, returning back to my
Go do some
point.
research.
Returning back to my point. Typically in a normal conversation, I have some burden of proof and you have some burden of proof. Because typically, for example, if we're talking about this topic, I'm kind of making a claim that there is oxygen in water, and then you're making a
All we
claim that
gotta
there
say is,
isn't oxygen in water. So typically both parties would have the burden of proof. And in a
No, the
normal
one selling
conversation,
it
what
has to
should
prove
happen
it.
is
No,
I give some evidence
but
on my
You're
side, and
selling the
then you
story,
give some
Lori.
evidence on your side. But
you're
shut the fuck up.
misrepresenting me.
No,
No, you're
I
misrepresenting me.
I might be misrepresenting you, but I'm making a larger point so you can clarify your stance later. My point simply
Okay.
is this: typically in a conversation, both sides have a burden of proof, and in a normal conversation, I would bring up evidence
I
from
never
my
told
side,
anybody
and you would
oxygen
bring up
wasn't
evidence
made.
for your side. If I
No, I don't think me and
misrepresented
Steve
what you
told
are
you guys
actually
oxygen
claiming,
was a
Steve, I
thing on the
apologize, and you
periodic
can
chart.
clarify that
I
now.
don't
And
remember that
Dimok,
ever
you can
happening.
shut the fuck up and go cry in a corner
Never
so that
told you an
Steve can
atomic
actually
number.
respond to what I'm saying. You don't need to speak, Dimok.
We didn't tell you anything about
Shut
charts
the
for
fuck up.
oxygen.
It's Steve's turn to respond to what I'm saying, Dimok.
Oh, it's
Go ahead,
scholastic.
Steve.
It's school's problem too.
Shut
Go
the
ahead.
fuck up, Dimok. It's Steve's turn to respond. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, you were talking over DMUX. I couldn't hear what he said about you
Yes.
proving the air. But you're misquoting. Like, here's the thing. Like, I don't make a claim that fish breathe oxygen, but you do. Now that's in the science books, right?
You make
But why does the science book
shut
make
the
that
fuck
claim
up,
without
Dimok. Shut
backing it?
the fuck up.
How
You
come
don't
science
need to
hasn't
start
proven
over
that claim?
talking me every goddamn time I speak. And by the way, Steve, again you proved to me that you are biased because
Why are
Dimok
they
was
pumping
over
air into
talking
water?
me earlier. But now when you said that you had trouble hearing what I was saying, you put it as I was over talking Dimok, so you had problems hearing me. No, the Dimok is the fucking ass here. He is over talking me. He's being a little bitch. So again, you point out your bias. You prove that when Dimok starts over talking me, you interpret that as I am over talking him.
I don't think
you
that's
have a bias.
No, I don't think that's bias.
Oh, yes, it is absolutely bias. If I interrupt you, but then fucking NASA shield comes up and starts castigating you and telling you, hold on, Steve, you're interrupting Lori. Is that not unfair?
Yes, unfair. Sorry, Lori.
Yeah. If Dimok is interrupting me, it should be It should be fair that you point out that hold on, Dimok, you were interrupting him, but you are actually pointing out, no, Laura, you were interrupting Dimok. It went the other way, Steve, and you're being dishonest here.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, it still goes right back to the same thing where you're telling me, like, we're having a conversation, which is fine.
Yeah.
And then you're telling me that when we start talking about density levels and hydrogen and oxygen and helium and all these different gases, I wouldn't mind seeing the demonstrations. So that, like,
Yeah.
that's where the fish comes into play, right? Like,
Yeah.
we know we blow air into the fish tank. We know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the typical answer from the Glober or the mainstream side would be that there is oxygen in air, and then that oxygen dissolves in water. Your answer would be something like the air electrifies the water or something, if I'm not incorrect.
Well, charge. I mean, that's a scientist answer. Chemical charge.
Oh,
That's quantum.
is it?
That's quantum mechanics. Yeah, that's how
I
everything
don't.
works.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, that's how they describe. Well, they describe everything as a charge.
Micro.
Yeah, and plus micro. Yeah, but they call it a chemical charge. That's what they're doing. Is the air will have a higher chemical charge, and that charge will charge the water, and that charge increases the fish water. So when they breathe it, they have a higher charge.
Movement in general, also don't forget kinetic or kinematic energy. See what it is the fish scales and the material of the fish actually is magnetic, just like copper and a magnet. So the water in the fish, just like us inside the whole blanket of air that's like surrounding us being like a resistor or container is automatically a potential creator. It's like whatever you want to call it, a converter, a motherfucking
Yeah,
like a nuclear, anything, all of it.
yeah, potential difference. There you
A
go.
reactor. It's a fucking
All the
reactor.
above.
Yeah,
Mhm.
water
Yeah,
is a
basically.
reactor. But see, because they were trying to say earlier they had a no air or no container for air display. Then they commenced to tell us how they had a balloon, which is a container. Then put it under water, which liquid is a container, right? They said the water doesn't have a container. Where does the air go to? I said, well, the air is the container on top of the water. Take the air away. What do you got? You take all the air away off Earth. Do you think you're still going to have water?
I doubt it.
Fuck no. So if Globers keep saying the dumbest shit fucking known to man, it's just idiocracy. Take the air away, the lid to the water, the air, and then the holder of the water, which is dirt. Dirt holds the water up. Air holds the water there. Not down, just there.
So it
May
looks
I ask
like.
a question?
Put water in a vacuum. That'll answer your question. No air in there? What's going to happen to that water? Gonna stick around? Fuck no. Be gone. Come on now.
I actually had an interesting question. This is kind of breaking both it's kind of a problem of a surface understanding of the mainstream model, but also your understanding, Steve. Because if you say that the air electrifies or charges the water, and there is more charge in air than there is in water, but when we charge up the water, then the fish can breathe. If we actually take a fish out of water and pull it to the air, and the air is more charged, shouldn't that just charge the fish even more? Why is it actually having problems?
That's not even
That's too
logical.
much. That's too
not
much.
even logical. Yeah, that's not even logical, Lori.
It's like, hold on, Lori. Your
How
body
isn't
works
how
off.
isn't it
Hold
logical?
on,
It would
Lori. I'm going
help
to
if you
tell
open
you.
that up.
Lori, do you want to know? Because, Lori, your body works off electricity. Now, if you go to pass away on the ground, Lord, heaven forbid it doesn't happen ever. But if you go to you're hurt on the ground and you need your heart started, they give you a little electrical charge from a thing called a defibrillator. Now, if the guy pulled up with a fucking power plant with 520 fucking volts, 3,000 amps, do you think that would help you more, fish? Or do you think that would shock the fuck out of you to death? It would shock you to death. So if you put yourself in the air, right, it's going to shock the fish. Just like when you pull a fucking plant out of the roots or out of liquid or it's going to shock it. That's what it's called, going in shock, because of the voltage you
Stop.
raised it into. It's under compression in the water. Then you pull
No,
it
no,
out of
no.
compression, right? Like, what the fuck you
Yeah.
think is going to happen to that fish? Yeah. It
Another
has to be under.
electrical term.
Yeah, it
So
has to be under compression and
what it
resistance. is What causes the kinetic energy? That amount, the amount it needs. Now, when you take it out of the water, it's gonna go. It's gonna fucking just. It's gonna die. There's no resistance there.
so what kind of charge is in the atmosphere? Is it an abundance of electrons, so a negative charge, or an absence of electrons and a
Well,
positive
what's
charge?
the atomic number for all the airs you see? Add those
Yeah,
up.
and plus neutrinos on top of that.
Helium,
Neutrinos
nitrogen,
are neutrally
hydrogen.
charged.
Hold on, argon. Just all the gases. Get all the
Uh-huh.
atomic numbers and add them up. Throw them in the air. Just throw them everywhere. Which one's which where?
All of our elements by themselves are neutrally charged. That doesn't answer the charge
What
question.
element by itself? Show me the oxygen element. 100% oxygen by itself. What's that element again?
Yeah, what's that element? What's an element? We better get
Oxygen
clear on that.
element by itself is oxygen.
Do
What?
you have any?
Yeah,
100% oxygen.
we can
Only
we can
oxygen, not any other element.
well we can
Because there's
isolate
some
up to
elements in the room we need to clear out. Some
99.99999%.
elephants. No,
Yeah, you
I don't
better.
want no stepped on coke. I want the real
You
shit, dude.
better.
I don't want your
Yeah, you
fucking stepped
better.
on garbage.
You better get clear on your element before you start.
So
You're not going to have. Well,
you
he's
can't
trying to
tell us
tell me.
where oxygen's at? So you don't have any real oxygen. What the fuck? I can get you 100% apple juice right now from an apple. You're not going to say
What is
that's
apple
2%
juice?
apple juice.
What is apple
So how
juice?
the fuck do you not have 100% oxygen? Apple juice, you crush an apple up, squeeze it,
Yeah, but every
pulp,
apple's different. You're gonna
juice.
get different juice every time. We have no definite.
I'm going to
You're
get
just
what?
gonna make
It's going to be
arbitrary definitions.
100% apple juice.
No, yeah, because you've defined it arbitrarily.
Dude, what part of an apple isn't 100% an apple? What the fuck are you talking about? You go get me a natural thing that's not itself. Now go get me your unnatural lie claim. You got some fucking magic Harry Potter oxygen somewhere that's 100% of itself. That's what it needs to be that thing, right? How can you be other things if you're trying to be that thing? Come on now. How about hydrogen? Just pure hydrogen. You got any of that? 100%?
They don't even savvy the elemental table. The way it sounds like.
I mean, actually, we can quite literally produce like pure hydrogen.
Produce. What do
Produce.
you
Yeah,
mean produce?
yep.
What are
We
you waving
use
your hand in?
we use electrolysis
What are
and
you
we
breathing?
rip oxygen and hydrogen
What?
apart from each other,
Prove
and
what
we
you're breathing right now.
specifically
I don't know. What are
separate
you ripping
hydrogen
apart?
and oxygen.
Hold on, brother.
Water.
We can't even find out what hydrogen or oxygen is.
No, you're asking how can I get pure hydrogen, and I'm telling you how we get pure hydrogen.
So it's not from two gases?
No,
The two?
we know that water is 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. So if we
How do you
rip
do
those
that? How do
apart,
you mix those two gases and show us it makes water? Where do you do that at? What lab?
what I don't even understand what you're
Two
asking right now.
gases you just said make water. I don't
Mhm.
understand what you're talking about if you don't have them making water. That sounds pretty fucking idiotic on your part to make that dumb claim that you have gases, two of them, making water, and you don't have no water from hydrogen and oxygen or H and two O's.
So wait, when we perform electrolysis and we split
No,
water
not
into
electricity,
hold on,
son. Not
hold on.
electricity. No, I'm not holding on. We need oxygen and H and two O's. Mix those together, two gases. The claim, motherfucker, not electricity. It's not electricity makes H2O, is it? Is it electricity makes water or H2O? Which one is this? Which one are we teaching the kids these days? Demoxrite and water is electricity. or you're making fucking electricity from a gas and not electricity. You're not making water from electricity. Surely you're not using my stuff to make your fucking water. That's not going to help your claim, guys, at all.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
They're going to use the Mox electricity, which he said water is, to make water. Well, no fucking
No,
shit. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to the
electrolysis.
Mox world, weirdo. Do
Electrolysis.
you
It's
have
different.
any
It's different.
non-electric water?
It's
You
it's
have
not
any
electric
made with
water.
two
It's
gases that claim you need
electrolysis
on the table? Stop
process.
talking about nothing else. Do you understand the claim on the table? Hydrogen and oxygen make water. Is this too slow? What part of that don't you fucking comprehend?
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
Yeah,
That
so
we
do you
can,
have some hydrogen and do you have two oxygens? And let's take
yes,
a look at them.
yes, we
Let's
do
make
that all the
water with
time.
them.
Yep, we do that all the
We're not
time.
going to use electricity, weirdo.
That's how you do it. That's one of the ways you can do it. I don't even know what to tell you. You're asking for something,
Electricity is,
and I'm telling
is
you how we
water.
do it, and
So
it's not good
H
enough for
is
you.
electricity and two O's is electricity. Thank you. Welcome. Case closed. Welcome to the School of Democ. Where's my fucking Nobel Prize?
How do you get electricity from electrolysis?
Where's my
The
Nobel
thing-
Prize? How do you make it from electricity, you weird bitch?
I was trying to explain that, and you
You're
just
trying to
weren't having
explain
it,
how
I guess.
electricity makes water and not your gas claim. How all
No,
of your
I'm trying to
science is
say how
wrong.
we can use electricity to
So
split
all of your
water
science is
to
wrong and
gases.
only can prove Democ right. Damn, you're
I'm
fucking
I
awesome,
am
weirdo.
Might
trying
as well
to say
drop it, bud. You ain't gonna
that
win.
we can take water, and using electricity, we can produce the two gases you're asking
We ain't
about.
talking about using my electricity. Stop using flat earth electricity proof that what water and air are. I already told you that. That's what
Electricity
my
isn't a
claim
flat
is.
Earth thing. Electricity isn't a
My
flat Earth
claim
thing.
is air and water or electricity. Isn't that my claim, Cole? Isn't that my claim, all you guys, for months and years now, for what, 10 and 15 years now? That water and air are electricity. That's my fucking claim. It always has been. Steve, tell these boys.
Yeah, that's correct.
Not two
Oh,
fucking
I
magic
was
gases
agreeing with you,
that you do
D-Mock,
not.
and I was unmuted.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that's
Oh,
his
I'm sorry.
claim. Definitely.
Yeah, it's not two gases, Cole. You and I could never go in a lab and fucking start blowing gases at each other and
Be
make
hard
some
to do.
water and make
Be hard
fucking
to do.
water. Show us. Show it. First, you'll need 100% hydrogen, some H, and then you'll need 100% O, and then another 100% O for two O's, whatever the fuck that means. And then you'll show us that, Cole, and the other gentleman. All you guys can line up in a train and fucking show us. It's gonna be hard.
So, what's your evidence that air and water is
You don't
electricity?
have any air. Stop
No,
saying the word air.
I'm asking you.
What's my? I just told you
That's
because
what
you
your
got to use
claim was.
electricity to fucking do anything. You need electricity. Without
No,
electricity,
we
you
don't
don't
need
have
any
air.
electricity. We could use heat. We could use heat and rip apart
Yeah,
atoms. if we
what'd you
wanted.
cause that
No,
heat
you
by?
can't. You
You
can't do
can.
that with heat. No, you can't do it
Absolutely,
with
you
heat. Show
can.
me.
Yes.
You can't
With
show me. You
only
can show
heat.
me.
With
Hydrogen and
only
oxygen
heat.
are very weak diatomic bonds. You can rip them apart with
With
heat.
only heat.
Yes, you can rip them
No,
apart with heat.
no, you can't show
Yes,
that. You can't
absolutely
show
can.
that. No, you can't
Brother,
show
you
me that.
haven't proven what is 100% oxygen or hydrogen or anything yet. So what are you showing? What are you making? Fucking Harry Potter, what are you making? Show us your ingredients.
You just asked a question, and I explained how we did it. You complained when I said that we use electricity to rip apart
No,
these
you
atoms.
haven't proven what
And
hydrogen or
so I said
oxygen
that
are.
we have other ways of doing it, and
You
those aren't
haven't
good enough
proven
either,
what
I guess.
water is yet. You just keep saying dumb shit.
Haven't you seen that experiment? You sound like you haven't looked at the experiment.
What experiment?
H2O experiment. You have never seen it?
I don't know what that means, unfortunately.
Oh my
Nobody's ever
God.
seen it? Holy
You
fuck.
guys have
Perhaps
never seen. My God, you guys. Why do you guys come out here doing science and never looking at the most simple demonstration of separating water?
And you're all backing the claim.
Wait, are you talking about electrolysis? The thing I was bringing up earlier?
Yeah,
Separating
Hydrogen.
water with electrolysis.
that's what you.
Electrolysis.
Yeah, electrolysis. That's what
I
you've
was
been
trying to
talking
say
about.
earlier. That's how.
Electricity,
Okay.
brother.
Yes. So we use
We know
electrolysis.
it's voltage that regulates it all and temperature. We know that. See, because when I freeze, it's not hot that makes fucking water. It's hot and cold. You have to have them both. So anyway, when I freeze water, I can hold it into a solid ball in any lab. My prediction is I'm the only human that can do that without using gravity. So now other humans can do that. They can mimic what I'm doing and it'll work. They can make a ball and make it solid, and they can see what a ball of water looks like that's solid, measure it, take a look at it, see how it acts and feels, spin it around, do what you want. See now, and that'll give you an idea of Antarctica and the North Pole or whatever, supposedly. But anyway, you guys don't have gravity or anything to hold water into a solid ball like that. You don't have any gravity. You can't even help gravity do it. But temperature can do it. So don't ask what the fucking container is ever again. It's temperature, as you can see in front of your face, unless you want to deny fucking reality in an ice sculpture or an ice ball. I mean, clearly. And then, so if you take a cold cup out on a hot day, the differential of the two, the cold and the hot, the cold inside the hot, will make condensation. The condensation from the electrical differential is what creates water, not two
Okay.
fucking gases.
So what about the
Backdrop.
fact that we can heat up water to immense temperatures and we can fundamentally
Cool,
split
you're using
heat
electricity.
molecules?
Cool, you're adding
That's
voltage, baby.
how is okay,
Voltage.
describe how heat is electricity.
Heat is voltage.
Explain.
Regenerative braking. Heat is fucking voltage, stupid. Go drive a motorcycle, weirdo.
Regenerative
Go
braking
learn
doesn't turn
something. It's
heat into voltage, it turns
2025 now,
kinetic
boy.
energy
You
to
got a
voltage.
smartphone and you ain't using it. You better use Google,
Regenerative
motherfucker.
braking doesn't turn heat into voltage, it turns kinetic
It doesn't?
energy into voltage.
What the fuck is kinetic energy? How do you get that without heat?
What question is that?
Shut the fuck up. You're stupid.
Heat
You're
is the
just dumb.
byproduct of kinetic energy acting out in
You
process.
got him
It's
on
a
the ropes,
byproduct.
D-Mark.
Brother, you're just dumb. What does the copper wire do? Heats the fuck up. What do you get out of that?
Yes, 'cause it's a byproduct. It's not it's a byproduct.
I don't know what the fuck that means, weirdo. We can't even get gas off
You
you.
don't know what a byproduct
I can't
is?
even buy gas off you that's real.
You don't know what a
stepped on
byproduct
that
is?
shit. It's probably stepped on by you. Knowing you, it's probably 75%.
You don't know
Can't
what a
even make
byproduct is?
100% shit. Brother, you don't know what air is. Shut
I
the fuck up.
I definitionally do know what air is.
Show us what air is and prove it from the other stuff right now. Turn your camera on. What you're waving your hand is prove what part is fucking air and 100% of it. We'll wait, weirdo.
Hey, Demok, if the wiring that you're doing is heating up, then you suck as an electrician.
That's a good point.
Hey, Jay, what's happening?
Wires won't
Not
put off
much.
heat. No, they don't put off heat.
Well, they can.
Now, you just said copper
they do.
wires heat up.
They don't heat up.
Didn't
Why are
you
they
just say
wrapped
they
up
heat
with?
up?
Why are they wrapped up with stuff?
So you don't get electrocuted.
Insulation, so they don't fucking touch other things.
When you insulate shit, what are you doing to it?
Man, you don't know shit about
when
this
you
subject.
when you
Oh my
squeeze
God.
copper and you stretch it out, what are you doing to the copper?
You're fucking forming it. But still, god dang, if
What-
you're
what do
talking,
you-
if the stuff you
you're
do, if
saying
the
the
copper
copper
wiring's heating
isn't-
up, you don't know
you're
shit
saying-
about what you're doing. Get
You
some
saying
fucking
the
bigger
copper is not going to
wires.
get hot?
God dang, you're a fucking retard when it comes to
So
electricity.
you got cold fusion in your
Holy
copper.
crap.
Is that what you're saying? You got cold fusion copper now. This is some new shit that I'm learning.
No, I'm talking about you. Your fucking
I'm
wiring
talking
jobs
about you,
overheating.
Sub-Zero. You got Sub-Zero cold wires? Let me
I'm
see
talking
them.
about your fucking wiring heating
Yeah,
up.
the Sub-Zero
Holy
ones
crap.
you won't show us. Yeah, the super cold ones you got.
God, no
The
wonder
frozen
you're not an
fucking copper
electrician.
wires that you hook to power. Did you touch your tongue to them? They
I think
freeze
Demok's
you
got a
off.
couple short circuits.
Do
in
the
his brain,
wires
which is
freeze
why-
you when you touch them both to your forehead, guys? Do you get freezer burnt from those
What
wires?
are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Did you get burnt from two wires or not?
Demok, do you know what a byproduct is?
Nope.
Did
'Cause
you
I
get
don't-
burnt and turn into a crispy motherfucker?
Fuck no, I don't
if
get
you
burnt,
touch
'cause I know what not to
3,000 volts
touch.
and amps?
Do you know what a byproduct is?
You know what to touch. Sounds like you're afraid of that hot wire. Why is it called a hot wire?
Demok, you know what
Holy
a byproduct
crap,
is?
Demok, fix your fucking headphones. I said I know what not to touch so that I don't get shocked or burned.
No, you don't, motherfucker.
Man, you're
getting
fucking
shocked
dumb
by
at this
information
stuff.
right now, weirdo.
What information?
You don't know what air is?
All you
Fucking
have is a
loser.
fucking shit show.
All
of
you got's a fucking
fucking-
story that somebody told you. Grandpa, I believe in air. Pat my nuts some more.
Yeah, there's air all around us.
Yeah,
What
what's
else you
air?
got? Come on.
What the fuck is air?
It's made up of all sorts of shit. What else you got?
Yeah, that
Oh.
didn't make
Are
no
we
sense.
doing this?
So
Nothing.
now air is all sorts of shit?
All sorts of
got
things.
nothing.
Democ,
Yeah,
what's a
you got
byproduct?
nothing, Democ. What's next?
What's a byproduct?
I don't
huh?
got
What's
no
a
air.
byproduct?
What's a byproduct of
Yeah,
air?
what's a
Democ?
byproduct?
Yeah, what's a byproduct? What,
Hey,
what is a
why you keep
byproduct?
yelling my name like you got fucking
Yeah.
mental problems when there's 5 people here talking, weirdo? You can't hear 5
Yeah.
people? You just got Democ's voice in your brain?
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with
Who
you,
are you
Omni?
talking to?
Talking to Omni, pay attention, for fuck's sakes.
Are we enjoying this?
Yeah, we got 10 people telling Democ that I'm stupid and they can make air and oxygen and water with gases the way that your school claims you can to all the little kids, and they fucking lied to them. Now this gentleman went to go get some plug-ins to make water, electricity, your battery, your 12-volt in your car. You fucking following this, buddy? Is that what you believe too, Omni? You need 12 volts to get you some water?
So I don't even know what you're talking about, my
Not
guy.
me, your friend. Your friend said batteries make water.
Okay.
After I told him that water is electricity, don't use electricity, show me hydrogen.
And I explained how we can split water with heat and not electricity.
You can't do that.
We can do that. We absolutely do that all the time. We
No,
do
you
it all
can't.
the time. Yes, you can
Where
look
are
it
you
up.
getting the heat from? Where are you splitting it at? Show us. What are you splitting it into? More importantly, you like
Yeah.
to cut shit, don't
we
you? You like
split-
to break
we
shit
split-
apart. We want something that it's self. We want some fucking non-actors. We don't want shit to act like it's hydrogen or act like it's helium or byproduct like your grandma. We need some fucking hydrogen or helium or argon or something. We need 100% of some kind of gas if you guys are fucking up to the task, even following your books.
And we do that through hydrolysis. Well, electrolysis.
Yeah, that's a bunch of sounds like to me. So can
That's
you
a direct
demonstrate
answer. That
live
is a
where you're
direct answer
going to
to
get
you.
some
You asked
gas?
a question. That is a
We
direct
need a
answer.
video of you guys getting gas somewhere from
If
nature.
you guys are enjoying this, I'll let it continue. If you guys are digging it.
It's mildly
What else
humorous.
do you guys want
Yeah,
to
I mean,
prove?
it's
What
amazing.
out of your school
I gotta
books
get
you
another
guys want to
drink,
prove?
but I'll be right
Next.
back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the
Democ,
next topic you guys want to prove?
Democ, you know what a byproduct is?
Something you don't know what you're talking about? You can't prove shit. Shut up, weirdo.
Yeah, good answer. You know what a byproduct is, though?
Yeah, something you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what air is.
Okay, we'll try it again. Do you know what a byproduct is?
Hey, dude, we heard the fucking question. Do you? Are you
Yeah, I
fucking
absolutely do
retarded?
know what a byproduct
Yeah, you're a
is.
little fucking slow on the uptake. You hear this shit, Omni? This is how
Sounds like
fucking
you're
stupid
asking
these
for
guys.
$2.
I'm asking a
Steve,
very direct question. I don't
what
even.
what I'm hearing, I would categorize as stupidity from Democ, or maybe it's you know, maybe he's doing a bit. I'm not really sure, but
We're looking for demonstrations. What are you talking about?
so
Science,
when you're
brother.
talking
I mean,
about
Science.
you just get here?
when
Did you just get here, Omni?
Steve, when you're talking about a demonstration, what exactly?
Whatever
do
makes you
call it?
believe. Omni, whatever got you to believe air was a real thing by itself without just
So-
saying, look out there.
Okay, so what makes me believe that air is real? Well, I believe that first off, I believe that I am breathing right now, and I am given to understand
Breathing what?
that I breathe air. Apparently, what you need is oxygen, because
What's that mean? You got any?
That's the kind of proof
Oh.
we're looking for.
so
What convinced you fucking know what oxygen is when you don't have any anywhere? It's weird, right? Oh my Lord.
you think
Some
I don't
crazy
have
Lord belief, some religious oxygen belief. Go
so
ahead.
so Steve, do you think this is good behavior there, or okay? So
Well, behavior. We're not looking for behavior. We're looking for science.
I'm trying to have a conversation with Democ, and apparently you believe that this is how one has a good conversation, right? Like
No, you guys. I don't think you guys know how to have a good
You believe in
like
talk
right now.
science and not demonstration science. Here's our problem. See, we're all pointing out this big problem. You guys have no fucking idea how to show something or demonstrate. You just want to talk everybody's ear off about what they don't want to hear, don't give a fuck to hear without proof. Proof would have you shut up, and then the proof would do the talking, and then we wouldn't talk about that no more. That thing would be under the rug. But since Globers can't prove a fucking thing, they just want to talk your ear off and say, you want to have good conversation of why you were sold lies and nobody can prove shit that Papa fucking Globe told us? No.
Yeah.
Fuck Pope, fuck Globe Pope,
Do
Neo
you think
fucking
this makes?
religion
Do you
science.
think that it's Steve A? I want to know. Do you think what he's saying makes sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To you?
Yeah, because we're talking about air, and I want to see. Yeah, I don't think you guys look at anything. Like, show me. Like, we already brought it up earlier. Nobody on the room had seen the demonstration, the experimental demonstration of separating H2O. And so, right there, we're kind of behind the eight ball talking to you guys because none of you guys have even watched the experiment.
So this
And
is.
so
is
you,
this
you don't even know what we're talking about.
So I've seen
It's over
electrolysis.
your head.
Okay.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
I've seen electrolysis. Ah, hey, whoa, Steve, you get a gold star. Yes, yes. In actual conversations, people take turns. Yes. All right. I didn't think you guys understood that.
Oh, come on. You don't. I won't insult you, I promise. Not until the
Oh,
next time.
wait. What you were saying is over your head and stuff. You don't think that was insulting? Okay. Well, that'll be our standard then.
Oh, did I say over your head? Oh, no.
Yes, you did.
I say
Yes,
over
you
your
said yes. You said it's over your head because you haven't seen the demonstration. So you guys are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't you think that's a legitimate option?
No,
You
I
don't. You
I
don't. So we're talking about you guys proving that you're claiming.
So
you guys always want to skip over the hard stuff, right? Like, oh, we're not making that claim. You always go, I'm not making that claim. Well, wait a
Really?
minute.
Really?
It's a broad. Yeah, that's what you guys do.
Oh,
And that,
okay.
now
I thought it
listen
was
up.
flat earthers
Listen up.
who never
Let me
made a
get this
claim
out.
because they knew
Listen
what
up.
they
Let me
claimed they
get
got
this out.
totally
Omni. You gotta let me get this out. It's my turn.
Oh, I have to let you get it out. Okay, go ahead. I just want to remember this because then when Dimmock does it and you're like simping for Dimmock, I'm gonna be like,
I don't sit for nobody.
Oh, I think you do. Okay,
No,
go
I
ahead.
don't. I don't have to zip for D-Mod. He's a big boy. Fuck, dude.
You know something? I would almost agree with you. But
I mean, he's not afraid of none of you guys. I mean, what's your problem?
well, my problem is that you guys, what you think you're doing and what you're actually doing, turn out to be two very different things.
And we totally disagree with you. And we're proving it right now.
You don't.
By the movie. You want me? Oh, wait a minute. You want me to post the video and show your proof? I'll do that if you want me to.
Yeah, would you
I
mind?
don't
I'd love
even
to
know
see
what the video is or what the proof is. What exactly
wanna
are we
see it.
talking about?
All we're talking about is separating H2O.
How are you separating H2O?
Well, the way they do, I'm not doing it.
Okay, so
they're doing the way the scientists do it. You don't know how scientists do it. I'll explain it to you.
Go ahead.
Well, they take electrodes,
Okay.
put an anode and a cathode. I don't know what voltage, apply voltage, and they'll have a gas vent at each location. Now, the one location will be H, hydrogen, and now the other vent, gas vent, will be O. And they get these two gases produced from water and electricity. This is a factual thing. Not kind of non-debatable, I think.
I'm wondering. I'm letting you go on. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, we all see the experiment, and it's just that when I see it taking water. I don't see water separating anywhere into H2O. I do see it in your experiment. But I don't see a natural observer, but then I see a bunch of tools producing what we call synthesize, and I can synthesize H and I can make O and put them in a can and give them a name.
So I don't understand what your point is here. I'm familiar with electrolysis.
Well, the point is that you have to know gases. Otherwise, you're going to get.
So what do I have to know
you're gonna
about
get
gases? What do I have
you
to know
need to
about
know
gases?
about. Well, how to breathe air. It'll help you breathe air better.
It'll help me breathe air.
Yeah, you'll have more knowledge of gases. That's what you breathe. You breathe gases, right? Air.
Typically, yeah, I would say so. So what exactly? So once again, maybe you can. We'll try this one more time. So what exactly is your point? Yes, I agree that our electrolysis is a thing. What is your point
You
about
can't- if you can't see the point, we're
I
kind
don't
of
know what
against the
point
brick.
you're trying to make. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we're up a brick wall right now, right? Because you want to deny what you see right now.
So wait, I'm not right now. I'm not look right now. I'm looking at freaking Blender. So what I'm seeing
Well,
right now.
it wasn't too hard to talk about it, right? I mean, it's
Okay,
not
so
too
what?
hard to
So what
visualize.
exactly?
So
Okay.
what don't you understand about the anode and the cathode, and the one side is hydrogen and the other side is oxygen? What don't you understand about that?
So I don't know what point you're trying to make about it. I feel like there's some kind of point you're.
Well, you agree with that. You agree that is oxygen and hydrogen, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm putting in the bottle.
Okay.
Hydrogen and oxygen.
So what's so?
Well, I
what's
want
the
to
point
put
of
them
that?
back together. I want to see you put them back together.
Oh, you want to see me put them back together to make water?
I'd like to see. That'd be one thing I'd like to see.
Okay, so what else? So if that's not what you're talking about, then what are you talking about?
Okay. You got to talk about how full of shit you guys are.
What makes you think we're full of shit?
Well, I just got through explaining that you're conning me with a bullshit story about H2O right from the get-go. It's no big deal.
Why?
I just explained it to you. I don't
No.
see water separating into H2O anywhere in nature. That's called a natural observation. So we don't have it.
Okay. Why does it matter if it happens anywhere in nature? Why do we care about that?
We don't, but I'm fine.
Okay.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean,
But now we're going to the demonstration.
What? Wait. The demonstration is a video of electrolysis, right?
Right.
So what's? I mean, we have videos of electrolysis. So what's the problem? Why do those not count?
Nothing. It looks like it works to me.
Okay. So I agree with you that electrolysis works. I don't care that it doesn't happen in nature. I'm not sure why I should care whether or not it happens in nature.
What's the H? H is your number one element, right? You understand that when you do chemicals, right?
My number one element. Do you mean the most common element? Do you mean the lightest element? Do you mean?
Well, it's got number one. It's got number one on it, right?
Do you know why? Do you know why it has? You know what that number means?
Yeah, what's it mean? Go ahead, tell me.
I'm asking you because you claim that you know more than I do.
I didn't make any claim. I just said it.
You don't make a claim.
I made a claim. I made a claim. I made a claim. I made a claim. It's number one. Okay. Is that a claim? That's not a claim. That's a factual thing.
Oh, it's a fact. It's not a claim. It's a fact. Where is it?
Yeah, you don't know the difference?
Are you slow?
I'm very fast, Democ. So
Who
let
put
me-
that one there, Steve, or somebody else?
so
Somebody else
right,
did, 'cause that's
right. Okay. So do you know
Go
what
ahead,
that number
Democ.
means?
You might
I didn't put it there. I
What do
didn't
you
put the
think-
number there. So
what do you
did you
think-
put the number there? It doesn't matter what we think. What can you prove, Omni?
Oh, he's saying it's number one, and I'm asking if you guys.
We
understand-
didn't put the number one. We're asking you why is it saying number one? Where's it at? And how does it exist? We're asking you everything about this thing from scratch that you have a fucking problem comprehending. That's what we're doing. It's like you're lost.
No,
You don't want to answer anything.
I can. I'm happy to answer, but I want to understand.
Nah, you want to ask
Where
them
the
questions.
No, you don't.
okay, so I'll tell you what it means. All right, and then I wonder where all the asshole this is coming from here, Steve.
The what?
Why are you being an ass about this? What's going on?
What are you talking? Why are you switching the topic
Science,
now?
science.
Oh,
Okay.
God, too funny.
Well,
You're too
I
funny.
mean, I'm just curious. If you can't tell me, you can't tell me. That's I guess
We're just talking about air. I mean, I
Okay,
don't
well, you
understand
were
why you
talking
guys
about-
are. Why
you were
are you
talking
guys
about
afraid to
water
talk
a
about?
second
Not. Why are you afraid to talk about air?
I don't know what I mean. I'm not afraid to talk about air. I don't know. I can't figure out if you're having an episode now or what.
Well, it's kind of slow in here. It's kind of slow, so me and DMOC decided to come in here and help you guys out a little bit. Because if
Okay.
me and DMOC didn't come in here, you wouldn't have anybody to talk to. So we're
Okay.
just kind of doing you a favor.
Okay.
All the people on the little bus. My mom always told me to be nice to you guys. So.
Okay, so that's still kind of an asinine thing to say.
Well, yeah, but you know me, I'm not going to give you guys an even break. Never give a sucker an even fucking break, for fuck's sake.
Oh, are you a carny now? You a grifter?
No, I was born and raised a carny. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, what carnival?
Ringling Brothers. What the fuck?
What does it mean if a carny says, "Hey, Rube"? What does that mean?
Hey, Rube, we got a fucking simp over here.
No, that's not what it means. What? Come on, what's
Well-
carny lingo? Oh, come on.
Well, I'm not a very good carny. What do you
What
want?
if they call you Mark? What do they mean if they call you Mark?
Your name is Joe.
You're not a carny. Sorry, I'm calling.
All right. You caught me. I'm not a carny. You caught me lying about being a carny. God
Yeah.
damn it.
Okay, I was just
But
saying.
let's go back to air. Let's go back to air.
Okay, let's go back to air. Okay, so when you separate water using electrolysis, we are given to understand that we derive hydrogen and oxygen from it. That is my understanding of electrolysis.
That's what they say. I'm not going to argue that.
Okay, so is there a reason that we would have to doubt that? Like, is there some reason to believe that that's not the case?
I just can't find it in the bucket of air is all.
You can't find hydrogen in air. Is that?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I can. Not unless you got some way to show it to me.
So I don't think that there's a lot of hydrogen in air.
How about the other one? How about oxygen? Can you show me oxygen?
Well, what do you mean by show you? Oxygen is transparent, so I cannot show you. I can point to it right there. It is. There's oxygen right in front of your face, and
It sounds like a bunch
Yeah.
of math. Sounds like a bunch of math you're talking about now.
Well, it's not math; it's chemistry.
What do you mean? Well, that's on the gases. What they're talking, you're kind of talking about math, aren't you? Because you'll take X. What do you mean?
I don't think I'm talking about gas.
Math. Yeah, math and gas, they go together.
Okay, so we've got this. We've got math. I don't know what we're talking about. We have oxygen now. So when I electrolyze water, I get hydrogen and oxygen, at least according to chemistry.
Chemistry, yeah.
Now, I don't think there's a lot of hydrogen in our atmosphere, just floating around. We have to do things in order to get hydrogen out of, for industrial purposes or the other things that we use hydrogen for. Hydrogen is highly combustible, right? If you
Supposed
have,
to be.
well, I'm given to understand that it is. Do I have a reason to believe otherwise?
Not supposed to be. I don't have no reason not to.
Okay, no, I don't either. So, what do you think is so? Talk to me then. What do you think? What do you think is going on? So you say we can't see oxygen, right? That's
Well, I don't. Well, yeah, we can't. Well, I mean, C is we don't want to get into that too much, but we'd like to prove it because you proved oxygen and hydrogen, right?
right. Okay. Well. So I'm saying that is what we're given to understand when we when we perform electrolysis, that we
Right.
get hydrogen and oxygen out of it.
Yeah, we process them. Yeah, we process all these gases.
Well, we get all of those out of. So my understanding is
Yeah, we have
get
to process them. You guys, I think the question came on the floor. Do you know what a derivative is? Isn't that the question that came up a minute ago? The smart guy was
I think it was
asking Demont.
a
Yeah, he was asking. He was that byproduct. Yeah, we're talking about byproducts now. Go ahead.
Okay, so my understanding of a byproduct would be something, the output of a process that is not generally the primary intent of the process.
Well, maybe, but oil has a lot of byproducts, right?
Oil? You mean like
Like crude oil. Like we have a lot of byproducts that we don't actually.
I think if you're
There's no way. There's
oil,
nothing. Yeah, there's nothing wasted, right? Like it wouldn't be in it.
If you're refining oil, my understanding is that in the
You have
refining
byproducts.
oil, there are a number of byproducts from that. Yes.
Yeah.
Definition on me.
Did you post it?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you posted the definition.
No, I just, that was just off the top of my head. I that's how I understand it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
So where we
product,
at?
the thing that you're specifically looking for, and a byproduct would be something that you're not explicitly trying to get out of whatever the process is, but something that
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it just have all kinds of different variables, but yeah, we know what a byproduct. No
Okay.
big deal.
So I think that's reasonable. All right. So okay. Yeah. All right. I don't see any. I don't think that I disagree with anything there. I can't show you oxygen because it's a gas and it doesn't. It doesn't have a visible appearance that we can. I can't just point around and say there's some oxygen. You can tell with your eyes. But there's lots of things like that, right? Like I can't point out FM radio signals to you, but we all generally believe they exist. So,
Well, it's kind of like environmental issue, right? Like you put the air in the fish tank to keep the fish alive. Now that's environmentally sound practice, right? And so you would do the same thing if you're an environmentalist, like I'm sure you are, right? Because everybody is. And then you would put more air pumps into lakes and different types of things like that to put more food and oxygen in the lake, right? So everything does better. Right? We would spend millions of dollars on moon landings called lake landings with big pumps and promoting food. We'd switch from moon landing to environmentalist. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, if the idea is that we would spend less money on moon landings and more money on the environment, I guess I'm good with that.
Grow a garden. We could grow a garden. Think how big a garden we could grow if we had that kind of money. Ever thought about that? I could hire a lot of Mexicans. I ain't shitting you. One bit.
You probably could. Yes, you could probably hire quite a few.
If I had that kind of money, if I had that kind of money.
Yeah. Well, but on the other hand, do we think somebody's going to give us that kind of money? I mean, I don't expect somebody to give me that kind of money anytime soon.
Well, we give it to NASA. Why do we give it? You give it to NASA. Why do we give it to them?
Really, give them a bunch of money to the post office, but I don't send a whole lot of letters.
Yeah, but we don't really have a real issue. We got an issue with the post office, but not a real, not the same as NASA, right?
I don't know. I mean, obviously,
Like
most
you
people.
guys don't have a problem with anything, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I would say I don't have a problem with anything, but I don't particularly have a problem per se with NASA. Like NASA is not number one on my list of things I don't like. So, I mean, would I say give less money to NASA and more money to something else? Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's entirely possible. I think we should. I think if we're being uh, I don't know, careful about it. I'd probably rather see
Well,
everybody have health care than us
Are
go
we
back.
done with? Are we done with oxygen?
I
Are
guess
you all
so.
done?
I wish we weren't. I would like to hear.
Okay,
Okay,
some.
go
well,
ahead. Go ahead. You got a question? Go ahead. You got a question? Go ahead.
Where would I want to go back to?
Go ahead. Take your time. Pretty chill in here today.
Oh, okay. I got a good question. if I could show you oxygen, not with your eyes, right? Like let's assume that you can't physically see it. I think we would agree on that. If I could show you it through other means, would you take that
Add
as
fruit
evidence
cup.
for its existence?
Add color. Add color to it. Is that what you're thinking?
No, we have a whole bunch of other means of detecting whether oxygen exists in a system besides just visually seeing it. We have other.
Oh,
other
okay, with
methods.
tools. Now we're going to go to tools. Go ahead, do you mind?
Yeah, you're gonna show us an electric cartoon or what?
So we have spectroscopy. We have ideal gas law would be a great
What's
way. That means gas.
spectroscopy?
Hold
Well, wait.
on right there.
What's
Spectroscopy. Okay, what? We have a rainbow. Now show me each layer of the rainbow and what type of planet or gas that is. It's got all the colors. Spectroscopy away. Let's do this.
That's not what spectroscopy is, but
What do you mean?
What do you
You're
mean?
not
What are
seeing
you talking
light?
about?
You're not seeing
That's
colors of light?
not it. It's the
Spectrum?
definition of spectroscopy. What are you talking about?
spectroscopy is explicitly using very specific wavelengths of light, or
Yeah.
electromagnetic radiation.
In front of you on a rainbow.
It's not
The
necessarily
rainbow
visible
has
light.
every color you need.
We don't
What are
even
you
use
talking
visible light.
about?
Sometimes
You
we
have
use
other
UV
colors
rays.
besides the
Sometimes we use
rainbow.
infrared rays. We can use
You have
radio
other
waves.
colors that are not in the rainbow. You have colors not used
That's
in
not what
nature,
I'm
not
talking
in the
about.
rainbow.
I'm talking about
You
electromagnetic
should,
radiation.
you
that is
should go
not-
back. Wait a minute. We should go back to spectroscopy because you shouldn't get out of the lab until you're completely familiar with spectroscopy. So make sure you explain it to us from the lab. Make sure you're telling us how they're using it, how they're determining the spectroscopy, the gases that you're talking about, so proud of, like building light bulbs, right? Like you know how to build a light bulb, right?
Okay, so the way we do spectroscopy to determine the quantity of certain elements that are within a sample is we have a very, very, very specific wavelength of electromagnetic radiation. We shine it at a sample, and we know through very complex math of understanding electron orbitals and their positions in atoms and the energy levels of these electrons, that when we get a return signal, whatever color that signal is, we can identify specifically what element that is. It's a lot of really complex math.
Right. Yeah. But that's what we're talking about in
Yeah,
the lab.
So Steve, I could take a sample of oxygen and
Control.
use
Yeah,
spectroscopy to
but I think
determine
you're
this
kind of
oxygen.
skipping over. You're kind of skipping over a little
My
bit.
bad, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead and go over them, but you got to go over them. You can't skip over any of the steps.
What part am I
Is- I-
skipping over?
Well, you start invoking voltage and two-way light and all these different things. But first, I mean, like spectroscopy, the first thing you're going to do is take a controlled gas, right? You got to know what the gas is before you apply the electricity to it.
We not necessarily know. We know we can
Well,
predict the energy levels of electron orbitals prior to understanding what an element is. We can do that. It's very easy actually.
No, you're not predicting it beforehand, though.
We are. We're analyzing the expected through mathematical processes, we're analyzing the expected energy levels of an electron orbital, and then we're going, okay, let's go test it.
Yes.
We shine a
Yes.
very specific electromagnetic radiation signature at it, and when
Correct.
we get back,
Yeah,
returns
but
a
this is where
color.
you should
Know
stop.
what
This is where
color
you should
that.
stop, Phil.
Okay.
This is where you
Okay.
should, because you're right. Okay. But
Okay.
now you're dialing up the voltage. And you're using math. I'm not disagreeing with these things. That's
Where's
what I'm
the
saying.
voltage?
We're in the lab. We're in the lab. Don't ever forget that. Under controlled circumstances on both things, the gas and the voltage.
Yeah,
You
correct.
know,
We
give it
need
any name you want
fairly-
to. Give it a frequency name if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, in order to perform these kinds of experiments, we need fairly, controlled conditions, and
Accurate.
these
Yeah,
conditions can only
exactly.
be replicated in the lab.
It's it's super critical to understand how it works. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But I'm saying that then I can come to you and I can say, hey, Steve, you want to know what oxygen looks like? I can do a spectroscopic measurement of a sample of whatever we care about, pressurized oxygen in this case, and it'll return a certain color of visible light wavelength that we can identify and go, this color is associated with this atom. And boom, now I've just shown you that through this very very technical process, how to prove to you that what we're looking at is oxygen.
Color means an atom.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. Spectroscopic measurements, it does. Yes.
So green is
Yeah.
what atom?
It
Yeah.
depends on the testing parameters of whatever you're doing. Each
Well, how do you prove that?
spectroscopic tool works differently.
So I got a rainbow, and it's orange, green, yellow, blue, almost purplish, and then there's a flame on my stove that's got green, orange, blue, yellow, clear. So like, what elements are in that? Like, what planets are those?
If
And
we're
I
on the
got
topic of
Sun,
bringing up
I got
things that don't
Jupiter,
matter, a wire
I got
hippo's gray.
Mars. I got all the planets right here in the rainbow, dude.
Yeah,
That's
DMOC, wire hippo's gray, man. I don't get it.
I
Doesn't make
don't know
sense.
why you can't
We gotta-
spectroscopy the rainbow or a UFO in your backyard when it's right
Because
next
that
to you.
isn't spectroscopy.
Military
What
encounter.
is occurring
What
what is
is it?
occurring in a rainbow is not spectroscopy. It's not
What are you
relevant.
talking
Plants to
about?
tell
How
you
can you
what
say
it
that?
is.
You can't say that. What are you talking about? You're telling
do
me
you
a
know?
rainbow isn't a form of spectroscopy? What are you talking about?
Spectroscopy is
It's
specifically
100%
identifying
the
elements
very
by
thing you're
their
trying to dwell
electromagnetic
on right
signature.
now.
That's exactly what it is. We're not identifying any
So you're trying to
elements.
ignore that clear air makes every color, and then out of your own fucking air, you're going to get every color known to man. So what are you looking at again?
Because a
Makeup
rainbow
artist?
is spectroscopy. A rainbow is not
Well,
spectroscopy.
you're looking at your air.
Those are not equivalent
When you
concepts.
spectroscopy our air, what's all in it on the way to look at planets? What do you spectroscopy in our own atmosphere? What's that? What's going on? What color is that? Doesn't that get in your way when you're making all these colors? You're like, oh shit, I got high hydrogen, oxygen, whatever, everything. Oh my God, blue, orange, pink, purple. Your screen's gonna look really fucking weird, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Like
That
a
would be
rainbow pattern.
Yeah, that would be a problem if we were cavemen, but luckily we have spectroscopic filtering for our atmosphere, and we can account for the atmospheric
You
conditions
can't
around
even
us.
tell us what a rainbow is, what material the rainbow's are, what element.
Because that's not what spectroscopy is. That's
That's
not
what
how
it
it works.
is, you fucking
It's
idiot.
not.
Without our air, how would you be
Not
doing
how
any
it works at
spectroscopy
all.
without air?
It's not
Yeah,
what
I think you're really wrong about the rainbow. So you really should fix yourself right there to begin with.
Okay,
and
what
then
is the
come
definition
back.
of spectroscopy then?
Go
Without any air, what are you
What?
doing spectroscopy on with no air? Your magic air word.
What is the definition of spectroscopy? I would like to hear that.
Colors. Look at
Oh,
that.
that's great.
yeah.
That's a very conclusive
colors.
definition.
The
Color, what are you
phenomena,
talking
the
about?
spectrum, the spectrum of light. I mean, what are you talking about? We don't need
The
to. Are you serious? You want to go over the
Spectroscopy
definition?
it is specifically determining the makeup of a sample, the elemental makeup of it, through its
How? Do you have to
electromagnetic
touch it?
emissions. That's definitionally what the process is.
Do you have
It's
to
not
touch
rainbows.
stuff?
It's not rainbows. It's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
What are you looking at? You're not looking at colored light.
What do you mean I'm not
That's
looking at
definitely
colored
not
light?
what you're looking at. You're not looking at colored light, right?
No, you are looking at colored light. We've
Welcome to
set
the
up the experiments
rainbow.
to specifically produce colored light, but
Welcome
it's
to
not.
the
It doesn't make it
rainbow.
the same as a rainbow.
Well, who says?
Okay, wait,
Are there
DMOC,
what a rainbow is?
DMOC,
Why don't you
DMOC,
just Google it?
DMOC,
Why don't you Google it? You should really Google it. You
is
should
oil
Google
the same?
spectroscopy.
is oil the same thing as air because it produces a rainbow when it's on the ground? No, it's fucking
I don't know
stupid. Just
what
because
you
two
believe
things
everything is. You
produce
have a
the same
weird
thing doesn't make them
neo-religion.
equivalent.
You have a weird neo-religion of stuff that you can't prove to yourself.
And why are we going to oil now?
Actually, I'm
What are you
explaining
going to
this in
oil for?
remarkable detail. I'm explaining this in remarkable
Yeah,
detail.
that you don't know what colors are.
It'd be good if
what-
Demok
You
shut
don't-
up.
You don't know what
You did
spectroscopy
figure
is.
out what colors
What
are
is
for.
spectroscopy? I'm asking you, Steve, what is spectroscopy? You could not provide a
Colors.
definition.
Gangs of LA, we never die. We multiply colors.
Spectroscopy is, again,
Blue,
determining the elemental
pink.
makeup of a sample through electromagnetic emissions. That's not
Says
what a
who?
rainbow is. A rainbow is not that. The rainbow is a completely
Do you
different
have
thing.
to touch the stuff? Or do you got to do it from far away, like look at a twinkly planet light?
You can do whatever the
Like a
fuck you want.
headlight?
It can be right up in your
Okay,
face, or
you
it can be
spectroscopy a
13
head-
billion miles away.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
You do it with a headlight and tell us what kind of vehicle it is, and the shape, the size, the
So you
density,
can.
how far away it is, and the internal makeup of what it's made out of. Just like you do a planet with spectroscopy.
Yeah, I can do spectroscopy on a car door and tell you the exact
No,
alloy that they
the
use to make
headlights,
the car door.
weirdo,
I
the
can do
tiny
that.
light.
I
No,
can do
you
that.
the tiny lights at
No,
night.
you can't.
Twinkly
You
lights.
can. You
brother.
absolutely can. We do it all the time.
No, you can't. Why do you say
absolutely
that?
can. You absolutely can. You can
You can
buy.
look at the color of the. You can look at the color of the paint job on my door and tell me what the door is made.
No, not the visible presenting color. Again, we know the energy levels within an atom of the electron orbitals. We know these by default. So when we hit it with a very specific wavelength of electromagnetic radiation,
Where?
what we receive from that
It'll be 30 miles away.
Yeah, that
yes, you can do it
radar
from whatever
beam.
distance. It
That
doesn't
radar
matter.
beam.
Yes.
Now you're shooting a radar beam. So go ahead.
It could be radar. It could be ultraviolet. It could be
Yeah, well,
infrared.
it's a
It doesn't
light.
matter.
Yeah, it's a light
Whatever it's set up for.
frequency. It's a
whatever
light
it's set up for.
frequency. Yeah,
And
well,
you
it's a
do
light
that.
frequency.
We do the math specifically so that the
Yeah.
return value is something under the visible light spectrum, so that we
Yeah,
can
it's
interpret it.
yes, reading. Yeah, now you got a toy
What color
that
is the
reads
moon?
that
What's the
reads the
moon element?
electromagnetic spectrum, and now you're talking about electric tool again. So make sure you always understand what tool you're talking about.
So
Yeah,
let
these
me
are
get this
spectroscopic
correct.
tools.
You're telling me that if I went and got a secret material that you didn't know what it was, and I went about 10 miles away or however far away, you could just look out your window and tell me the size and shape and like what the element is?
If I had the right equipment, I could absolutely tell you within like 99.9% certainty what element that mystery material is. Yes.
And if I had a moon
Moon
rock,
rock.
what would you say? it is?
Sorry, could you repeat
Yeah,
that?
If I had a moon rock,
moon rock.
what
Moon rock?
would
Yeah,
you say?
absolutely. Yep. Same thing. Same exact thing.
No, you cannot. God dang it! Now that's
You
where
can.
you
I
be
can.
pulling my leg.
I could show
No,
you.
you have to have a reference. Listen, dude.
Right,
You have to
exactly.
have a
What is the
reference
moon?
What reference would I need for?
What is a moon rock?
to do what you're
If
doing.
we're
You
analyzing
you have
elements,
to have
we
a
don't care what the
reference
moon
with
rock
the
is.
machine that you're using to read the frequency, and then the frequency is determining. Oh, okay, I know it's this frequency, so I know it's that material. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
In a
Scientists did
lab,
this.
it's all forensics. In
Scientists-
forensics, I trust what you're saying to an extent, right? Because
Yeah.
they got the material, they're controlling the variables and manipulating everything, and then they get the thing and and they're looking close to it. But when we talk about looking at UFOs, twinkly lights in the sky, something you call planets or UFO stars, comets, meteors, UFO,
Light
whatever
years
the fuck
away.
the lights are. All the lights, yeah. You guys say spectroscopy guarantees you what those are. Well,
Yeah,
that doesn't
light
make any
years away.
none.
Yeah, what was it?
I would
How
use
many years away?
guarantee is a pretty strong
Billions
word.
of light years away.
Like 99.9% accuracy.
238,000.
And we
I
know
mean,
it's a planet because it's green, right?
Yeah, the green headlights on that car got to be Jupiter. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Holy crap.
We'll change them to blue headlights, and then spectroscopy's gonna fucking rip you over the new one. Then we're gonna have yellow headlights. We'll have every
Actually,
color.
guys, it was a spectrum analyzer back in the 80s. They used in panel beating to tell car colours. A spectrum analyzer. They'd stick it on the car of your door panel, and it would give you the exact makeup to make the right colour of paint. However, the variation across the car means that when you paint it for the front mudguard, it's not identical to the back. It's actually too accurate. And that's a spectrum analyzer, and that's the same technology, except they use it on a gas on a distant body.
It's pretty simple shit, guys. It's actually kind of
Yeah, it's a cool
really
story.
good fun. Thank
That's
you.
cool.
You
Yeah.
ever went out the window and proved that to anybody with the material you don't know what it is? We'll
I
wait.
just said panel beaters
We'll
used to
wait
use
for
it. Panel
proof.
beater spray
Yeah.
painters used to use a
We
spectrum
know.
spectrum
We know you tell
analyzer,
stories.
but it's too accurate.
Yeah, that's a cool
Too
story.
accurate.
So out
Yeah.
of a window, can you get this done? I'm gonna have an
Yeah.
object, and you're gonna be too accurate.
Yes, we can do that. If I had the right tools, I could do that.
Well, shit. What are you guys waiting on? Let's set up this experiment. I'll need a side view too.
Well, I mean, Demek, how do you think scientists arrived at the conclusions of what we think the makeup of the sun is? So, like, we think it's like what, like
I'm just
64%
making shit up.
hydrogen,
You never
32%
made no
Yeah.
sun.
helium.
You never made a sun with two gases.
We don't have to make a
Out
sun.
of
We don't
one
have to- I'm
gas
asking.
being squeezed in a vacuum. You fucking idiot.
I'm not
You're
asking
not.
about making a sun. I'm asking how do you think
The
we know the
sun is
makeup?
called hydrogen in a vacuum squeezed. Why would you not talk about your number one thing of your whole fucking existence of life? Why would you talk about anything else? Hydrogen, the number one thing, made your sun supposedly in a fucking vacuum. However that occurred, I don't understand. So
Okay.
where'd your fucking hydrogen even come from in a fucking vacuum? So then you have hydrogen, supposedly some magic gas that nobody can touch or see or prove. Then it magically made a sun out of making it into helium. That's your fucking expecto patronum magic shit. What you believe without a demonstration of that very fucking thing. Little amounts of hydrogen in a vacuum, you should have suns all day, every fucking day, no problem. Especially
Demak,
with your help. With
Demak,
your
can I-
help and our powers combined, we can help gravity be stronger than itself. If every force we do is stronger than gravity, where's our fucking sun, weirdos?
Okay, have you
Weak
ever
ass gravity. Oh,
Do you-
weak ass gravity. A pistol strip outdoes gravity, and you, and a
do you believe
sun.
that do you believe that France exists, like the country?
Do you believe pistol strips know how to make a sun underwater?
Do you believe that France exists as a country?
With their claw. A smart professor, Dr. Pistol Shrimp,
Have you? Do
can
you know that
make
France
a
exists?
sun with no lab, no nuclear fucking anything, weirdos. I don't know where you guys got all your dumb shit from. You think you're technologically advanced. A fucking pistol shrimp outdoes you with its claw. Why don't you go
Okay.
back to school, buddy, and learn about nature, where it outdoes everybody you know?
Don't handgun calibers produce more force than a stupid mantis
Don't
shrimp?
termites build termite
we
mounds
are
bigger
so
than
much
any
further
building known to
advanced.
man?
It's not even a contest.
Termites can outbuild every man you know with a termite mound that's 5 times the size, bigger than anything you've ever seen man make. Now, why is that? How come little dumb termites can outdo you in your technology?
Okay, do you believe
Why
that
is
France?
that? Do you believe termites exist and
Yes, they
termite
are.
mounds are bigger than
They're
what you
an
can make?
observable animal. Do you believe that France
So
exists?
can you make a termite mound your size to scale like a termite mound, or is that too hard for you? A pile
Holy
of dirt.
fuck, Demok, just answer the fucking question.
What, a pile of dirt is too hard for a glober to make. They can't outdo a termite or a pistol shrimp. These are the answers to your question.
Yep. So do you
Does
believe France
France
exists?
exist?
Yeah. Do you believe France exists?
Do you believe gases exist in
Or
planets?
Russia or Africa or
Do you
fucking
believe
Montenegro? I don't give a
UFO
shit.
planets
Well,
exist
there
and
you
UFO stars and comets
Hey.
and meteors?
there you go, Jackson. Demok's
Yeah.
too dumb to answer the question. He doesn't know.
I guess so. He doesn't know that France
Do
exists.
you have a question that's
He can't
relevant to
answer
what
it.
we're
He's
talking about?
afraid.
This is
Or
this is
just
a,
weirdo questions like our boat's cool?
don't worry, Demek. This is a perfectly
He's
reasonable
scared.
question. I have a follow-up question
I don't
after it.
think you know
and
what a reasonable question
you
even
could-
sounds
you could
like. You need to go back to
manage to get to
school.
the follow, if you could manage to get to the follow-up
If you
question,
could
then
do
you
what a
perfectly
pistol shrimp
understand
could do,
why it's
maybe
relevant
you'd
to
be
the
smart as a
conversation.
fifth grader. Maybe you'll be
Does-
back at fifth grade level if you can outdo a pistol shrimp. It's
Yeah.
dumber
Do you
than
believe
you,
France
huh?
exists?
Yeah, do pistol shrimps exist smarter than your scientists?
Yep, they do. Do you believe that France exists?
Ask a pistol shrimp.
That's
Here's
not how
the
that works.
answer.
I'm asking you.
How
Do
what
you
works?
believe that France exists?
You should ask
What do you
Steve.
mean?
Maybe he'll answer.
So no
I mean,
hydrogen,
the claim
no
that was made that I'm
oxygen,
trying to
no
challenge was made by
sun,
Steve.
no
So
vacuum,
yeah,
no
unfortunately,
helium.
can't ask him.
So again, the conversation gets diverted by some weirdos who can't stay in a lab or do any science or any physical fucking reality to prove what they're talking about. They
I was
just
trying
want
to
to say
explain to
weird
you.
ass shit and try to do stuff instead of just doing it. Don't try, brother. Nike Air, just do it. Shia
I was trying.
LaBeouf,
I was
Do
trying to
it.
explain to you how spectroscopy works,
Just
and
do
you
it.
jumped to rainbows,
Just do
which was very
spectroscopy.
unscientific of you,
Do
considering you conflate the two and
spectroscopy.
think
We're gonna
they're the
put
same.
some lights out there, and you're gonna tell us what they're made out of. You
Yeah,
damn
that's how it works.
liar.
That's yep. If you had any
Yeah,
understanding of
cool
chemistry or
story,
physics, you
weirdo.
would
We're
know
waiting
that that is
for your
perfectly
proof.
reasonable and possible.
Yeah, stop telling stories until you get that done. Film
No, I mean,
every.
I could, if I had $2,000 on hand, I could buy one of these guns to do it. It's not as accurate as the, the big fancy
Cool
ones in the
story.
science lab,
Yeah, I've
but
heard
I
that
could,
before.
I could actually buy one.
Yeah, your penis is 8 miles long too.
Yeah,
Per
it
mile
is
squared.
actually. In fact, do you believe
You're
that
like an
France
Earth
exists?
curve.
Do you believe that France
Do you
exists?
believe an Earth curve is in your backyard?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you believe that France exists?
Well, go stand on it and make a stencil of it. Pour some plaster on it. Make a cast molding of it, and then
Yeah,
we'll go line it up in schools and make sure it's not a horizontal. And then we'll
yeah.
see that the curve is equipotential and equidistant to the center of fucking somewhere nowhere down below.
What does
Yeah.
equidistant mean, DMOC?
Holy shit! A horizontal line in reality,
That's
but
what
you guys
equidistant
think
means.
it means a curve. You guys think it
Equidistant
means a
means what?
curved line
Means
where
horizontal
it
line.
holds water on it and doesn't spill on every hill. Your whole fucking world, your whole backyard is supposed to be equidistant, equipotential, no matter what hill is in it. It's all supposed to be equipotential, equidistant to gravity. I know that's a hard word for fucking fifth graders to understand. So now that means no part being higher or lower than the next. Your globe isn't that. But you're supposed to prove your globe is that with every hump or every curve you could ever touch, feel, or hope to fucking walk across on this beautiful, smooth, curved cue ball fucking earth. It's supposed to be smoother than a cue ball with no curve anywhere you can touch. Isn't that weird?
Hold on,
Do
you
you ever
said
bring anything to the table, Democ? Can you bring maybe something that we can work with? Because you just bomb the chat
We're
and fuck it.
trying to bring what a curve is, an 8-inch curve. We're trying to look
No,
for that
just something
something right
tangible.
now. Can you
Something
help us?
tangible, please.
Don't try to stop us from finding the Earth curve. Can you help us find the Earth curve? Please help the flat earther find the Earth curve. We're gonna put a help wanted, a poster out for all the Globers. Globers, please help Sad Democ. Reward. Help me find the Earth curve. Reward out.
you believe that France exists?
Do you believe an Earth curve exists?
Yep. Do you believe that France exists?
What's it look like? Draw it on the wall.
Cool. Okay, yeah, right now, and there
Yeah,
it
that
is.
made no
France
sense.
exists.
Another non-lack of fucking being able to show and tell.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So do you
Every
believe
time
that
I
France?
talk to a Glober, they never heard of show and tell. They didn't go through school. They don't know what that means. It's like that usually is the best. Kids love that day. It's like their favorite day. Show and tell. Yeah, we're going to school today. I want to go to school on show and tell. You guys wouldn't make it for the fucking world. You'll never go to show and tell. You don't even show up. But then you know everything the next day. You're like, yeah, I know. I know this and I know that and I know this and well, show us, Bobby. Gone tomorrow. Where the fuck did Bobby go? He's got a lot of fucking stories and a lot of fucking people telling shit, but he himself can never back none of the fucking claims. Doesn't know what a lab is, won't do science. But then they say, Democ, shut up because we hate science. Us Globers hate physics. We hate showing you what a real 3D ball does versus what we told people to believe.
I tried to
Would
explain
be crazy.
spectroscopy, and you brought up rainbows. I don't think we're the ones who have problems with physics at all. That's your understanding of thinking that
Yeah,
those
you're
are the
the
same
only one
thing.
with problems.
No, that's you
You're the
thinking they're
only
the
one
same
with
thing.
problems.
They're somehow equatable. That's
Because you
not
don't
us.
know
That's
the
you.
elements of those rainbows. You're fucking lost. You don't even know what you're looking through. And you don't even know whether you're looking at your fucking atmosphere and calling it spectroscopy with all the colors or a planet because you're just dumb.
I
You don't
told
even
you
know
we
where
have
you're
direct
looking because you're
filtering
reflected
to
somewhere
account for
around
our
your asshole.
atmosphere. We
You can look
have.
at your asshole looking forward on your globe. I don't know what the fuck you guys are looking at. Go read a book about Einstein. 24,901 miles. If your telescope sees that, you're seeing your own ass. I don't know what the fuck you're looking at horizontally. Nothing, boy. Try again. You don't know what the
So
fuck
we're
you're
so
talking
dumb.
about.
Why do you have to come here and tell us that? Why do
Where are
you
the
need to come
stars
here and
at?
tell us that we're
Where
dumb,
are they at?
Democ?
Underneath you?
Because really,
Are the
needing to
stars
tell
above
people
you
they're
or
dumb is pretty
behind you?
fucking dumb, isn't it?
Are the stars behind your asshole? I don't know, Einstein believer. You shouldn't believe dumb motherfuckers, should you, that tell you you can see your own ass. Now he broke your
But
telescope.
why do you have to tell us we're dumb?
Why did he
Why
break
do
your
you need to
telescope?
do it? What's wrong with you
Why
that
did
you
he
have to
break
tell
your
people they're dumb?
telescope?
That's a bit of a
Wise
fucking problem,
Einstein
man.
debunked your own shit by you not being able to see your own ass.
Right.
You can't prove nothing about Einstein right by seeing your own ass.
So it's a psychological thing.
So now throw that garbage Einstein goofball out the window. Fucking weirdo, Dumbo, right? Now, what's real science and real stuff?
So do you believe that France exists? Ooh, I finally got him to shut up. That's crazy.
No, you just don't believe in Einstein.
I'm asking. Well, I'm just asking. Do you believe that France exists?
That's all you do is just say
Country?
weird shit. You won't demonstrate fuck all, but you ask and know everything. It's just weird.
Well, I know. This is actually me something. This is something I don't know. I don't know if you believe that France exists. So I'm
Watch
asking
this.
you.
I'll do something
believe
for you. Watch this.
Believe
Watch
that
this.
France exists.
Imagine you stick your hand in water, right? And imagine, because that's all you guys know how to do is imagine. So you guys are gonna be great at this one. So imagine you stick your hand in water and you don't see any air bubbles in there. And you just wave your hand around real fast inside of it. And then you see a whole bunch of air bubbles. Kinetic energy equals air. I just showed you something you can demonstrate in a fucking lab to little kids and prove 1,000,000% to yourself. Now,
So kinetic
your
energy equals
turn,
air.
Glober. Your turn, Glober.
Can you just wait? Hold on.
Your
Let me just
turn, Glober.
Well,
clarify.
I have
Yeah,
milk
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
cookies.
You said
When I have
kinetic
milk
energy.
and cookies, I
Your
like
turn,
to think the
Glover.
cookies are demo and hold them on until the bubbles stop.
It's your turn, weirdo. Well, go put a bag around the tree and show us how much air it produces. Blow up some balloons with it.
Yeah. Can I
You
get more
guys think
clarification?
trees make the air, don't you?
Can I get more
Trees? That's
clarification?
your H2O, a tree.
Can I ask you, how does kinetic energy produce air? How does that happen?
How wouldn't it?
No, I'm asking you how does it? Because that's your claim.
What is air?
No,
Protons, electrons, and neutrons, right?
you can't answer a question with another question.
So electrons and protons are beyond you, you weird motherfucker. So now electrons and protons and neutrons and nucleus
Denmark isn't a very good representative of the flat earthers,
of
even
what?
though
Atoms
most
and
flat earthers aren't
neutrons.
very good representatives of what they believe in.
Yeah, how do you make stuff? You guys use electricity. Then you dumb retard motherfuckers say, what is that stuff, Mark? It's electricity, bitch. You answered your own question. How did you make it, motherfucker? How you make something is what it is, you dumb fuck.
So
You make a cake with the ingredients. Those ingredients are a cake, dirt to fucking dirt. So if you make air and water or whatever you just said with electrolysis or heat, which is voltage, that is fucking electricity, stupid fuck. Kinetic, kinematic, motherfucking hot energy.
Okay,
And
can you explain how
static
heat is
resistance. Look, rub your fucking hand on the wall. Rub your hand on the wall. What are you producing?
how is heat
What are
electricity?
you producing? The electricity makes the heat, you stupid bitch. Where's the heat when you take a piece of copper next to a magnet? Nowhere till you start moving them. Shut the fuck up, weirdo. You're just dumb.
Okay, we're back to this. Do you know what a byproduct is?
And you're gonna call that copper and a magnet air and water, aren't you?
Do you know
Because
what a
that's what their
byproduct is?
electrolysis makes. That copper magnet air. In your book, huh?
Do you know what
No,
a
in
byproduct
my book, electricity and energy are water. Water is a thicker amount, right? A more resistant amount in its attribute or form of what it is. And then air is its amount of resistance or amount of field of fucking electricity. It's just a static field of electricity. You can wave your hand in it, it can make your hair stand up. Like when you get static, your hair stands up and the shit. You feel it. You feel that charge. You feel that. You feel it all around you. And you're in the air.
Okay,
It's
but
static electricity.
when I stand next to a
I mean,
heater,
why is it
is
so
the
hard for you
heater
guys?
throwing electrons at me?
Static electricity. If you rub across the floor, that's heat on your carpet. Then you touch the doorknob, you retarded motherfucking third grader. What happens?
My guy, Denmark
You get a
doesn't even
spark.
believe in like atoms.
You get a
He doesn't
He
believe
spark.
believes in
in.
anything.
You get a
I'm convinced he
spark.
doesn't believe in anything.
So you can walk across the. No, there ain't no beliefs here. You
He
walk
doesn't
across
even
the
believe in
carpet,
like
bitch. You don't
germs
need
or
belief.
viruses, dude.
You don't need
And this
belief
is a
for
genuine
carpet.
statement. No, I'm genuinely saying.
You don't need belief for a carpet. You don't need belief for touching a doorknob, do you? Weird fucks. You need belief for a ball, a curve, equipotential, equidistant curves. The only thing you need belief for is a globe
I don't think you know what equidistant
and
means.
gases.
I don't think you know what
Stop
equidistant means.
believing gases are real, weird fucks. You
What is
can't even
equidistant?
point one out that it's only itself. Dumb motherfuckers. What are you talking about? Bunch of blowhards. School should have taught you boys demonstration better than talking. That would have done shut me up a long time ago. Two gases making water. Shoot them together. Get 2 containers of this one, 1 container of that one, you dumb fucks. Throw them together like Pokemon, Pokeballs. You got water, right? Not fucking heat. Heat ain't the story on the chart. Doesn't say H heat, 2H heat, heat O, heat water. That's not what it says. Try again.
I mean, there actually is heat. It's getting combined into the system, but
What system, you dumb bitch? Where? You're a fucking idiot. You can't get the vacuum chamber out and show us what you're talking about. Where else would they be combined at or smashed? In your fucking brain? You think air's gonna start smashing stuff? You're dumb, dude. Dumb as fuck.
yeah, does France exist?
So in your fucking mind, magic shit starts magically magicking stuff and smashing stuff. Where the fuck does this exist at?
Yeah, does France exist?
Yeah, okay, weirdo that can't answer no fucking gas questions. Came in
I've
here
been
like a
asking if
fucking
you think
trooper acting
France
like you
exists for
knew
like
everything.
20 minutes.
You
and
act
you have
like
not
you
answered
know
it.
anything. Now you're asking about France. Now you
I am.
can't understand electricity. Now you can't understand what gases are. Now you don't know France. What else don't you know, Glober?
Do you think
There's
France
a lot
exists?
more you don't know, isn't there? Just keep asking dumb questions about no curve, no globe proof, and no evidence. This is how Globers prove the globe. This is how they do it. He's the top Glober that I've ever fucking heard do nothing. Big
Yeah,
nothing burger.
yep, that's me, Top Glober. Do you believe that
Thank you,
France
nothing
exists?
burger. Thank you, Captain. Go
No,
back to
don't believe,
school.
don't believe that France exists. What about
Yeah,
Belarus? Do you think
you don't believe rainbows exist. Shut the fuck up, idiot.
do you think that Belarus exists?
You don't believe you're looking through air. You think you're
Maybe
looking through fucking your own
Morocco?
world. I'm looking through nothing to mock into nothing for nothing as far as I want. Because my
You,
eyes can't even see the fucking chart on the wall. But I think
yeah,
I can see a million miles. But I got glasses. You're a fucking idiot.
no, that's
Why the
really
fuck
cool.
would you need glasses if you could see fucking shit a million miles away, you retarded motherfucker?
Yeah, do you think
See the
Madagascar
fucking
exists?
wall. What a weird motherfucker.
Yeah, do you think Japan
So I
exists?
know for a fact you're blind as a fucking bat. And you think you can see how far? I bet you can't prove that.
No, I
I
can't
bet
see
you
very
can't
far.
prove
But
how far you think you can see.
we have very fascinating technology that I'm sure you
No,
know nothing about that allows
on
us
a
to see
flat
very
Earth
far.
through air, do you know how far you can see before light stops?
How far I see before light stops? Light doesn't stop.
Yeah,
I don't even know what I
how
don't even
much
know what
air?
you're saying.
Well, how does nighttime exist? What do you mean light doesn't stop? You got a daytime forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. What do you mean light doesn't stop? You are
You
the
think
dumbest son of a
nighttime is
bitch I've
light
ever heard
doesn't
speak.
stop?
Yeah,
Does
that's
the
what
sun
you
turn
just
off?
said, you dumb fuck. I asked you how much air in between me and the fucking sun has to be there for it to be dark. Like water, right? Clear water. I'm under clear fucking water on a clear day on high noon. I go deeper, it becomes black. The sun is still above my head. What do you mean light doesn't disappear? It doesn't go away from stuff. It surely fucking does. Water is thick air. So there's so much times density of water that the fucking air is. The air is the one holding the water down, remember? Without air, you don't got water.
Okay, so you're
So
asking how
the
much
fucking
air?
air, how many times thicker does the air need to be than water? This is written down in your Google, retard fucks, to make it dark, to make you not be able to see the sun. How many miles do you need of air?
It
Google
would
this.
be hundreds of millions.
Google it. No, you're wrong, bitch. You want to bet your money and life on it right now?
That it
How,
is
how many
hundreds of
odds are you
millions.
giving me to one?
Make it so
You give
light
me
can't get
500
dark.
to 1. You want to bet 500 to 1. Do you want to make a bet? I'll bet like
I mean, what are we
$5,000 and you give
what
me
are we betting
500 to
on?
1 that that's not true.
What are we betting on?
What you just claimed,
You're all over the
that you
place.
can see millions of miles away.
No, 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 no. You asked how much air would there have to be for light not to get
Yep,
through.
and you didn't Google it. You just said millions of miles.
Yeah,
You
you're
retarded
asking me a question.
motherfucker. You don't even know what fucking a million
I'm
miles
gonna
is.
Google it.
You're just a
I'm gonna
dumb
take it
son of a
into
bitch. And if you've only got fucking 39.59 worth of fucking air, or whatever the fuck that means. So look up how much air blocks light, the thickness of air. So after the sun goes through so many miles of air, that's the answer you're looking for. How many miles of air do you need before it turns dark on a horizontal plane? The answer is in your books.
Then what's the answer?
I'm waiting to see if you can read.
You want me to look it up right
I'm
now?
dealing with a fucking third grader right now. You don't know anything. All you do is ask me dumb questions. I need to make sure you can even comprehend fucking English or even talk. Are you a real person? Are you real? Did they make you from ChatGPT or something?
I'm gonna humor you and try to check this out.
Check it out. How many times of air or atmo blocks out light of water? There's a times, like a times the amount. And it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn close. You'll probably find around 800 to 1,000 miles, something like that.
Looks like maybe what you just said, but kilometers instead.
So now when you're talking the sun, after so many 1,000, something like that, maybe not exactly 100 million%. I haven't tested the distance from left to right yet, but it appears that even in your own books, that's what's written down. So much air equals so much water, like the thickness, looking through, because the air is clear and so is a lot of water. And even ice cubes are clear. Look
So do you
through.
think air and water are the same?
So if you guys say earth curve, when it's just like a fucking ice cube that's clear, a glass that's clear, air that's clear, or water that's clear, they do block stuff. Stuff reflects off of it. It's regardless what it next to it. The proof is go underwater and it blocks the light out. There's no earth curve in your way to the sunlight. None. It's not a joke. There's nothing to test this out. I mean, it's literally written in the book. I'm pretty sure it says. So if it takes like 2 miles of water to block the burn this thing, it would take 1,600 to start blocking out the light. And as the sun gets through that amount, further behind that amount, the outshine of the sun, the light, or the light, it would be dark. It's just dark. And then when it comes that close and starts getting close, it's dusk. Daylight starts coming in the morning. Creeping up, creeping up, creeping up. 1,000 miles, 100 miles, it gets closer and closer. And it's just right there where it is, however far away up. That's the way it works. Plus, you do have weird shit that happens in the air, like a mirage. So, let's not go to the desert and spend our money on looking for it all our life. You're just gonna see mud puddles. Was any of you talking at that time?
No, I was just listening to what you're saying.
Okay, it's my damn headphone picked it up, and I didn't know that. So I just want to make sure I wasn't being rude.
No, that's what I thought happened, but I couldn't. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I thought I put these bitches in the case. They shouldn't be picking up my call.
I think chat went quiet. What happened, chat? Them Globers got owned.
Emac was talking, and his input got switched, and I just lost him.
Oh. Did he ever acknowledge whether France is real or not?
Not yet. I'm still trying.
Is France real? I don't know.
Is Israel real?
Is Israel real?
Gotta be honest, I just don't care enough about the flat Earth to talk about it to flat Earthers. It's just kind of annoying at this point.
Yeah, you know what? I'll probably hit that point eventually, but I haven't hit it yet. To me, it's still just entertaining. So.
Well, no, like you have to find the schizophrenics, right? Like the genuine morons, like the genuine nut jobs, like Pete Shea. Jen can be entertaining sometimes. Johnny B. There's a handful of them who are just like. There's a difference between the ones who are just like plain out like ignorant, like really, really, really like gullible, right? And the ones who are just like schizophrenic, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather debate the gullible ones than the schizophrenic because I will talk to Denmark and he can't even have a basic conversation.
Oh, shit, you can't even
Oh yeah,
stick to
but you
reality.
don't debate the
I got a
schizophrenics, right?
ball.
You bait them.
Everything I say doesn't
You
hold
bait them
water.
with stuff, right?
And the toys don't
And
work.
they'll freak
Like
out.
you ask Denmark a question and he won't answer.
What do
Yeah,
I need to
yeah.
answer about your
It's
guys'
silly.
claim?
Denmark, can I
I'm
You're
mostly coming
claiming
here
you're
to
not
talk about
demonstrating. Every
politics.
time you don't demonstrate, you just keep saying, I need to answer questions. I'm not the fucking witness. You dorks are.
Denmark
Denmark,
is France. Is
I'm
France
not the
real?
witness. I'm the judge. I'm
Denmark,
looking
would
for
you?
the proof here.
Can I make a
Order in the
deal with you?
court. Order in the court. Can I get some proof here or not, bailiff?
Denmark, can I make a deal with you?
Hell yeah, if you turn your camera on and prove how an airplane flies around a ball.
I unfortunately do not have a camera, but if I would gladly take up your invite.
Well,
But
just
my deal
film
with
your hands doing it. Like, you don't got to show who you are.
well, okay, hold on. My deal is if you let me ask you just a handful of questions, I'll let you rattle off and ask me whatever you want. You can say whatever you want, ask whatever you want. I'll try my best to answer them. Does that sound okay? Is that agreeable? Maybe not. All right, red tape. What were you
Denmark,
saying?
where'd you go?
Maybe not.
What are you asking? Is there going to be some retarded questions that don't make any sense?
I mean, they have relevance, but I need to start somewhere. So they're gonna initially seem like they're kind of irrelevant, but they build up.
What are you asking?
So you have to agree to answering the questions he's going to ask before you ask them.
I don't know what he's asking.
No, I'm just asking. Is
What
will
if I
you
don't know
agree?
the answer?
Then just say you don't know. There's no problem with that.
Are you going to get mad when I answer a way you don't like?
No. I just want to. I literally just want this to be like a super simple. Just ask a couple
Go ahead.
questions. Okay. So the first one is, um, uh, you stated earlier that we haven't made a sun. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
That what?
You said something to the effect it was kind of just thrown in there while you were talking, and I kind of missed it a little bit. You said we haven't made a sun, and it was something to do with not being able to demonstrate.
Yeah, you said you guys claim to make a sun with like so much energy or a nuclear fusion reactor, and you can make like a little sun for a second or two or some shit. That's
Yeah.
what they say. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not how the sun's claimed to be made. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be made
Correct.
in a vacuum, right?
Yeah. It's
So
we call
like what they say is never what they demonstrate, and the two never coincide. So we're stuck with no real sun, just a
right.
spark in a fucking machine. Yeah.
Well, could we agree that maybe we didn't actually create a sun, but we created a phenomenon that is what our sun does, so we can call it like a pseudo sun.
No,
Like
I
it
wouldn't say it's
behaves like it,
anything.
right?
No, it's not what the sun does. It has to be what the sun is to do what the sun does.
Why is
You
that the
understand
case?
that, right? Like if I use an ingredient for something and you're like, no, Democ, I want cornbread, and I use cranberries, you're like, no, that's not exactly the same. And I'm like, yes, it fucking is. And you're like, no, it's not. Here, that's where we are at right now.
So you don't do you not think that we can achieve the same result but by two different means?
Put a solar filter on it and let's take a look and see if it matches. And if it doesn't, you're full of shit.
Okay, wait. But can we achieve the same outcome through two different means?
If you put a solar filter on the second outcome and it matches what the sun is, it would make more sense. Let's take a look.
Well, if the sun is doing fusion in the sky and then we do fusion in a lab, can we not say that we're doing the same thing that the sun's doing?
Not
That
if
would,
the
that
solar
would be
filter
true.
doesn't match that. Spectroscopy, remember?
Why do we need a solar filter?
Why do you need a solar filter for the sun? That's the same reason you're claiming what the sun is. Now, solar filter gives us a crazy look, right? Portrays whatever that is. So we see through the solar filter, not the glare, but whatever that object looks like. So if you claim to make that object, we'll see a fucking flash. You'll put the solar filter in front of it, the same thing, and it'll look exactly like the sun, but maybe smaller. I'm down. Let's prove your point.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this right. We have witnessed in a lab fusion occurring. Not like pictures of it like you're asking, but we know what parts we're putting into it and we're seeing what parts we get out and we're going, the only way that this can happen is fusion. Do you need a picture for that to be confirmed, or could you just be like, oh yeah, these are the things we put in and these are the things we get out. The only way for that to have occurred is this had to happen in between. Or do you need a picture? All right, maybe that's a negative. Swing and a miss.
What'd you say?
So you said we need to put a solar filter in front of it to determine it's the same thing as the sun. So I'm asking if we know the parts that we're putting into a reaction, and then we know the parts that we get out of a reaction, and we go, the only way that we could get these products from this reaction is if this process occurred, but we don't have a picture of the process. Is it still fair to
No.
assume that that process occurred?
No, you stop saying you know without proving. You can't keep saying you know something and then it's not even matching. Like I told you, you can't bring me walnut butter for cornbread. It's not going to work out. You can't bring me a bowl of jello. Say this is cornbread. It's going to work, Democ. You can just eat it. It's edible. No, no. The sun is supposed to be the sun. So if you have a little sun, it should definitely match the big sun in color.
It is
What are you
matching it
talking about?
in
It shouldn't.
regards to the behavior it's
Spectroscopy
exhibiting.
of these two shouldn't match.
Okay, so again, so you need a picture
I'm
of
trying
it,
to
right?
match it up best I can, spectroscopy wise, solar filter wise.
Right, so you need a picture is what we're getting down to. You need a picture of it. It's not good enough that we
No, how does a layman know what he's looking at? So you go to a little kid, you say, "Hey, little kid, we know all this shit, but you don't have to prove it to nobody." Then the little kid grows up and dies, and you never had to prove anything. That's not how the world works, buddy. You guys have to put up or shut up.
things are incredibly complex. We can't just explain everything to a
That's
4-year-old.
not our excuse. That's not our problem. That's yours. Then stop making shit up.
It's not
If your
making shit
excuse
up.
is too
Things are
complex,
way
or
more
your
complex.
religion is too complex to complete, stop preaching it.
Democ,
If you can't even accomplish your own Harry Potter trick, stop saying you have it or know about it, or you know the ingredients or know how to make it.
Are you talking in this chat on a phone or a headset through a
Talking your
computer
Harry
right now?
Potter globe science, stars, spectroscopy, all that shit.
Oh, hold on. Are you talking
Seeing
to us
turds
through
through
a
air.
phone? Are you talking to us through a phone, or are you doing it through a computer right now? Just curious.
A phone.
A phone? Okay. Do you know how that phone works?
Yeah,
Every
it's
single
heated
component,
up
how it
dirt.
functions.
They heat up dirt. Heat
No.
up
How the
dirt,
phone
trial
works.
and error.
How
Touch
all
this,
the
touch that.
how
Touch
all
this
the
with that.
interactions
What do you
between the phone
get?
function.
Yep, that works. Touch this. Yeah, that works. Fucking right. Trial and error
Okay.
is a bad motherfucker, bro.
So do you know how
We
the phone
melt
works?
shit on
Like
Earth.
how
We melt
all
shit
the
since
interactions within the
thousands of
phone
years ago.
function?
We've been melting shit, putting ore together and materials. We're bad motherfuckers, bro. You don't know how that works?
So if you just
You
go
don't know how
melt
heat
shit and
dirt
put
up
it
is?
together, you get a phone?
Yeah, it's dirt, brother. Without earth and dirt, how would you get a phone?
Okay,
You just say
hold
the
on.
weirdest shit.
Hold on. Do you know how the phone works?
So do you know that it's made from dirt, or are you just going to keep talking like you don't understand that?
It's not made from dirt. It's
Metal's not made from dirt? That's news to me.
no. Metal is not made from dirt.
Sand doesn't make glass? Sand does make glass. That's dirt.
You can
Sorry,
make
buddy.
glass out of not sand. There's plenty of ways to make glass that is not through sand. Because
Plenty
guess
of
what?
ways to make it
Guess what? That's not
without
that's not how
sand.
it works.
So what are you making? What are you making it with? No dirt?
You make it with
Show us how
ore.
you make stuff with no dirt. Don't use any kind of dirt. No kind of dirt material at all. Show us how you make all this magical shit you expecto patronum. Gravity might help you. Hope, a prayer.
Okay, this is super
I'm
tangent. I'm gonna go
How
back.
do you make a phone with no
Do you
dirt?
know
No
do you know
earth.
how your do you know how your phone works?
Apparently you don't. Without
No,
Earth,
I'm
you
asking
wouldn't
you.
have a
I'm
phone.
asking you. I'm
You
asking
don't
you.
understand that.
I admit that I don't
Beyond
know
you,
how
I
my
guess.
phone works. I admit that I don't know
Yeah,
how
you
my
don't
phone
know how
works.
to
That's
mine
fine. That's
stuff. You
totally
don't know how to
fine.
manufacture
There's
things. It's
nothing
like you're
wrong with
slow.
not knowing how things
It's like you
works.
don't know what oil is and heated up
There's
plastic, and
there is nothing wrong with not knowing how something works. I'm just trying to understand.
you don't
Do
know
you know
how it
how the phone
works. We
works?
know. We're going
Yeah,
over
and
it
so I'm
right
asking
now.
you.
It's made from dirt. I keep telling you this, but you will not write it down for
Okay,
shit.
I don't
what it's made of isn't the same thing as how it functions. I'm asking you,
It's
do you know how
all
it
made
functions?
of dirt. It's trial and error is how stuff functions. You're a caveman. You do stuff. You touch stuff. Stuff shocks you. Ugh. Ooh. Learn. Der. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so are you the caveman
How
that
does a
knows
Baghdad
how the
battery
phone
work?
works? Or are you the caveman who doesn't know how the phone
How does
works?
the electric eel work? Doesn't need your help. Doesn't need your bullshit either. How does the pistol shrimp shock the other thing with the power of the sun? Doesn't need your bullshit fucking explanation or your quackamamie dog shit stories.
Okay, let's
Doesn't
go back.
without
Let's go
any of
back.
your dog shit technology, any of your fucking machines, or any of your quackamamie stories. And why won't you solar filter the pistol shrimp? Because it's claimed to be the power of the sun too. So let's get to work. Let's do some real science, weirdos. Stop running from fucking science.
Okay, let's go back. You're talking through a phone right now. Do you know how that phone works?
That's not talking in a phone isn't science,
It is. It
weirdo.
absolutely is. The way that we're communicating right now is through science.
You
Science had
don't
to
know
achieve
what
this.
science is. Show
Science
me how
had
to
to achieve
science
this.
something, manipulate the variable and all that. Do that with the sun. How do we manipulate the variable of a sun
Okay,
or an
no,
earth?
stop, stop,
No, an earth. A sitting still earth. Let's make a
stop,
sitting still earth right now in your room.
stop going back to the sun. I just want to know, do
No,
you
the
know how
earth.
this
We're going to
works?
make the earth sit still. Science, right? We're going to manipulate variables, what you won't want to do. You won't want to touch anything physically. You just want to keep saying you know things unphysical,
Okay,
right?
you know what? Okay, you won't answer it, so I'm just gonna explain what I'm trying to say. You are talking through a phone right now. You don't know how the phone works, yet the phone does still work, right?
Data,
But
kinetic,
wait.
energy.
There are plenty of things in this world that we don't have a comprehension of. We're never gonna have a
Well, you
I
don't know
can
what
never
heated up
hope
stuff is.
to understand. I can never hope to understand all the
Hot dirt,
complexities of
too
our Earth.
complex for you.
Yet
Hot sand,
those
hot
things
rock.
still exist. I don't have to make a sun to know how the sun works. I don't have to make an
Yeah,
Earth
you do,
in a giant
weirdo.
ball to know how a
Yeah,
ball
you
works.
do, or else you're just making
Oh,
shit up,
okay, Demok, then make a phone
telling
for
a
me.
story.
Make a phone. Make a phone
I
for
didn't
me,
make no
because you
claims
need to make
about the
things to
phone.
prove that they work.
I
No,
didn't
no,
make
no,
the
no, no.
claims.
You did. You're making
Stop
claims about the
telling
Earth
people
and
they're
the
making
sun.
claims about a sun phone.
You are making
Your
claims about the
claim is you
sun.
know what the sun is. Now you're claiming you don't need to know anything about it to know everything about it. That's
Well, then,
weird.
like, you're claiming a phone works, right?
No, you're claiming what a sun is. What's a sun? Make one.
Denmark, does the phone work?
He just doesn't engage.
Is
You
a
can't.
phone a sun?
No. Does a phone
We're
work?
talking about the sun.
No.
How
Does the
does the
phone
sun
work?
work? What is the
No, I'm
sun?
asking
Can
you,
you
does the
solar
phone
filter
work?
it? Please get a vacuum chamber and show us a little sun, please.
Denmark, you're not being honest here.
Hydrogen is
Does
the
a
first
phone work?
ingredient you'll need. I know this isn't hard to come by. Imaginers, you'll imagine hydrogen in there all day. Then you'll need some helium. Oh, no, you won't. You only need hydrogen
Well,
in there. You'll
Denmark, that's
put
great and
100%
all, but does
hydrogen, we'll watch you live in a vacuum. And then when you pull that motherfucker, it'll make a sun. Your guys'
Denmark,
plane,
does the
all
phone
you
work
need,
though?
all the
Are you
ingredients.
do phones
Let's
work?
science is some.
Does France exist?
Globers are afraid of science. They hate
Denmark,
science. They hate
do
physics.
phones work?
Do globes work with toy airplanes?
No, do phones work?
Do globes work?
Do
globe
phones
maps
work?
Flat phones work, yes.
No, do phones work?
Yes, but my phone is on and working.
Okay, then how do you know it works if you can't make one?
I have one in my hand. Do you have a sun in your hand?
Did you
Everything you
make your
say, you need to
phone?
say back to yourself and don't leave nothing out. Steel man the
Yeah,
fuck out of your own shit.
that's
Sun
fine.
in
Did
your
you make your
hand.
phone?
Sun in your
Did you
hand.
make your phone?
Do you have a sun? And I have a phone in my hand. You don't have a sun. Next.
We have a sun in a
I
fusion
can
reactor.
take this
It's
fucking
developing
phone
with
apart and
steam.
put it
We
back
have that.
together. Can you do that
We
with the
have made a
sun?
sun. We have made a
Can
mini
you
sun.
take a sun apart and put it back together, Sam? Yo,
We have done that. It's
iPhone,
called a fusion reactor. That's a
iPhone
mini
sun.
sun.
No, you don't.
It
Spectroscopy,
is.
the motherfucking solar filter with it.
Just because you have an
Just
asinine
make shit
demand
up
doesn't
all
make
day.
it false.
Nobody gets smacked in the face for making shit up and being a fucking lying loser like you do. You guys need fucked up for lying.
Oh, your phone works? Prove it using density. Prove that your phone works using density. If we're measuring things by an
You all
asinine
need
scale.
fucked up for being liars. You can't
No.
prove nothing.
You're
Prove your phone
fucked
You
up.
weird
works with
motherfuckers.
density.
You'll
Prove
be
your phone
sitting in the
works with
fucking
density.
corner in the gulag, all on stacked on top of each other like fucking sardines, talking to each other
See,
about how you do talk science. Do you believe? Plastic. Hey, you know what France is? Hey, you know what a phone is? Hey, what's a phone? You know what a phone? You got a phone?
you know what
We're
Dummuck
talking
is?
about a sun,
Mentally
dude.
retarded.
Meth head.
Demok, prove your
Do you
phone
have
works
a
through
sun in
density.
your hand? Do you
Prove
know
your
how a phone works?
prove that your phone works through density. I would like to
Do you
see
know
that.
what a sun is?
Yes, I know what a sun is.
Do you have one in your hand?
I don't need one. We've produced one.
Yes, you
It's a
do. I've
fusion
got a phone in
reactor.
my hand. You'll need a sun in your hand. Why did you bring up a phone that I can touch when you can't touch the sun?
You can go
That
to the
makes
fusion
no
reactor.
sense. You see how
You can
irrelevant you guys are?
you can go to the
90
fusion
fucking
reactor.
million feet away from the fucking bullseye, huh?
You
Weirdo.
can
Eat.
go,
Eat.
Demok, you can go to the
Hey,
fusion
let's
reactor,
talk about
talk to the
everything you
scientist, and
can
ask them how
touch
it
and
works, and he'll
feel and,
explain it
and
to you.
measure. I can manipulate this phone. Can you manipulate the sun?
Manipulate your brain.
You know what? I think I understand you, Demok.
Never.
It's
No,
it's it's
Glover,
just
I
it's just
understand you don't know
I
what a
don't
lab
see it,
is.
so it
You'll
doesn't
run
exist.
your ass off. You won't get an address. You won't go to one. You won't do any science or any physical demonstrations, especially with
Definitely
the
don't.
sphere, especially with the real ball that matches the globe. That doesn't exist.
Definitely don't.
You don't even know how, brother, you're trying to be complex and you don't even know how a toy airplane flies
I
around a
don't even
ball.
know what the hell you're
That's how
talking
dumb you
about.
guys are. How many Globers does it take to
So there in the world, just one.
shoot a ball without tilting? 1, 2, 3, 8 million so far. 8 million Globers so far can't show kids how an airplane flies around and a hot air balloon and a helicopter flies around a toy ball.
Bullshit.
They don't even know the
Bullshit.
physics of it.
They
They
absolutely
wouldn't
do.
even know
We
how to
can
begin
the
to
answer.
show you the
No, we
attribute of
do. We
said
can.
thing.
We can, and
Glovers
you don't
don't
need the
even know
answer.
the physics of a ball or the mathematics, how to show you a 360, little
Bullshit.
360.
We showed you
Bullshit
all the
from a
360 is
time.
dumbass.
beyond a Glober. Don't ever
Ladies
touch a
and
Bullshit.
360
Bullshit
gentlemen,
from
anything,
a
Glober.
dumbass.
360 debunks your globe.
We
You're
showed you all
dumb.
the time, and you don't accept the answer. You don't like it. It just doesn't work for you because you can't comprehend it.
Yeah,
It's not our
yeah,
fault. It's
we're
your fault.
talking.
That's your incapacity
Nice
for
try,
knowledge.
schizophrenic. Nice try, schizo. Stay on topic.
I
how is
just
it
did.
schizophrenic to make
Schizophrenic, they
logical
can't stay
sense?
on topic. We always started with what can you prove? And you guys go to nothing and you
You
tell
can't
us other
prove
shit. Like I can
anything.
prove a
You can't
tomato by
prove
showing you
nothing.
Demek, you can't prove a
this
single claim you've
applesauce,
made.
Democ. I'm gonna heat up this apple. No, that's not a tomato, buddy.
Dummuck.
If the solar filter is in front of the apple and it glows blue, and then I put it in front of the tomato that you call an apple and it doesn't glow blue, we have a problem.
It didn't make any sense at all.
So do you comprehend reality or are you just like making shit up?
Okay,
The one's making shit up.
you claim that heat is
Let's
electricity.
go to
Can
the
you prove that?
lab
Can
and
you prove
make
that?
a sun and put a solar filter on it, you son of a gun.
Demek, can you prove that heat is
We're gonna
electricity?
prove
You made that
you
claim.
don't
Can you
know
prove
what
it?
heat is. Shut the fuck up, weirdo.
I'm asking you to prove it to me. What? Let's say hypothetically, I don't know what
If I
heat is.
smacked your
I'm
cheek,
asking
your
you.
jaw would start heating up and cook. You could
That
smack a
I want
turkey
you
cook.
to I want you to explain how heat is
You
electricity.
could smack a
Demonstrate that.
fucking turkey like you and cook your face with a smack, like it's smacking the fuck out of you 1,000 times. Your face would heat up and cook like a turkey
Where's the electricity?
in my fucking hand.
It's acidine. There's no demonstration. There's not. I could equally say that it's the magic fairy dust that's in my hand and that turns into heat. We have the same level of proof there. We've just said the same thing. You have no proof. You have no demonstration. You just have words, just like you claim that we only have. Man, I can hear the crickets.
You can smack a turkey cook. That's all I'm saying, brother. The proof, everything I say, there's proof. You can go fucking prove it.
Yeah, but Demok, that's just the magical fairy dust
You guys
making
just gotta
heat.
say, we
That's just
know this stuff.
that's just the magical
We
fairy
know
dust
it.
making
Why do
heat.
you expect? What do you expect us to demonstrate that for? You don't understand the scale of nothing. Yeah, always the scale of nothing, nowhere. We got it. All the same story with you guys. Some fucking magical phenomenon, not involved in any physics you've ever seen or known on Earth ever. Never seen a vacuum on Earth. Don't see any spheres of air on Earth. Don't see any balls on Earth. No pyramids made by nature. You guys just infer a lot of dumb shit. Nowhere on the Earth is an eight-inch dip, like an 8-inch dip mud puddle, the Earth curve. Nowhere on Earth is an 8-inch rise of mud, an Earth curve. None of it. Nobody can prove that. Nobody can prove you can go down and still say you didn't go down anywhere. You're still equipotential while you dropped 8,000 miles vertical along sea level. Rocket man, aeroplanes, helicopters flying down vertical like the sun to get around the earth.
Hey Demok, how does weather work?
I don't know. Fly that helicopter vertically down and let's see when you don't touch water.
That has nothing to do with my question. How does weather work?
We're gonna prove how does weather work?
Yeah. Because I can give you the
Hot,
science
cold,
answer that I can give you the
hot,
science answer
cold make
that you're not gonna like.
conversation.
Oh,
Hot and
wait. No, that was really
cold.
good. That was really good. You said hot and cold. What does a
Sun
hot thing
hot
have, and what does a
goes
cold
away
thing have?
cold.
What is something
Sun
that has
here hot,
the property of
sun
heat?
there cold.
Something that has
Caveman.
the
This is
property of
simple,
high
buddy.
temperature,
Repeat
especially
this.
gas.
Sun makes it hot. Sun goes away
Yep.
cold.
Good job. So, what is
That's
the
called
quality of
conduction
gas
and
that's hot?
condensation, brother.
Yeah, hold on. What is the property of gas that's hot, and what is the property of gas that's cold?
Brother, I didn't. That's your claim that you got gases, you weird motherfucker. Stop trying to put your fucking dog shit ass magic non-existent shit. I got electricity.
So
You got
electricity causes
fucking
weather.
magic fucking nothing burger gases that you can't demonstrate. Remember? Don't
So
put your fucking nothing
electricity
burger you
causes weather.
can't prove off on me. You can prove electricity and heat. Cool. Get a gas. Let me know when you got one of those.
Yeah, we do it.
Weirdo.
I could show you videos of electrolysis. Do you think that
Yeah, you can keep stuttering, liar, and show me nothing that has to do with fuck all
I'm
that I just said. Do you
that was
have
a
any
very
100%
coherent
hydrogen?
statement?
Where's the hydrogen nature makes? Not man-made, not a container. Go get me some. Show me how you got it and where you got it from.
Yeah,
Turn your camera on.
we actually find hydrogen and oxygen deposits in the earth. We find them sometimes.
Yeah, you keep telling stories, weirdo. We're waiting for the
Not a
fucking
story.
proof.
It's
It's
not a
show and
story.
tell. You guys just fucking lie. All you
Water
do
can
is
be
fucking lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie
water.
and lie and lie and lie and lie. Go get it. Go turn your camera on and prove that. Stop making shit up.
You can functionally rip apart
Now,
H2O
apparently you can, but
with
you're not
enormous
doing it.
quantities of
You
heat.
keep telling us what you can't do. What can you do?
If I had access to all this equipment, then I would easily do what I'm describing.
Yeah, now
I
you need
would not have-
equipment. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, you do. That's kind of how it works. That's crazy, isn't that?
So what the guys back in the day need when they made this shit up with no equipment?
Some of the things I'm describing right now, they didn't
Are
do
you
back then.
retarded?
They were incapable of doing it. They were not able to separate oxygen and hydrogen from each other in water through heat. That was not possible back in the day. That's only possible now.
They didn't have oxygen back in the day?
Is that what I said?
Well, how'd they know what that stuff was?
You don't have to know what the thing is to still
Did
do
they
an
know what a
actual
sun
reaction.
was way back in the day before spectroscopy?
I can stick a battery in water and perform electrolysis and not know what's happening. I can still do the action without not knowing what's happening. So what they
So
did
they
back
can
then,
know it's a globe, but then get lost. It's weird how you guys
yeah,
can know
I
everything,
mean,
but
like
still
you're
not
just gish
make it
galloping
anywhere or
all over
not
the
doing anything
place.
right.
You're just gish
So
galloping.
you can be so incorrect but correct.
Yep, just gish galloping all over the place.
Yeah, we know Columbus had the globe before 1492 and still couldn't find nowhere. It's just weird how the
Got close,
globe never
didn't he?
worked for itself.
He got really close. His measurements got him pretty freaking close to where he was going. Trying to go.
Yeah,
Was he off by like?
so do your
He was off by like
claims.
1,000
They get
miles.
really close to being demonstrated, but then they just don't do it.
How would a functionally incorrect model of the globe
Don't
get him
worry
within
about asking
1,000
nobody
miles
about
of
your
true
fairy
Earth
tale you
stretch?
can't prove. That's your guys'
No,
problem.
I'm
That's why
asking you.
nobody can be a glober.
You're
Because
making the
there's
claim.
nothing to prove. You don't have nothing that you're proving. You have
You're
a
making the
fairy tale. You
claim.
keep asking, how can I prove it? But we know it. How can we prove? What do you expect us to prove? It's a globe. We
How
can't
did
see that.
how did Marco Polo and Magellan circumnavigate the world?
How
They
did
used a
you
globe
prove
map.
water curved?
No.
Up close and personal.
Hold on. But water does curve, by the way. Have you ever heard
No,
of a
apparently
meniscus?
Marco Polo and some guy named Expecto Eratosthenes Patronum, right? Harry Potter Tosthenes, with his fucking magic stick said it was a globe. How did he do
Yeah.
that? With a
Through some
stick?
very complex
No
trigonometry.
tools at all. Very complex stick. You got that stick handy? Let me take a look at it. I want the exact stick. Where was he
I mean,
buried? Where was
yeah,
Harry Potter Eratosthenes buried? Surely they got to put him in a shrine.
yeah. I mean, it just comes down to the fact that if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. And I think that's a pretty dog shit mindset. Doesn't get you anywhere.
I keep telling everybody, DMOC's job is to show how stupid flat Earth is.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of tarnishing the
Yeah,
name of flat earthers that I'm sure just exist because they just don't know enough and they try to
no,
get educated. And
he's just a flat Earth ambassador. He's the spokesperson. He's a spokesperson for him. Come on. That's why it's just random words and incoherence, because that's what flat Earth is.
well, I think Steve is he's a pretty nice guy. I think he's ignorant in a whole handful of topics, but he seems not unhinged like Temek is.
It's not necessarily the unhingement. It's just the incoherence.
Yeah, that's
You could
fair.
you could be pretty pretty normal, straight up guy. You go to the coffee shops, you go to the grocery stores. You go home, you have regular jobs and all this shit, right? But then as soon as you open your mouth and say flat Earth is real and the globe is a lie, man, it's like it doesn't matter how nice you are.
I don't know. I think there's plenty of well-meaning, well-intentioned flat earthers. It's just like that's just how they grew up, and it's unfortunate. That's the way it is.
I don't think it's the way they grew up. Most of them, this is more recent in their adult life. That's
Well, it
the
can still
weird
be
part.
recent, but it can be the result of the way they grew up.
Yeah, but
If
you
you
said
if
air
I
doesn't
Yeah,
hold
look
the
at that
water.
panel. Look at the panel
know.
with Mark Sargent, where sometimes he has like 6, 40-year-old adults, and there's all saying the stupidest fucking shit possible online broadcast for everybody to see and hear.
That's what you do when you say a balloon's not a container that you got air in, and then water's not a container that you put it under, and then air's not holding the water there. If you didn't have any air, would water exist on Earth?
See, random words.
Yes. It
No,
absolutely-
air is the lid to your water.
There
What
are
you
plenty
have
of
is a random
examples.
fucking brain malfunction and you're schizophrenic and you don't know what words mean. Go get a dictionary if you've got a problem with words. Don't talk to flat earthers about that. Sounds like a you problem.
Demok, if air is electricity, why is some air lighter than others? Is that like higher
Shut up,
frequency?
nothing burger. You don't know shit. Go get in
No,
the
I'm asking.
lab and we'll
You're right.
talk.
No, you're right. I
Stop
don't
claiming
understand.
shit
I'm
without
asking you.
demonstrating nothing. You
I'm not
done
making
made
a claim. I'm
1,500,000
asking.
claims and they did shit, but talk.
I'm not making a claim.
Thank
I'm
you,
asking.
nothing burger. Show and tell time. Time to put up or shut up. Every one of you goofballs. No container, please, for your air ball. I want an air ball
Yeah.
of
So
no
just so you
container.
just so you know, we have pressure gradients in the atmosphere, and that's what weather is. That's pressure gradient not having a container. It happens all the time. You can literally demonstrate it so easily.
Yep, that's how it goes.
If you attach a barometer to a weather balloon and you just let it go, guess what the barometer's going to read? The further up you go, the less air pressure there is. It's wild how that works.
That's just numbers. I want you to point to the gradient.
yeah,
I want
my
you to
bad.
show me the gradient.
yeah,
I
I
can't
didn't-
see the gradient. Can you see the gradient? No, you got some numbers on a thing. That's just all whizball thing. You can make up. No, I can make up numbers. Hell, everybody makes up numbers. I want you to show me that gradient. I want you to point to it. I want some highlighted, 4K video of you pointing at that gradient.
I want colors. Where's my color-coded gradient scale? That's what I need.
Well, no, are they color coded in real life? Of course not. So what you're going to do is you're going to have to make up some more shit. That's all you ever do. You just make up shit. You got numbers on charts, and that's like supposed to mean something. I'm in my backyard right now, and I'm looking up in the air, and you're telling me there's a gradient there. Well, I'm telling you there's a dome there. Huh? How about that? That's the best I got. Come on.
That was pretty good. I applaud you.
Don't forget to tip your waitress.
Yeah, I could show you as much evidence as you could ever ask for, Demok, and it's never going to be up to your standard for the arbitrary standards you devise.
No, DMOC is not someone. Yeah, DMOC.
Reality of a 3D ball to be itself.
Yeah, DMOC is not someone to address or deal with.
Ball.
Let's deal with Papa Flurf.
I have hope for him in the future. I think he could grow up someday.
What's Papa Flurf's problem?
Maybe one day DMOC will he'll have a whole bunch of extra time on his hands and he'll go back to community college and attend some lower level undergraduate courses, and maybe he'll learn something interesting, and then it'll challenge his worldview and it'll change as a person. It's entirely possible.
I think it's some of the Votech. They might even have car detailing. He could take that.
That might be a little too high brass for him, though. No.
There's chemistry involved when it comes to the hydrophilic and hydrophobic coatings that you put on paint,
Where's Steve? I want to hear from Steve some more. He's been muted this whole time.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you nothing. Now I've lost sound.
It's been quiet, sort of, when DMOC's taking a drink of water. I don't know.
Oh, he's gone again.
I don't need to know which way is up.
Deva Goes to College would be a great reality TV series.
I want to know if anybody saw Whitsett and Jaron this evening.
I watched part of it. Wasn't much to watch. Your boy Jaron he's top dog now, isn't he? Top baller. He got a new car. You hear about that?
A new car?
Yeah, he's driving a new car. That's what I heard.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Got an
I
airplane. I heard he got an
I also
airplane
need
too.
I also
Yeah.
need to buy a new laptop. If I get a new
Well,
laptop, what does that mean?
you better become
Better
a
know how the
better.
laptop works.
You better be able to learn how to swap. Pretend to be
Yeah.
a flat earther for a couple weeks.
Yeah, you better watch
Get good
out.
at it.
As soon as you become a flat earther and you flip, if you dare to buy anything new at any point whatsoever, buy a new pair of socks. Oh god damn, he got paid by NASA. That's how he got his new socks. Oh man,
He's getting
that's
you
a really
guys.
strong case. I agree.
He's getting you guys good, isn't he, Jaron? Oh man, he's really taking advantage of you guys. Holy cow!
Taking
He,
advantage.
he took
How's he taking
advantage
advantage of us?
Yeah.
but now
How
he's
is he
taking advantage of you guys. Huh?
I don't
What do you
know.
mean?
I'm not super chatting him.
Oh, come on now! All you ballers are just love him. Come on now, you can't tell me he's not your favorite.
He's my favorite to
How is
laugh
that
at.
taking advantage?
Taking advantage of what? Of you
Well,
guys?
you're the one who said he's taking advantage of us.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the poor misfits giving him money, things like that. He's driving a brand new car.
Yeah, he's driving a brand new car. What did he pay that car with? Where did
I
the
heard.
money come from?
I heard it was given to him.
Given by whom? And who
doubt
did
that.
you hear that from, by the way? And how do you know that the information is in any way accurate?
I think Will Duffy told me.
I think
Will
you're
Duffy
now. I
told
think
you?
you're making shit up.
Yeah, you're making it up. Will
What's wrong
Duffy
with that?
didn't.
I can't make shit up.
Let me honest. Let me honestly ask you: did Will Duffy
Honestly.
personally tell you that, Steve? Or are
Oh,
you making?
now you're gonna now you're gonna make it
No,
honest.
he said
So
he
now you're
thinks.
gonna
He
go.
said he
Oh,
only thinks
you
Will
gotta
Duffy
tell the
told him.
truth. Now I have to tell the truth. All right. No, he didn't tell me that. Jeez.
See?
You guys are so bad, man.
Of course we are bad. Do you know how I knew that you were lying about that, Steve? Because
My
this
lips are
tangent that
moving.
you're hold on, I was speaking. Because this tangent that you're going is completely insane. There is no evidence that that Jaron ever got paid by Will Duffy or by anybody. It's just wild ass accusations based on there is only one piece of data, and the piece of data is he got something new.
Yeah, but you guys
Well,
always forget.
let me ask a question, Steve. Do people
Well,
buy
I got
new
something to
things?
say.
Is it normal for people to buy new things? I bet you've bought new things as well, sometimes in your life. Well, goddamn, you bought a new thing. That means that you must have been paid secretly by some nefarious person, and now you are
I was
compromised. ethically.
37 years old before I ever bought anything brand new.
Yeah. So you do agree that you bought a new thing at some point in your life, Steve? That must mean you are compromised. Do you not agree? You are ethically compromised because you bought a new thing.
Of course I am.
Yes.
Here's the thing. This is what you guys always forget. You guys always forget this. I don't know why you guys forget this. I'll remind you one more time. You guys are the normal people. I, myself, am the abnormal person. I don't know why you guys struggle with that. Why you guys insist on belittling the little guy?
I am not sure that I struggle with that.
Yes, you do. You're mean to me. Why are you guys so fucking mean to me?
Am I mean to you?
I don't have feelings? Is that what you're thinking?
Am I mean to you?
Well, you're
I'm
not
just
too
pointing
bad,
out
Lord.
that your point is stupid, but I'm not calling you names or anything.
I guess you're not too bad.
I don't think it's too bad if I kind of push back. If I push back on the points that you're making, because
is mean to me. Bill's
like
mean, man. That guy's mean. I don't care. He grew up in an orphanage or some damn thing.
And he won't show us gas pressure without a balloon.
Why?
Sad.
Why are you not going on to people are mean to you? We were earlier talking about if Geran actually got paid by Will, because that's the insinuation that you're making. The insinuation that you are making is Geran got paid by Will Duffy. That's how he got a new car.
Did
But
you hear about?
the only piece of data that we have on the table is he got a new car. He got a new thing. But if we are, then that must mean, because you haven't heard from Will Duffy, and no one else has heard from Will Duffy. There is no actual receipts to he got paid by Will Duffy, and that's where the money came from.
There's no
So
indication he got a new. There's no indication he got a new car.
Yeah,
Will
that's
Duffy
actually
should
true.
buy a moon
No
rock.
one even knows that he
He's got a new.
car.
He's got a new car. I heard that.
They should buy a moon rock.
Yes,
Just
you
invest
heard
in it.
that. Who did you hear that from?
Hey, I want to look at some moon rocks. We want to identify
That'd be the
them
final
with
experiment, wouldn't
spectroscopy.
it?
No. Let's
make it up,
stick
Steve.
with this
The
topic, because I
FTFD,
think
the
this
final
topic is
experiment,
important
getting the
to
moon rock
discuss
and
in
looking
more
at
length.
it. Stop talking over me, Lori. We're talking about getting the moon rock.
We're not talking about the moon rocks, because the
Will
topic was
Duffy,
still.
he's got a new final experiment. He's going to get a moon
Hold
rock.
on. The topic was. Now you're talking over me, Demok.
A moon rock
The
is
topic
better.
was.
You don't fucking want a moon
Hold
rock?
on. The topic was the goddamn money that Geran supposedly got paid.
They're going to
I
spend it on the
agree
moon
that
rock.
it's scary for you guys, because you admit that I have a fucking strong point. The claim that he got a new car, you don't have any evidence that he even got a new car, and there is no evidence that he got paid by Will Duffy to get that new car. So
you're the only normal guy.
all of that is made up bullshit, and all you are saying, Steve, is, well, I heard it. Well, who did you hear it from? From some other bullshit artist who pulled it out of their ass.
Guy. You're the normal guy.
Yes, I am the normal guy, and I'm telling you, you are listening to abnormal guys telling you lies.
Will Duffy's going
I'm
to buy
just
you a
concerned
Prius
for you,
to
Steve,
Antarctica.
because you are listening to people who spout bullshit,
I
and
know
then
for
you're
Wilfred, dude.
pushing that bullshit onto other people, and then you're dismissing the actual
do your
truth
seat,
about
Lori.
what happened
I'm not
with
normal.
the final experiment, based on the fact that, yes, you are not normal, and you buy into this, oh, Geran got paid, and he's compromised.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Here's my what's wrong with that, and here's my question about that. Do you have actual evidence, actual good evidence, that actually passes the mustard that Geran is compromised?
Well, I just thought it was a pretty good guess. You guys do that all the time, don't you?
We do what? Can you repeat that?
Yes. I guess. Yeah, you guys guess.
So you do admit that you are just guessing. You don't have any solid evidence that Geran was compromised. That also means that you don't have any solid evidence that the final experiment was compromised, or at least you haven't presented it. So I guess the final experiment is still on the table.
Well, I know the moon rocks are real. Let's analyze a moon rock.
We were talking about the final experiment.
Well, I know, but I'm not normal.
Yeah, you want to change the topic because I'm winning you too hard on this one, so you want to go back to the moon rocks
on the
now.
new FTFD. It's the moon rock experiment, the final experiment. It's like the FF.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, exactly, D-Mark. The final moon rock spectroscopy. And we got a spectroscopy expert in here, too.
Yeah, we're going to do all the good shit for you.
He's already covered. Where you at, spectroscopy guy? Where'd you go?
I guess he went to look for his container, because spectroscopy guy needs a container.
That's what I thought. That's probably what he's doing. Probably getting his car. He probably got a free car, too.
Yeah, everybody's getting free cars.
Everybody's getting a free
That's what I
Prius.
hear anyway.
Well, Will Duffy's going to buy a moon rock, so just you guys wait.
I actually heard that Dimok got new teeth.
How many of you guys are against testing
I
the moon
hear
rock
that they
Will
were
Duffy?
paid by Nathan Oakley. That's what I hear anyway.
How many of you don't want to test the moon rock? You'll never do that.
Yeah, come on. Come on. I don't want to stick in here unless we're going to do the moon rock test.
I've got a piece of a moon rock actually up on my shelf.
Nice.
It came
Yeah,
from
where's
NASA.
the yeah? All right, Cole. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Where's the spectroscopy guy at? Where'd he go?
Where
Who
can
was
we
that?
meet you? Yeah,
I
let's
don't know
meet
his
in the
name.
lab. What's the address and what are we doing to this moon rock again?
He's gonna shoot a.
I don't know, but I'd like to. I would like to do something with it. It'd be cool.
Yeah, about 88 foot away. You could shoot a frequency to it, or from far away
Where'd
if you
you
want.
steal that moon rock, Cole?
Bought it.
Oh
You
yeah,
can
like
actually
I believe that shit.
you could
Did.
use that moon rock
It's a
and see
flake.
how far gravity lets you go horizontally, couldn't you?
It's a
Exactly
flake
when
off of a real
Oh,
moon.
now it went from a rock to a flake. What is it? A rock or a
I said
flake,
I had
Cole?
I specifically said I had a piece of a moon rock.
All right, all right.
did you
You
get
won't
it
get
from
mad
NASA?
about it.
Yeah, I got it from a NASA museum.
Oh
It's a
my
piece of the
God.
moon rock. Okay, does it move water? How much water per weight does it move? It's got to be a lot.
I don't know. I've never tried
How
it. I
far away does it
played up
move
there.
water? Because the moon's
Does it have
250,000
gravity
miles
in
away.
it?
I'm supposed to guess. It's supposed to have.
Does it orbit stuff?
I
Does it
tried to
orbit
squeeze it
another?
out one time, but I wasn't strong enough.
Does it orbit another piece of material 4 times bigger than it or 6 times bigger than it?
I took a basketball and I tried to make it float around it, and it just fell on the ground.
Damn! And does it change colors in Easter, Halloween, Harvest Moon,
No,
No.
and orange?
no, I was hoping it would emit its own light, but I
What
never
the
could get to do
fuck?
that.
This doesn't seem like a real moon rock. I think
I
it would
know it,
be
right? I'm about ready to send it back.
Yeah, we need a
I
bigger
would.
piece. Yeah, I would send it back.
Hey, you know what it is? They told me it's a flake of a moon rock, but I bet it's just a chip of the paint that they use to paint them.
That
Those
was, yeah.
motherfuckers.
I wouldn't. Yeah,
That's
I
just a
wouldn't be
piece of
surprised.
glass.
You
Probably
know
just
how
a
they,
piece of
you know
glass.
how when they
They did what?
You know how when they said they landed on the moon, but really they just painted a bunch of stuff in a warehouse somewhere, and like they left a big C on a rock or something in that one picture
Well,
and
they
stuff or
made.
whatever.
Well, they made a moon. They made a
So
moon, a big ass moon like the ball they made. They made one of those a long time ago for the moon, a replica of the moon in a
so
thing.
I bet you
Hold
what
on. And then they
I,
put a track around it to see orthogonal view. But go ahead, brother.
I bet you all they done was sold me a chip of paint, told me it's a piece of moon rock
Well, yeah, usually it's petrified wood for
because
1.2
it
mil.
looks like a chip of paint. That's what it looks like.
Well, they tell you it's some kind of glass regolith material that's super sharp but so small, like maybe diamond flakes or something. So if you breathe it, it'll kill you, like diamond dust. Or something. I mean, I don't know what they explain. It's
I don't
hard
know.
to know what they're talking about if they don't prove it.
I guess we could have tried snorting it, but you know.
I wouldn't do that. They say if you breathe too many diamond dust, too much not actual, grinding diamond dust, and it'll kill you. But I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Might,
That's what they say.
might get you high as hell. You know, as high as they say the moon is.
Well, they say it'll microscopically fucking do a lot of crazy bad stuff to you, like fiberglass. Bad for your lungs, scratches it, cuts it.
It really does look like a chip of paint. I
The
bought it
balloon is
years and
made
years
of
ago.
fiberglass.
I'm not even lying about it. I really do. It says that it's in a little card, and it says a chip of a moon rock, and it has a little description thing on it. It's up
Okay,
there somewhere.
if that's true, then how come every lady or person that's claimed to get moon rocks from fucking somebody real famous back when they were little as fuck from their great uncle or whatever, they're like, this is a moon rock from this guy. He gave us some. We're real good buddies with him. Don't tell nobody. And then 50 years later, the Department of Defense goes in there and takes this fucking moon rock. Crazy. Now, why would they take theirs and let you keep one?
That's what I say. So mine's probably not even real.
Right.
Mine's probably chip of paint. Like I said,
I
it
know
probably
because
really is.
listen, if that was really given to them by one of the three astronauts, and it was your great uncle, and like she was little, like 2, 3 years old, they actually, gave it to her and said that was a moon rock. If anyone tests it and it's actually from that person to be a moon rock, then it just debunks their claim until they figure out what a moon rock really is. Yeah, because Buzz Aldrin and you think they didn't grab a moon rock? You telling me you wouldn't grab a piece of gold or diamond or moon rock or whatever that stuff is, the magic shit, the phenomena we don't have no clue of until you bring a piece back to verify? That wouldn't be the main thing.
I'd have it stuffed down my underwear and everything.
Just saying. Just saying. And here's what I heard. I heard all kinds of weird shit about this. They don't want to tell you about it because it's gold on the surface. They don't want to tell you about it because it's diamonds. They don't want to tell you about it because it's helium-4 and it's so fucking rare and valuable as fuck to everything. Like, who knows what the fucking moon is or whether they can actually go there or how they could do it. I don't know
Why do
about
they
there,
call
but
it? Why do they call it helium-4? Is it
I
supposed to
don't
be
know,
somehow
brother.
different than helium?
Well, there's helium, and then there's helium-2, and then helium-3, and then helium-4. I think it's
Well,
just different amounts of superconduction, if that
like
makes
level?
sense.
Did it like
Super
level up or
potent.
something?
Yes,
By
sir.
some kind of boss?
Yeah, like a super negative, making it a super negative, negative, negative to make it a positive negative. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
that's what they're telling you. That's what they're telling you. The negative attribute of the
That's why
positive.
I'm laughing because it sounds so crazy.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the truth of the matter. That's really how they supposedly make the thing. That thing gets pulled apart from itself to a negative effective potential, and that negative potential becomes a frequency or a light. I mean, that's what they're explaining. I mean, what is helium? It's inert. It's like a negative in a way, right? But it still holds so much potential, and it won't light up. I mean, what does that tell you? It's basically an amount of voltage. Helium is an amount of voltage that has to go up to where it belongs, and it's offset from everything. When you burn shit, shit gets shut off. No shit. But that's not to say we're mixing gases. Let's just say I'm burning shit up. Something you burn will always set some kind of gas from it, no matter what you burn.
Well, can you if they say you can break apart water to hydrogen and oxygen, how can you combine it back together to make water?
That's what we've been asking. How do you combine? Without electricity, you can't make the water. Without hot and cold, not just heat.
Well, that's the $1 million question, Cole.
Because do you honestly think superheat, only heat can make water? It would evaporate on contact and be trying to produce it. It's not gonna work. You gotta have cold. Hot and cold are the motherfucking conductors of this shit. Hot and cold are magnetic. They're magnetic, man. It's hard to understand all this shit. And I could just sit up here and make up more words and more terms to make it more complicated to say, oh, this guy's fucking thinking smart. No, I don't even want to do that. I don't even know how to put it in more other words than energy. Just energy. And everybody else wants to break this shit up. Well, what do you mean static? What do you mean electric? What do you mean magnetic? What do you mean heat? What do you mean this? It's all the same shit. If it's all fucking energy, that everything came from a big bang, it's energy. Why would everybody argue with me that water and air are fucking energy? That just sounds like the dumbest shit to me. Now you got to make it something that's not.
They
A whole
just
bunch of man-made.
they gotta
Yeah.
say whatever they can come up with just to disagree with you, don't they, D-Mark? Like they can't just
Yes,
agree
sir.
with
Right. Well, see, the thing is I wouldn't even ask about it if the actual proof for what I'm thinking of or what should exist for the proof is there. If it's there, I would be talking that that's been proven. Like a ball in my hand doesn't hold water. That's a proven fact. Until I see someone put water on a ball and make it spin and stick the water to it, then the next step is a vacuum. Because we keep straw man in the globe and taking it apart from itself. We need to vacuum, we need the water, we need the dirt, we need the air all in the same thing at once. That's the only way you can make. You can't take a ball apart from itself. The physical attribute of what it is that makes it all together. That's impossible.
A lot better if I make up stories.
It'll get you funded because people love funding. Who knows what is maybe. I got a big idea. You guys, are you ready to pay your whole life? In 3 million years from now, nobody ever get anywhere with it. Let's go. And I'm gonna be the rich motherfucker the whole time laughing because you guys are all fucking stupid smart motherfuckers who paid me money for nothing because my results aren't gonna be. what they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
They're
we're
going to
all
be at this point.
nanobots.
No, it's going to be this points to that, and this says that, and the globe tells you this. And you're going to hold the globe, and you're going to be like, Mark, I don't see this happening. And I'm going to be like, well, that's because you're dumb. And you need to pay me another $1 million so I can tell you that it is happening. See, that's how it goes, brother. Simple.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
What do you mean that you don't believe in vacuums? Well, show me it. Well, I can't do that. Well, you just don't fucking believe in them, stupid? You just got to believe in them. It's our religion we're selling to you. Science religion. Vacuums, gas.
Science religion?
Fucking right. Is any of it tangible?
Fucking
or
A.
invisible? What's an orbit? How do you orbit stuff in the lab? It's science, this shit, man. So why are you guys really against Will Duffy getting the moon rock and doing the FFE?
What, you don't like my new car? What's wrong?
Is it a Prius? Everybody gets a Prius. What kind of car is it? I'm curious on how much this motherfucker's loaded, how loaded it is. Tell me what kind. I know the prices.
I actually do love the fact that after the final experiment, it's so many different things that flat earthers have tried to get away from the results.
I've been
And
trying
they
to
are
get close to a ball
one thing is
with the
more
sun.
insane than the next. Like we had the
I know.
Shadow Gate, we had the Sins Gate, we had the
What did you
Drone
guys
Gate,
prove
now
with
we
a
have
12
Geran's
sun?
Car Gate, and like none of it sticks. That's why you guys need to keep coming up with new things to say that, oh no, it didn't happen.
Well,
Let's
I
not
know
talk
it.
about what actually happened and what it proves.
We know this.
How do you demonstrate what it proves with a ball and a little sun? Show us what it does. Show us
What do we know, Steve? What
What
do
are
we
you
know,
talking
Steve?
about? A ball with a sun, the
Yeah.
thing you're trying to prove. How it rotates around stuff? Can you demonstrate that?
What do we know, Steve?
Nothing.
Keep you off balance.
Oh,
We got to keep you
Steve
guys
knows
off.
nothing. I do agree with that.
No,
Mr.
you
Demo.
know nothing. You said, what do we
Thank
know?
you. You know nothing. Jon Snow.
So I
now,
know that
Steve,
you don't have a little sun,
what were you saying about
and you
this?
don't have a camera, and
How can you ever know anything?
How can you ever know anything? Yeah, that's a good question.
Isn't that what you
Especially
tell
if
me?
you're a
That's
flat.
what you told me.
es-
All
es-
you ballers, that's your favorite word, isn't it? How can we know anything?
That's
Isn't
not
that a
my
baller?
favorite. My favorite word is actually you don't know nothing,
It
Steve.
should be science doesn't prove anything, and it always changes.
I
so
do
it can
agree.
never be anything.
It is a good sentiment.
Science
How
can never be anything itself. It has
how
to be
can you ever know anything if you're a flat earther? Because then your brains are kind of fucked
Science
and
has to be a
you
big
cannot know
idea.
anything.
It's a big idea about an
You
idea.
scored a own goal there, Steve.
Science is who, what, when, why, and where. Know how.
I do
about
agree.
how.
Science cannot prove things to flat earthers because nothing can prove things to flat earthers. They are
You don't know what
impervious to
science
logic
is.
and evidence.
Tell us you do science on something. Do science on hydrogen.
Yeah. You know what science is, Lori?
Yes, science is a method
Do
of finding out things about reality.
Show us how you find out what hydrogen is.
I don't think that's correct, Lori.
You don't think that's correct? What part of that was
want me to read
rubbing
it to
you
you?
the wrong way? What
I thought
part don't
science
you
was
think
making
that
up a
was?
cause, and then you had to find out another thing to make up
What
that
part
cause.
of that was incorrect, Mr. Steve?
Because something
Well,
always.
I was
cause,
asking Steve a question, Dimok. I'm not sure why you're
Well, you
talking.
can't find the cause of gravity, but you can find everything that's.
So
that's
what
not
part of that,
gravity.
Steve, was incorrect to you?
What do you mean? Science, natural, physical world? What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
I didn't say anything about natural physical world. So clearly you were not listening to the sentence
I
that
thought
I
that's what
said.
we're after.
And then when you didn't
Where else do you
listen
do
to the
science in
sentence
the
that I said,
unnatural,
you said that my
unphysical world?
sentence that you didn't listen to was
Who does
wrong.
science in the unnatural,
If you don't
unphysical
actually
world?
listen to the sentence, then don't say that the sentence was wrong.
It was wrong.
So what about it was wrong? Can you try again and explain to me why it was wrong?
Dimok just told you.
No,
don't do
I don't
science in the
care about
unnatural,
Dimok
unphysical
because I
place.
don't listen to Dimok. I'm asking you, what did you think? And you made the statement that it's wrong. So clearly you can then state for yourself what you thought.
It's
Do
not
you
what I
want to?
think. I don't get to write the
Do
definition.
you want Demok to be the mouth that your thoughts come out of? Can't you speak for
Well, I don't.
yourself?
DMOC didn't write the definition, and neither did I. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and neither did I. I'm asking you, even if you didn't write the
Well,
definition,
why did you give me the
what
wrong
did you
one?
what?
Why did you give me the wrong one?
If you are so adamant that I gave the wrong one, then tell me how was it the wrong one?
Well, give me the right one again.
I'm asking you if you thought that the one I gave was the wrong one. How can you know that it's the wrong one? What about it was wrong?
It wasn't about the physical and natural world.
It wasn't about the physical and natural world.
That's the definition of science.
That's definitely not the definition of science. I'm a translator.
Oh, now you're making up the word.
I am not making up anything. When you ask people, let me educate you on how conversations and how definitions work. When you ask people, for example, what is a car? Are they going to give the perfect dictionary definition? No, they are not. They are going to say something like, a car typically is a vehicle that has four... Shut the fuck up, Steve. Now you're acting like a democrat, speaking over me. I don't care if I'm bullshitting. You can wait until I'm finished, and then you can speak. I will go with this. I will go with this, and I will just take your triggering. I will take your triggering as evidence that I'm nailing you. I'm nailing you on this. Shut the fuck up, Steve. I'm nailing you on this
don't
point.
Yell at me. Why are you yelling at me?
I am, because you're interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, and I will be nicer, Steve. Now, moving back to my point about the car, if you or about the definitions actually, if you ask anyone for a definition in a conversational context, they are not going to give the perfect dictionary definition. For example, if you ask someone what is a car, they will shut the fuck up. They will most likely say that a car is a vehicle that you use to drive from place to place. Now, when you go to a dictionary, you will get a different definition. You will not get the same exact definition. That doesn't shut the fuck up. I'm still speaking, so you don't have any room to speak, Steve. You need to learn to shut your mouth and open your ears.
All right.
If you ask someone in a conversation what to define a word, and their what they say is not the exact same words word for word as you find in a dictionary, that doesn't mean that they are wrong. If the person says that the car is a four-wheeled vehicle that you use to get from place to place, and you cannot find those exact words on Merriam-Webster, was the person wrong? Are you saying that car is not a vehicle with four wheels that you drive to get from place to place?
Science is a car. Okay, I got it.
No, clearly you didn't get it, because my point, I didn't say science is a car. So shut the fuck up, Steve. Stop interrupting me when you don't actually understand what I'm saying. It would help. Shut the fuck up. I was talking about how definitions work. And I clarified you. I gave that to you in advance, that I'm gonna go and I'm gonna educate you about how definitions work. When you ask someone in a... Shut the fuck up. When you ask... Yes, you are not normal. When you ask someone in a conversation to give a definition, they will not give a perfect dictionary definition, but that doesn't mean that they are wrong. Now, let me ask you, Steve, what is the definition of science, since you know this topic so much better than I do? What is the definition of science? You have 5 seconds. Well, you have 10 seconds. Go.
You run from the dictionaries to definition.
No, Demok, you are not Steve. Steve, what is the definition of science? Lori. You have 10 seconds.
Lori, why don't you use the dictionary?
You don't use the dictionary? Steve, shut the fuck up, Demok. You're not Steve. Steve, what is the definition of science? You have 10 seconds. Go.
You said you think people will ever look up a dictionary.
Again, Demok, you're not Steve. Shut the fuck up. Steve, what is the definition of science? You have 10 seconds. Go.
We asked you what science was, and here we
Shut the
are.
fuck up, Dimok.
No
You're not Steve.
bullshitting,
Steve,
and you
what
will
is the
not tell us what
definition of
science is.
science?
He told you it's
Give
natural
me,
science.
tell me
Just
what
simple way.
science is. You have 10
Natural
seconds. Go.
science. Testable, repeatable,
Shut the
demonstrated.
fuck up, Dimok. You're not Steve. I'm asking Steve a question and you shouldn't speak, then Steve should speak. Steve, what is the definition of science? What is science? Go.
It's a car, 1986 car. That
All
when
right,
you ask somebody about
that is not
what?
the definition of science.
What do you mean? You just told me this. You just said if somebody asks you the
You are
definition of science,
Steve.
you go car.
Steve, you're now
1960
lying. You're
you said you
now
had a
lying. I'm
1986
gonna
car.
interrupt you right there. You are lying. Did I ever say that science is a car? No, I didn't. So you're being intellectually dishonest. Why do you think that it's okay for you to be intellectually dishonest? Does your not being normal mean that you also get to lie?
Well,
you
the car
get to
is
lie
made
because
out
you're
of,
not
the
normal.
car is
Is
made out of
is
dirt.
that how this goes, Steve? Because you're not normal, you just get to lie about what people actually said.
Okay, so the car is made out of
My
dirt.
question, you're not
Science
answering
is
my
a-
question. My question
The
was
car is made. I'm
because you're not
answering
okay.
it.
Is it
We're given the
because you're not normal?
definition of
Is it okay
science.
for you to lie?
Definition of science. It's like the study of dirt and natural phenomena, and then
That is
cars.
also not the
Then the car is
definition of
made out of
science.
dirt.
That is also not
So
the
sometimes
definition.
we'll look at a car to study science because you guys told us it was made out of dirt.
Okay. Are you finished? Was that your definition of science?
No, I'm not finished. The definition
Go
of
ahead.
science is the study of the natural world.
That is not the definition of science. The definition of science is knowledge of a system of knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through scientific method. Shut the fuck up! This is from Merriam-Webster. I'm reading directly from Merriam-Webster. I'm reading directly from Merriam-Webster. So now, yes, I am. I can post exactly what I was reading straight out of.
Post it.
Yeah, I can post it.
Talking about?
I've never heard that definition before.
I've never seen a natural
Yes,
law.
because you don't know anything about the topic. You're telling me that
you guys add
you're
new
telling me that
definitions
science
every
is
day.
a car, Steve. You're telling me that science is a car. That was the definition that you gave. So clearly you don't know anything about the topic. Now, I actually do know about the topic because, first of all, I have been in this conversation for over a decade, over 10 years. So, of course, I will have looked up the definition of science and level and flat. And I am a translator. So I will always, with definitions, I will go the extra fucking mile. I go to a site called onelook.com where you can look up dictionary definitions. So I get a list of like 10 or 15 different dictionaries and I open always the first 5 ones and I read through all of the first 5 ones and then I gather all of that knowledge and come into a conclusion about what the word means. You guys, you only pick up something that you heard from some guy online. You don't actually go to any dictionaries. You don't actually research this topic ever. You haven't researched it, Steve. You just heard someone say it and then you believed because you're in a belief state. I'm in the interpreter state who works with languages professionally. So I look up this stuff. I read all the dictionary definitions and more than anyone because you only would, even if you were to go into a dictionary, you would only pick up one part of the definition. Even in that whole dictionary entry, you would take up one point instead of reading the whole. I'm taking several dictionaries and I'm reading all the definitions completely. And here is the definition that I read from Merriam-Webster. It begins with the exact words that I said. Knowledge or a system of knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through scientific method. B. Such knowledge or such a system of knowledge concerned with the physical world and its phenomena, natural science.
The physical
2A,
world.
a department of systematized knowledge as an object of study.
So not math or
3.
not
Something such as a sport or technique that may be studied or learned like systematized
yeah, a real
knowledge.
thing. You see it.
3.
You
A
report it.
system or method reconciling
Nowadays.
practical ends with scientific laws. 4. Capitalized Christian Science.
Software and
5.
engineering.
The state of knowing, knowledge as distinguished from ignorance or misunderstanding. Now, my question to you, Steve, would be, if I ask you what is science, are you going to give this definition exactly word for word? Because you already disagreed with it.
Yeah, I don't agree with it, with that bullshit you just said.
You don't agree with it? Why don't you agree with it?
Because I googled it. I'm looking at the definition right now.
I was looking at the definition. That's the definition. I just read it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. That's the definition. That's from Merriam-Webster. I can give you a second one. This is dictionary.
When was it updated? When was that updated?
Why is that relevant? When was it updated?
Well, the definition of science has been around since Christ.
The definition of science hasn't changed.
Exactly. That's my point.
So that's your point. You want us to, because you don't agree with the definition of science, you now want us to change it to something else, because what you heard from other flat earth doesn't actually align with the actual definition.
I'm not changing nothing.
You literally said that yes, the definition of science hasn't changed, so now we need to change it.
No, you have different ones.
I didn't say that, Lori. Go ahead.
Why do you have different definitions for science, Lori?
Yeah. What do you got to have a special definition for?
I don't have a special definition. I just have the definition.
There were 10 different ones.
There is nothing special about the definition. I just used the definition.
You read 3 pages.
My
definition's only got 1 sentence. What are you talking about?
Yes, because your definition is wrong. That's how we know that your definition is wrong.
The study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world. That isn't very tough, Lori.
Yes, it isn't very tough. So how did you arrive at this definition, and where did you read it from? Can you post it in the side chat?
Oxford Languages. That's close enough.
Oxford Languages. Where did you get that definition again?
Oxford Languages, right out of Google. You're not going to complain about Google, are you?
Google is not a dictionary. When I worked as a professional translator, I go to dictionaries. I don't go to Google. I look up dictionaries and I look the definitions up from dictionaries.
So they don't use Oxford?
That's how definitions work. You find the best definitions for words in a dictionary. You don't just ask.
Just this is what they teach them in university.
This definition he just read me, or what?
They have to have these big long definitions and words in university instead of just being 3-word simple.
Yeah, because the definition of science is pretty well established. It's really non-arguable.
Well, I mean,
and where was it established? Google and Oxford Languages.
What's wrong with Oxford? I mean, what difference? I don't know where you got your definition.
There is nothing wrong with Oxford, but I'm telling you as a professional translator, if you want to find the meaning of a word, you go to a dictionary. You don't just ask Google and then go with the first sentence, because definitions are always more complicated. That's why definitions, for example, the one that I provided, it has several entries because words have different meanings depending on the context. That's why they have several entries. Now, immediately when you say that, oh, my definition only has 1 sentence, I know that your definition is bullshit. It's simplified. It's not the actual proper definition because it's too simplified. So you go with the simplified source instead of the source that is correct.
No, you read the definition of what you would be involved researching, but not just the simple definition. You read the criteria, the overview. You're down in the overview.
No, that's
Oh,
not
this
the
is
overread. That is the definition. If you go to a dictionary and look up the definition of science, that's what comes up. And that was actually on the shorter part because I went to, after Merriam-Webster,
okay.
I
Wow.
went to Wiktionary, and here is what the Wiktionary
This
entry
is a
looks
dead
like.
horse. This is getting to be a dead horse, so we're going to drop it.
Yes, it's going to be a dead horse, and you are the dead horse that I'm beating right now currently. Here is the
Thank you.
Wiktionary entry. It's way longer.
You're
So
correct.
I started. You might remember
Chloe,
that
you're
I
right every
started,
damn time
and
I
here
talk to
is
you.
the
I don't know why I
here
ever
is the.
argue with you.
I am not sure why you're interrupting. Maybe it's because I'm right and you're not butthurt.
Your lips are moving.
I am. Yes, my lips are moving, and yours shouldn't. Then your ears should be listening when my lips are moving. I did earlier say that here is the Wiktionary entry, but then I realized that fuck, this is way too long for me to read, even though I'm a bit of an ass sometimes. I am not going to subject you to me reading that whole fucking huge page. Because dictionaries, when you actually look them up, definitions, when you look them up in dictionaries, they are long. They are not one sentence simplifications for morons. You took the one sentence simplification for morons and you ran with it because you're a moron.
That's right.
That's exactly right.
So now that we know what the definition of science is, what were we talking about? Oh, air. Oh, what? Oh, balls.
We were actually talking about
Spinning
science.
balls. Spinning balls, yeah.
Science, Oxford Learners Dictionaries, knowledge about the structure and behavior of the natural and physical world based on the facts that you can prove, for example, by experiments. That actually kind of tracks with what I said. It's a way to learn stuff about the world. So I was not incorrect. Yes, Oxford Learners Dictionaries backs me up. I was not incorrect.
Exactly.
So how about that, Steve?
Yeah, you finally admitted it.
Yeah, I admitted that I was correct all along because that's what I said. I said that science is a way to study the world and learn stuff about it.
Exactly.
Yes, and that's what I said. So you said that I was wrong, but now you say that I am right, and you were wrong all along when you said that I was wrong.
Why are you arguing about being right now? What is up with
because
that?
you said that I am wrong, and you said you all along throughout this whole tangent,
look how big a man I am to admit I was wrong.
this whole tangent, you said that I was wrong. I went to the dictionaries because you said that I was wrong, and what I said was wrong. And now when I repeat the exact same thing, you say that I was right. So you admit that you were completely wrong, and we shouldn't have gone to this tangent. It was your
You're
fault.
the normal guy.
And we wasted a bunch of time because you just made up bullshit.
Yeah, but you're the normal guy. If we're going to waste time, it's because of the normal guy, not the crazy guy.
Yes, I know, because you just want to say some bullshit and not
well,
actually
you already
get
know
caught
it.
up in.
Well, you already know this. Is that
Hold
my
on,
fault?
I was speaking.
Oh, now you're going to blame me. Oh, you're going to blame the crazy guy.
Don't interrupt me, please, when I am speaking. I know that we got caught up in this because I was too detailed. You just want to say bullshit and then not get detailed about why you are actually wrong about it.
Well, my feelings were hurt.
He didn't do any science, though, Steve.
I don't think my feelings are hurt, but I'm not sure yours might be.
No, mine were.
Okay,
you never listen. You don't listen to me, Lori. That hurts my feelings too.
I didn't hear you. I was listening to. I was listening, but I didn't hear.
Well, Will Duffy's going to get a moon rock for that.
What hurt your feelings, Mr. Steve?
That you don't want to pay attention to Will Duffy's experiment.
That you don't like the. And you don't like the color of Will Duff or Jaron's new car. What's wrong with his new car?
Jaron doesn't have a new car. That is a lie that you believed. You don't have any evidence for him having a new car.
Porsche. I think it's a Cayenne, Porsche Cayenne. It's got the
yep. The spectroscopy says it's made out of tin foil too. What do you think about that? A car made. We checked it with the
foil and poly something like plexiglass or something. I don't know.
Special shit. I know that.
Polycarbonate. You can beat it with a hammer, like a race car glass.
Do you feel that you won our discussion? By the way, Steve,
think he's
you
got
have
like
a
a
fan,
Ferrari.
PhD Helios.
I got
in
my
the-
ass kicked. He
Yeah,
kicked my
yeah,
ass, Lord.
He totally
yeah,
lost.
absolutely.
Yes, in
You
the
have a
race.
fan in the
Car.
side chat that says that you won.
Jared won.
Mr.
If you
PhD Helios, he thinks that you won the
Yes, he
debate
lost.
that we had. Even though I am a professional translator, and
We
of
all
course,
lost.
when I speak about
Jared.
dictionaries,
He's
and
got a
definitions,
faster
I
car.
would know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you wouldn't.
Jared's car. We're talking about Jared's car. We know he's faster than you. His brand new
PhD
car.
Helios, if you're still listening, and if you're not too butthurt,
Only
I don't
because
think
of that
he's
Hellcat,
listening
Steve.
because he isn't on the
The
voice chat
Hellcat.
unless he's on YouTube.
Did Paul Buckley buy that motherfucker?
I just find it hilarious that I'm a professional translator and we're talking about my field,
What kind of car he got?
and we're on my turf. We're talking about the
Do
definition of
experiments.
words,
Find out what kind of car.
and then
Jared.
this guy thinks that Steve won and I didn't, and I lost.
What kind of cars Will Duffy got? I wonder if Jared got the same kind of cars Will Duffy.
What's the definition of a car, Dimok? Let's keep up. Let's still with the definitions. What's the definition of a car?
Will Duffy's going to show you Jared's new car. Ask Jared. Hey, Jared, what'd you get from Will Duffy? And he'll show you the definition of a car. Let's do it together. Call him up. Say hello, Will Duffy. Jared, what kind of cards you get bought? Will Duffy, what kind of cards you buying? And then after he answers you, ask him about the moon rock experiment you guys been wanting to see. All the Globers been waiting for this, haven't they? Been keeping it a secret. He only told like 5 people.
I guess Will Duffy's done went and bought Jaren a car now.
That's what I
That's
heard.
sick.
Where'd you hear that from? Where'd you hear? I heard that too.
Me too. Word goes fast around the grapevine.
I heard it was a nice car.
That's what I heard.
Probably the same kind as Jared's and what's this?
Patty, what's her name? Patricia Steer. She got a new one too, I heard.
I don't know. I just now heard it.
I don't have any evidence on Will Duffy's social media.
Spectroscopy? We're looking for a spectroscopy right now.
Well, Will Duffy didn't post about it on his stuff, so did Jaren post about it on his?
What are we talking about? Spectroscopy? Because we want to know.
Sounds like some
a
big rumor mill that everyone's trying to go around.
Well, I was trying to corroborate with evidence. Forgive me.
Oh, for what?
Someone buying someone a car.
That's what I heard. I don't know about anything about it though.
Maybe
what do you hear about it?
I don't see evidence for it on either of their social media platforms.
It sounds about right though, don't you think?
Yeah,
I believe it.
I don't know. I just now heard it from
Like
Steve.
today, well, the
Yeah,
day
I don't listen. Steve, where did you hear it from?
I mean,
What?
Glover.
I heard
Steve,
it from
where
you
did
guys.
Okay, you heard it from us.
Became a Glover and got 50 G's.
What? Dude, get the fuck out of here. I'll be a Glober tonight for 50 G's.
Brent, no, I'm serious.
Bruh.
He became a Glover, and then one of the dudes did his little thing on his YouTube, and then when the Amber Heard shit was going, they did his algorithm for it, and then his thing was getting watched over the real one.
Who did
That
his
is true.
algorithm?
Randy made a lot of money off that fucking case right after he left. It was like right after he left.
A Glover did that for him. He didn't know how to do that. You know which one. You guys know who did it for him.
That's a bold assumption.
Yeah, well, he'll tell you.
Well, I'm saying that we know which one. You think all of us like communicate together?
No, the one who did it. No. The one who did it knows who did it for him. They know they had to sign him to do his shit, help him do his pay.
Sorry,
And
from
then-
the way you were
yeah.
speaking, it sounded like he was in this chat with us right now.
No. Oh, he could be. I don't know. Fucking who's.
Oh, see, there you go.
I'm I'm only looking at Steve's name, so I don't know. But I'm saying it's one of the main Globers, and they got a lot of money. Everybody knows they got a lot of money.
Well, all the Globers have all the money, actually.
Well, that's slightly true, but you know.
Do you know a billionaire non-Glober?
I don't know. Probably.
You can read the
No.
forums.
Elon Musk,
They tell you what
probably-
they think.
Probably Donald
They're
Trump.
probably all not
Elon Musk.
Glovers.
Yeah, all
What do you
kinds
think? Billionaires are Glovers? You're full of
I
shit.
mean, I'm pretty confident
sell you
they've
as
never
toys
said
if they're
anything
Glovers.
for the flat Earth. I've read Forbes every fucking year.
What do you think he's going to tell you? He's a flat earther?
I mean, if I was rich and I was held a minority opinion, because you know it is like the minority of the population believes that, I would be very adamant about it.
No, you wouldn't. You're a billionaire. You got to
What?
use your head. You
No,
can't
dude,
just
none of
be,
once you have $1
can't be a
billion,
spectroscopy
there's no
too.
point in playing the game anymore, Steve. You've won. Your family, your
No.
children are set up.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Do you not know how much $1
You
billion
guys,
is?
no, you guys are all hero worshiping. You guys don't play the game correctly.
And you do?
No, I don't either, but I'm just saying that you gotta be, these guys are tricky dogs, man. They're not gonna just go, oh, I'm a flat earther because I'm a billionaire.
Okay, let's say
No.
billion, by the way, not millionaire. But let's why wouldn't they talk about it if they were so rich it didn't matter?
Well, what do you think they make their money from? NASA? What do you
Okay, stop. I can tell you how much NASA appropriates every single year from our, US funded taxpayers. It was 24
Yeah.
billion last year.
Yeah.
$1 million.
Do you know
What do you
how
think
much
I'm-
that went
$1
into
million.
infrastructure and the actual scientists they're
He
paying?
spent you $1 million to sit in your basement and write numbers down. Tell us.
We can look it
What
up. It's all
company is
public
gonna pay you
information,
$1
Democ.
billion a year? I'm asking you a specific fucking question here. $1
I'm
million.
just trying to understand how NASA,
too.
with a $20 billion
How did you get-
budget that they spend
you work for
and
NASA for
appropriate,
$2 million
for they have what, 5 locations in the country,
Wow.
all the staff that run those locations, the fucking janitors, all this other bullshit, and they
Yeah, it's
also
all part
made
of the
people
military. You're
billionaires.
supposed to be paying nothing. When you're in the military, you're supposed to do what you're fucking told. You ain't supposed to be getting paid nothing.
The
And it's
NASA
supposed
is
to be
not military, homie.
military-funded
That's
by the
civilian.
military.
You don't
NASA's
take
not
any oath.
military. What are you
You
talking
stupid
about?
as hell.
How is the NASA
Don't
military?
put
Tell
your
me.
camera on a rocket right now, civilian.
No, tell me how the NASA is military. I'm
Don't
just
put your
curious.
camera on a rocket,
I
civilian.
asked you how the NASA
We're
is
proving it right
military.
now because you'll die.
You'll
They'll
die.
kill you
They
trying to
kill
get on there.
people. Cool, Democ. Who have they killed for putting cameras on rockets? I'm
Go
just
up there
curious.
and do it. Go get it.
Oh, so you don't have evidence for your claim. I just thought
Yeah,
you did.
you're
That's
gonna
crazy
have
of me to assume that. That's
Yeah,
on
you're
me.
my experiment.
I apologize.
Crazy of you not to go through with this.
Yeah,
I
dude, I'm
apologize.
not
You
worried.
never
I will fuck.
demonstrate anything
You know how
to
many fucking launches I've been to? I live in Florida.
Did you put your camera on that?
No, I didn't go up there and fucking super glue my camera onto it because it just fly
Oh,
off.
well, then you fucked up, loser.
You understand how fast that rocket goes, right?
No, you don't.
You can't just
How
super
fast-
glue
how
fucking
fast what
cameras
goes?
to it.
How do you prove the speed of a rocket, weirdo?
How do you prove? Okay. Well, there's two different
You're a
ways
dumb
off the top of my
fuck,
head,
dude.
but the first way and the
What's
easiest way,
17,000 look like?
17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, what's that look like, Rocket Boy?
Probably whenever it's in the very upper atmosphere, because when you're in the atmosphere, it's very difficult to get that fast because of the soup, that's pushing against you.
When is the answer? The scientific answer is when. No,
I
it's
can
not
tell
when.
you an exact, probably, let's say 80 kilometers. What number do you want? 50 kilometers?
I want to know what it looks like.
Do you have another object next to it to
I'm
compare it
looking at
to?
a fly
Like
right
the
now. Looks like the fly just pulled a fucking 8,000 G and going about 24,000 miles an hour. That's
the
it.
fact that you said 8,000 G tells me that you've
So what?
okay.
How fast is the fly going left to right?
Let me.
Making fucking maneuvers you couldn't possibly believe, like a U.S. like.
There's a difference between going
Show us what it looks like.
left, right, up, down, and then obviously in 3D.
I don't know what the fuck that's got to do with anything. How
You
fast
said
is
a
the
fly
fly going?
goes 8,000 G.
How fast is the rocket going? How do you prove it?
Off the top of my head, it has to break. I know 20,000 mphs for sure. Usually,
Where at doing? What are you talking about? How do we know what that looks like? How do we know a
well,
bird's not doing?
have you ever seen a
17,000?
rocket launch before, Demo? Because it looks
Have you ever
very
seen a
fast
bird
once it.
fly?
Oh yeah,
Have
they
you ever seen
usually
a bird
the
going
fastest one I've
18,000 miles
seen.
an
I
hour?
think it's like hawks when they jump down at like 250, 300 miles an hour.
How do you know it's 250?
Well, I hate to break it to you, we have both radar and lasers. You can like catch them both on that, and it'll give you an accurate speed. That's how cops tell how fast you're going on the side of the road, Dimok.
So when you wake up in the morning and look outside, you just know how fast stuff goes.
Oh, thank you, Sean. It's somewhere around 20K. I'm glad you said that. Anyway, how do I know how fast things are, Dimok? Is that your question?
Yeah, rocket and ISS.
Yeah, how do you know that?
You compare to what you can to. For the example,
What's it
the
look
ISS,
like?
is the
What does
moon
17,000
in
look
the
like?
picture?
What's our comparison tool? You got the key legend of 17,000.
Well, listen, we can look this up together because I'm not the end all
What are you
be all
looking
of
up
all
for number?
knowledge, okay? How
I
to
want to see what it looks
compare
like. That's what I-
ISS speed. I'm just going to type that into Google right now for us, okay?
Yeah, to something real on Earth.
Okay, let's look at it right now. 1 second. So there's like there's a bunch of different websites you can go to tell when the ISS is going to be at a certain time. It says right here that it crosses the sky in 3 to 6 minutes, which is much faster than an airplane, which is going 600 miles per hour.
You compare it to, guy.
So compared to an airplane, airplane doesn't cross the sky in
Airplanes
3
are going
minutes.
17,000 miles an hour.
What airplane goes that fast?
We want to see what does go that fast.
So the ISS is not allowed to go that fast because
we don't know. We want to know how you know what that speed is. How the fuck do you know, weirdo?
So when you watch an airplane go across the sky, I don't know if you've done this
By
before.
looking at
It
stuff, you
takes
know.
at least 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
So at least is your thing. So look
Well,
at least.
I'm saying it's a comparison here. You want to know? You can
guys are
take a
really
long
checking out
exposure
the
camera.
ISS
Do you have a long exposure camera you can set up for the ISS?
Is that going to help you see what the speed is we're looking for?
You know, the
What
specific
comparison
speed
on Earth can we look at? That's
of the
17,000
ISS.
miles an
Let's
hour?
fucking all right. Here we go.
Other
Method
than a
1.
fly.
Method 1. Here we go. Real-time data. Use this. Okay, why that speed? There we go. Let's take a look here.
People 17,000. Still got magical stuff all the time.
Okay, so method 1, it says here, use a timer and known distance, which is triangulation. Simple fucking math.
No
Okay.
distance of air?
Yeah, so observation time, which you
air?
use a stopwatch for. The
Of
sky
air.
as an angular field, like
You
you know,
don't
from
know.
stars
You
to
can't
stars.
quantify the sky. Shut the fuck up.
How can you not quantify
Point
the
A
stars?
and B is a known distance, you weird fuck. Not
So
look
if the
out there.
ISS goes from the Orion
Look
and the
out
east side of
there
your
is not a
fucking
known
vision
anything.
to the west side of your thing,
Motherfucker.
you can't make any determination off that.
Look out there is not determining shit, you weird fuck.
Measuring time across known angles is like a common thing that we do all the fucking time. It just doesn't apply with the ISS.
What's your comparison? What are you supposed to triangulate to look like and compared to? What is 17,000 in the first place? So we know what that means and looks like. So we can prove that thing. Triangulation, Bob. He doesn't triangulate the treasure. He triangulates the fucking fly. How do you triangulate where the fish is going to be in the dark lake? Tell me that. I'm gonna let 3 fish go in this pond. Tell me their position from triangulation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you just lost that triangulation, boy.
Yeah, where they
I
get
guess
every second tell me where the fish are going to end up because you know triangulation and globe math and free body math and all that good shit, right? You guys know all this garbage shit you can't even really use. Refraction, you guys know all of it, right? So when I let these 3 fish go and I say, tomorrow at high noon, where is each fish? And I'm the only one with the locator, and you guys got to triangulate and prove it, who would be right? Guaranteed not you guys. That's sad. None of your math would even fucking work on anything physical, but you think it works on other stuff. You guys have a real good imagination. So, how hot is 17,000? What's the heat of that?
How hot is 17,000?
Yeah, 17,000 miles an hour. You're driving a car 17,000
How
miles.
many fish
How hot
car
does the tires get?
driveway?
How hot do your tires get at 17,000 miles an hour? And your brakes in your car? How hot do they get? What do
How
you guys
hot does
decide?
it get?
Yeah, how hot does your car get?
Hmm.
Does it get real cold or what? You don't know? You guys don't know anything about 17,000 miles an hour? NASA didn't tell you everything about it? That's weird.
Do you know about 17,000 fish per hour?
Well, you don't know
What you don't know
17,000
about
miles looks like.
17,000 fish per
We
hour?
can't
Your
even find out
flat
what
Earth studies
17,000
didn't
miles looks
explain you
like.
how 17,000 fish per hour
You don't
works.
even know what 17,000 miles looks like.
You don't even know what fish are.
You have no skill of
I'm
speed,
asking you,
no
how does
skill of vision.
17,000 fish an hour work, and you
I'm
don't know?
asking, start putting up or shut up. It's sad that you guys even come out here and open your mouth without any demonstration.
I don't need to put up what's it's already up.
So how do we know what
If
17,000
stuff's already up, then I
looks
don't
like?
need to put up.
And then how do we know what 17,000 miles an hour looks like? What the fuck
In
are we
fact, I
doing?
don't need to put up with your bullshit, Timok. And you don't realize that.
Not my fault you don't want to learn.
I don't have a need to learn, especially not from you.
You don't
I
need to
already
learn.
know everything important about this topic, because this topic isn't
What
important.
topic?
It's just a stupid
You
person
know
ranting.
everything about this topic that you wouldn't answer a fucking thing about. So
I
what's
know
the
everything
temperature of
about this topic, yes.
17,000 miles an hour? How hot does that
Everything
get?
that's important to know.
The government didn't tell you?
What? You have a government and you didn't go to them and ask what they tell and what they don't tell? Because it seems you don't know
The
what the
math didn't tell
government
you?
tells and what they
The
don't.
math doesn't tell you? Well, add in
I don't need
refraction.
math. I just use
Add
reality.
in the heat of gravity and the compression of gravity. Add in the air squeezing your nuts. Add in the speed, and then see what you come up with to the temperature. Just add all that good shit in. Centrifugal force, Coriolis, precession. Just add it all into the equation of 17,000 miles an hour for the temperature.
You make me sleepy, Demok.
Wake up. Do the math.
No, I should probably either take a nap or go get coffee and groceries.
You should go ask somebody what 17,000 miles looks like. They'll give you $1.
I don't need to do that.
Well, yeah, you'll never figure out what 17,000 miles an hour looks like because you don't know the
I
fucking
don't need to figure out that.
Yeah, you do. You need the distance to figure out the speed. You need point A to B. If you don't know
Then
what the
you
fuck
need to know what
you-
17,000 fish looks like. Do you know
what's
that
that?
yet, Demok?
What's that mean?
Have you seen 17,000
That
fish in
means
one shot?
nobody knows, right? So nobody knows the answer to my
See,
question.
nobody knows what 17,000 fish looks like.
Nobody knows.
That means your flat Earth is in the garbage now.
Nobody knows the speed of the rocket.
Nobody knows
the speed of the ISS.
the trouble I've seen.
Are you guys all
Nobody
Googling this?
knows.
Fucking fingers should all be burning.
The flat earth stupidity.
How fast do your fingers move when you're fucking moving them from button to button? About 17,000 miles an hour? It's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
Fucking weird.
Yeah, it sounds crazy. What you're talking about, Dimok, is crazy. It's like you're a crazy person.
Moving my fingertips 17,000 miles an hour. Everything about a globe, it makes me smile and cower.
Well, at least we globbers have the courage of going that fast. You guys lack the courage to do so,
What
and you
fast?
want to stay still. You
What
want to stay
fast?
still
There's
in
no
your safe bubble of a
it's a
dome.
non-existent thing. What fast? We mean that fast. Now it's the number that. THAT is the new ISS speed, guys. That speed, that far.
That fast. Pretty quick.
Yeah, that fast. See, I'm actually way ahead of you on this discussion because I am actually moving quite fast and you guys are just stationary. So, of course, by definition, that means that I'm ahead of you.
Exactly. That's science. You have money?
Money?
Because you have to, if you don't have no money, you have to come back here and get some from us.
I don't think you have money, so that's not gonna help me.
Me and D-Lock, we got money coming out of our ass. We're both
You have
rich.
you have shit coming out of from your ass. That's what
Money.
is coming
We
out
got
of there.
money. No, we're loaded, man. You didn't know me and D-Lock were
Oh,
loaded?
so you confuse shit with money, and because that comes actually out from your ass, and now you think you're rich, but you only have shit. I'm advising you, Steve. Please don't take your shit to the bank and actually think that they are gonna take it.
Well, yeah, they do it all the time. They
Oh,
give
they
it to
take
me,
your shit?
actually. No, I don't take it. I go down there and get it from them. What are you talking about?
Oh, so
What do
so
do?
you go to the so you go to the bank and they give you shit?
No, they give me money. What
I
do you
can
go
give you
to?
shit right here. I'm giving you shit all the time.
Oh, yeah, but
And
that's a language.
you don't like it.
You guys don't follow language very well.
I follow language very well because
I
I
thought you
actually
were.
make fun.
I thought you were a translator.
Yes, I am a translator. That's why
Well, not
I'm
a
making
very good
also
one.
fun.
You're not a
Yes,
very good one.
I am a very good one. I'm
No,
actually
you're
best.
not. You're
I am
terrible.
best of my class.
You
So you
should
don't know what
fire
the fuck you're
yourself.
talking about.
Best of your class. How do you know you're the best? Are you still in class?
Because I
So
am.
you're not a translator. You're a student. Okay.
Yes, I'm a translator and a student. I translate things and I study at the same time.
How do you do both? It's not possible to do both.
It's not possible. So it's not possible to work and study at the same time.
We can't do it. Is that possible? Can you do it scientifically?
Yeah. Of course you can do it scientifically.
Uh,
Although scientifically makes no sense in that sentence.
Well, what are we doing? You're going to the bank? Is that what you're doing?
What makes you think that I'm a lousy translator? Is it that my word? Is it that my language use confuses you?
No.
No. So what is it then?
Well, I don't want to talk about your disabilities or nothing.
You can talk about my lack of disabilities or your perceived idea of my disabilities because they are not real. So go ahead.
You're Norwegian, right?
Tell me how you're delusional about me being a poor
It's dark out,
translator.
right?
Sorry?
It's dark out, right?
Not currently.
It's not dark out?
No.
In Norway?
I don't know about Norway. I live in Finland.
Oh, Finland. Yeah, okay. I forgot.
But not in Norway either, actually, because it's 9 o'clock. Norway is just above Finland, really, so we're basically the same time zone, or they
How
are
in the
at
hell?
most 1 hour behind us. It's 9
How are
o'clock
you?
in here, 9 o'clock in the morning. Is it dark at 9 o'clock in the summer? No.
You always start shit but never finish it. So how the fuck are you finished?
I
That's
finish
it.
my shit at least when I go to the toilet, so I'm not sure
No,
what you're
you don't
talking about.
finish proving anything like 17,000.
I don't need to
Like
prove
every
anything.
other globe
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I don't.
They're
That's why
afraid
I
of
don't
evidence
finish
to
proving
prove
We're
it.
things
trying to
because
figure
I
out
don't
how
need to prove
fast
things.
you're going. You got off the
How fast
topic,
does a
didn't you?
rocket go? An ISS, an airplane? You know, how fast are these things going, and how do you guys know? What are you comparing them to other than we
Yeah.
told you?
I know
Uh-huh.
how fast you're spiraling. Not too
You ever
much
been
at the
to a
That didn't
stock
moment,
make
but
car
any
you will
race?
sense.
spiral too quite hard soon.
Yeah,
Have you
looking
ever
for
been to a
proof is
stock
called
car race?
spiraling. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry?
Look, that's all right. Have you ever been to a stock car race?
Stock car race?
Yeah, they go like 200 miles an hour.
I actually haven't.
Well, that's a reference, right? That's that's the only reference I've ever had to speed, other than myself driving a car fast or a motorcycle. But then the fastest I've ever been around was a NASCAR, whatever they call that, stock car race, and they go by the runway there 200 miles an hour.
Yeah. So why? How does that make globe impossible?
Well, it doesn't. It's just a reference how fast 200 miles an hour is. It's fast.
Yeah, things
It's
beep
all
fast.
That's hauling ass. I don't think anybody has any proof of any type of speed, to be honest with you. I don't know how you demonstrate it if you did.
Well, a speedometer, if we were talking about
Well,
cars, and what is that speed relative to?
well, cars, yeah, we can do that,
It's not
right?
aligned
We're
to.
talking, yeah, but we're talking
It's not
about,
a linear function if you're
yeah,
talking always rotations.
right. Plus, we're getting into like high speed, right? Like, 200 miles an hour is just barely moving. But I'm just saying on the ground, it's really fast. But then compared to obviously 17 miles, but how about just
17 miles per
500,
hour?
500
Oh,
miles an hour?
Christ.
I can say, I don't think you guys have anything that you could show me where, look, this is how fast this thing goes. I can prove it. I don't think you can do that, to be honest with you.
So 200 miles per hour is
NASCAR.
based on what?
NASCAR.
It's based on NASCAR.
Yeah, but how was it
That's
measured?
about the average. That's about their average speed.
If I'm driving 60 miles an hour in my car, what is that based on?
I don't know what you're talking about. I want some evidence of you doing 1,000 miles an hour up in the air.
Wait, you don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I do know what you're talking about, but why
Well,
are you waffling?
Do you
Why
or
are you
don't
waffling?
know?
Why are you
I
doing what?
asked a fucking
Ask
question, Steve.
what?
It's a super fucking simple. I'm driving
All right,
60
make it
miles an hour
simple
in my
then. But you're
car.
fucking kind of
What is
derailing
that
the
speed relative
conversation.
to? It's
You're
fucking
derailing the
simple.
conversation.
We're
Go
talking
ahead.
about speed. I asked a question about speed, and you said I don't understand it. And then you say you
No,
do
that's not what
understand
I
it.
said.
Okay,
I said I don't know why you're
60
bringing
miles
up
an hour.
cars.
What is that
I don't know
based
why
on?
you're bringing up cars. But go
Because
ahead.
you were talking about cars. Are you fucking
1,000
retarded?
miles. No, yeah, but you weren't listening.
Yeah, you are. Okay, got it. Cool. Anyway.
You said but you did say you didn't know how speed of anything could be figured out.
No. See, there you go lying again, fucking shoe.
No, that's what I thought you said.
Okay, that's fine. I'll give it to you. But my point is, I'm asking you guys, that I personally have never seen any type of reference to speed, high speed, not 200 miles an hour. I have a reference myself for 200 miles an hour. I don't have any type of airline, even 500 miles an hour. I don't have any reference to any of that stuff. And I don't think that you guys can show me anything on any type of jet. I'm just asking. I don't think you can. I don't think you've ever thought about it.
Well, we know the distance between cities and how long it takes to get between them in a jet.
That's fine.
That's
but
kind of like the
I,
same
I
way.
kind of like to
Same,
see it in the
the same
air.
way. Yeah, the same way they calculated NASCAR lap times and speeds for a lap. How long did it take from to get from the checkered flag all the way back around? Yeah, it took this long. The track is this long. That's how fast it was going.
5:30.
You
It was
guys
going
always,
5:30.
you guys always
From
got the
3:30
easy.
to 4:30 was the speed. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
So if we have something high up in the sky,
The sun.
and we have a way to track it, and it's supposedly moving 17,000 miles an hour, if we can see it at night, if somebody at point A notes what time it goes overhead, and we know the
What's
distance
point
to point
A? What do you mean
B,
point A?
and
Point A
just,
has to be where the
don't
thing
worry,
is.
just Demok, you're just dumb as shit. Don't just
No,
stop
you're just
talking to
fucking
me.
retarded. Point
Anyway,
A has to be where the
and
thing
at
starts.
point B,
Point B has to be where it
let's
ends
say
up.
500 miles
And you have
away,
to have a
point
sensor when it
B,
leaves and when
somebody
it
sees the
hits.
same thing fly overhead. Can we time how long it takes for one person and
What
the
are you
next person to
comparing
see
it
it?
to? Time it for what? What are you comparing it to? We need
So
to
can we do
know
that?
for sure what 17,000 miles an hour looks like. Everything about it concluded, the temperature, everything about it, right? And then you say that's what 17,000 miles an hour is. Now let's take a look at this object. Does it do that
Yeah.
thing? Weirdo. You don't make the fuck
Well,
up that it's doing that because you say,
do you
look,
have
do.
an answer to the question?
Look, a bird's in the air. Yeah, a bird's going 17,000 miles, then fucking weirdo.
Demok's lost on this one.
Yeah, you're lost, bird calculator. Well, the bird went from point A to B nowhere in the air, some fucking where it's flying. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're a fucking idiot.
I know you don't.
Yeah, no, you don't, weird fuck. Where's point A in
Can
the
you
air?
answer it?
Where's point A in the air?
I didn't say it was in the air, you fucking
What's your
retard. I said it was on the
elevation to point
ground.
A from point B? Are you doing a curved parabolic arc? Are you doing a horizontal
Holy
flat
shit.
earth path?
He's like a child who wanders into the middle of a fucking
Well,
movie
you're the
scene.
one that said air tells you how fast you're going. Look, Mom, this much air means 5 million miles an hour. Wow.
No, I didn't.
What the fuck are you talking about then?
Well, had you listened, you would have known, but you didn't, so you don't.
Look that way. Demok,
There you
you
go.
must
You
be wrong.
lose.
Yeah, I lose. Look that
Maybe,
way.
maybe,
Look
maybe
that way,
Steve can
speed.
answer.
Look at
'Cause you
that way,
fucking
speed.
lost,
Point A to
Demok.
B that way. We're gonna get point A to B that way, and we're gonna get the speed from it, right, Chuck? Where you at, Chuck? Nowhere near that thing? Okay, Chuck. We're gonna get the speed of it. Point A, where's point A? I don't know, I'm not there. What the fuck? Point B? What the fuck is point B? Where's point B? I don't know where the fuck it's
That's
at.
where the speed. That's where the speed's at.
Yeah, that's the speed. That's where it ended up on point B.
Oh, holy
Because
shit.
you
We
and
both
Chuck
lost on this
triangulated
one.
a fucking helicopter, bird, pelican, butterfly, bee.
From my bedroom
Two
window.
separate
From the
points on the
window.
surface is too
Surface of
confusing.
what?
I'm sorry.
What's the elevation differentials from where you and your fucking buddy are? And how do you know that? Surface of what, triangulator?
Would it matter?
Well, fucking
Of course
right,
it
it
does.
matters.
Why?
Your
Okay,
triangulation
explain.
might be pointing out fucking that way, not
Why would it
vertical.
matter?
If
Okay,
you've
walk
only
us through
got
this. Why would it
vertical
matter?
triangulation abilities at 90 everywhere, that matters, correct?
I'm looking at an object overhead.
On
Let me
90
know how
degrees
elevation
everywhere, right? You're
matters.
going to get a 90-degree position, a 90-degree position, and a 90-degree position, correct?
On
That's
the
flat Earth,
ISS.
Go
motherfucker.
ahead and explain it.
That's flat
It'll
Earth.
tell you how
No,
fast the
explain
ISS
it.
Welcome
is
to
going.
flat Earth.
Go for it.
Now
Explain it.
that plane's going my position, that position, and your position fast. Fucking going super positioned. It's gonna be super positioning. Relative.
Super positioning.
Yeah, that's what you guys
Relative.
think. You know,
Oh,
you know how fast
holy
it's
shit!
going because you're
Relative
looking at something in the
superposition.
air. Look in the
Relative
air.
superpositioning.
Where's the mile meter in the air? I'm fucking missing it. I must be blind. I don't see it up there. Which one you guys going by? What the fuck?
I don't know. That's you came up with it.
Who
You let me
put?
know.
I didn't come up with making up shit, looking in the air and saying how
You
fast
just
it's
did.
going. You
Yeah,
did.
you make up all sorts of shit.
You
Let
said
us
we
know.
got a balloon over here at point A. We got a balloon over at point B, and when a fucking helicopter flies between them, it's going 17,000 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Crap. E and
Something goes from
B
point
and
A
E?
to point B in the air.
Fuck.
It must be
You
going
don't even know
17.
what.
That's what you
You
said.
can't even get the fucking points right.
How do you
You have
know
to slow
how
down
fast
and work
it's
on your
supposed
fucking
to go?
speech because you can't even talk right.
Well, on Earth, physically on Earth, how do you prove what 17,000 miles an hour is? Like, why the fuck is it so hard?
I explained it.
That look in the air and make shit up
You
is gonna
didn't
explain
listen,
it.
did you?
I want to know where your
Well,
markers
just
are.
listen.
Where are your markers at in the air?
My ground position and looking at an object overhead.
It's
but
not
you
the
didn't listen,
air.
so it's
The
not my
ground is
fault.
not the air. Repeat
I
after
didn't
me.
say the ground is the air.
Yes, you did.
Listen, but you don't. No, I didn't.
So you're going to get your position. So me and Steve are going to get our position at our house, and you're going to be flying your jet over Puerto Rico, and we're going to know how fast you're going because we know where our houses are.
I'm going to fly over your house.
What the fuck does that matter? What's 17,000 miles an hour look like?
Well, we're talking about calculating the speed, right?
How do you know you're going to be right or wrong when you don't know what the fuck you're looking for? Where's the key legend, right?
That was some good gibberish.
Yeah, comparison is what it's called, gibberish, boy. Good gibberish is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're going to make it up, right? Making it up's not going to work here, gibberish, boy.
Hey, you're the one that didn't understand what I was
gibberish.
talking about.
Said the guy who doesn't know what 17,000 miles is. And we don't have
I know
nothing to
what
compare it to.
17,000 miles per hour is.
17,000 miles per hour, nothing to compare it to. We only
I
have
know what
you to make up
17,000
stories.
miles per hour is.
We got your story
I know
right
exactly
now. So
what
far.
it is.
We got your story.
Yeah, I
We
know
got
what
your
it
story.
is.
You're the first human that's gonna stick up for this shit, right?
I know what it is.
Prove it. What's 5,000 look like, and then 6, and then 7, and then 8,
Hold on
and
a
then
second.
9? And how do you know? And who's gonna verify? How do you verify what you're claiming?
17,000 miles per hour is 27,358 kilometers per hour. Or you could just say 17,000 miles per hour is 17,000
You got that in your
miles per
view
hour.
somewhere?
That's what it is.
So you can see left to right. How many again? How
That's
far
what
again?
it is.
How fucking far can you see left to right again? How many miles was that again?
It's could be. It's kind of technically infinite.
Your horizon is infinite? Damn, welcome to Flat Earth. Your globe's gone at 8,000 miles wide. The fuck?
Depends on your height and
Left to right, I'm asking you
whatever the
what your
haziness
distance
level
scale
is.
is. Where is your
You're talking about
17,000 mile left to right
right.
fucking distance? Tell me you're not looking at the
Hold
back
on.
of the plane to tell me how fucking fast it's going, just like a dumb glober looking at a fucking boat. No side view, no
Okay,
orthogonal view.
so we're just.
So globers won't look at the side of
So
this plane.
are you talking
Are
about
you guys
left
fucking
to
telling
right,
me this
just
dude
the
won't look at the
horizon?
side of the plane? Yeah, it's called orthogonal. It's called a side view. Side view, side view, side view, side view.
You got an
Yeah.
answer to that?
So, yeah, 17,000 miles. What the fuck does that look like? So we
Oh, my
know that
last
it's gone
question. Can you
17,000
answer it?
miles in 1 hour, you weird fuck. Do you not even know what the fuck your whole point of talking is?
So my last question, can you answer it?
17,000 miles an hour is what we're looking for. We need 1 hour worth of flight. You're not going to get 8 million hours, you weird son of a bitch.
Yeah,
You can
it's
only see left to right so
17,000
far,
miles per
right?
hour. I guess you didn't want to answer my question.
You might don't answer the question.
I was trying to ask him what left to right of what? The horizon, or just, if I look up in the sky where my head is tilted up at, let's say, a 80-degree angle, left to right across my field of view, I trying to specify here. He didn't want to do it.
Why'd you get muted for? He was going all right.
Hey, cause he was fucking rambling nonstop.
Some asshole muted him.
Let him go. He's not been too bad. I mean, he has been worse.
He was
being really good.
questions and rambling.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you.
Hey, Denmark, you don't answer questions, do you?
Listen,
he doesn't.
17,000 is what you're supposed to. I'll answer this one for him. He declares
listens to the meeting.
17,000. Hold on a second, please. He declares 17,000 is such a thing. He declares there is a scale of such. He declares we can see that with our eyes and take note of A to B, said scale of 17,000 miles, so we can watch a thing fly from point A to B within an hour's time. Okay. Now, if you and I are standing on the beach, what the fuck is where's our 17,000 mile ruler to hold it up and wait till it goes from point A to point B to say that it's done that?
That ain't gonna happen.
So, wait, you're talking about a ruler
physical reference, dude, not
that
air.
measures in a ruler that measures in mile per hour?
Yeah, they got lost.
This guy's slow. I said, what does 17,000 miles look like? Then we'll worry about 17,000 miles an hour after we figure out what the fuck.
Okay, all right. So
the marker.
How far away is the 17,000 miles?
I don't know. You're the one that has the magic to prove it. That's on you. I don't know what the fuck you're asking me about your 17,000.
It's your question.
I don't believe in it, you weird fuck. What are you supposed? What's your answer going to be from me?
Asking about it?
Your God is this from Demok. I don't believe your God. You got to answer the dumb shit. It's your 17,000 mile an hour religion claim God.
I'm just trying to make sense.
You're asking me about your religion, you weird motherfucker. You're
Where's
supposed
this
to fill
number
us
coming
in on
from?
your religion.
Where's the
Fuck you,
17,000?
Jesus. You're supposed to have the answers, not me, not a regular dude asking you to prove your fucking claim. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, if you okay, how
You got
about
a
this?
Jesus distance of 17,000. None of you guys know what the fuck that means. Yeah, okay, I don't know what the fuck that's helping
It
you
turns
with.
out you don't need a
And then
17,000 mile an
17,000
hour
miles an hour,
ruler
you don't know what it is. Turns out
or
nobody's going to help you make
17,000.
excuses.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what I
I only work in kilometers. I don't know this miles per hour.
17,000 miles per hour is 17,000 miles per hour. That's what it is.
Yeah, cool.
What's that in kilometers an hour?
Yeah,
you have to convert it for me.
How much are you paying per mile?
27,300. 27,000.
You're gonna give me $1,000 mile per hour?
Kilometers
Just
per
confused
hour.
on how we
Is that
can determine that
$1,000 US?
something's going that
Well,
fast.
now I have to. Now I've got to do a conversion rate for Australian dollars for US dollars.
Yeah, because they got to pay some money for lying so much, don't they? Like one of these days, these Globers got to like put something out for being liars, right? For not being able to demonstrate a fucking thing.
Yeah. So don't forget too, if you're in Australia, according to Demok, you're gonna have to flip the 17,000. You have to flip it over upside down.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
This is too confusing. You're north.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, you're over there in America. You're so confusing with all these numbers.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to be so hurtful with all these numbers. I didn't know Globers were afraid of 17,000 miles or miles an hour. These are two really
Well,
hard
that's what I
numbers.
just said. I don't know what this miles per hour thing is. That's
Listen, if we had the technology,
conspiracy.
we lost that technology a long time ago. It's okay.
The miles an hour technology.
What?
We're
Yeah, your
talking
made up
about
technology. Yeah, the ones you guys aren't proving.
So-
Yes, that very one.
It's okay. So the 17,000 miles per hour is basically the ISS, moving overhead, and if you have 2 points, let's say 500 miles apart, two people look straight up and they watch it. One person at point A sees, yeah, it's overhead now, and then so many minutes later, somebody at point B says, oh, there it is overhead, calculating the distance or calculating the speed based on that distance and the time.
Time.
But then Democ and probably Steve, I don't know. They were all confused about what I meant by point A and point B, and it just it got all democked from there.
Over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do
are
you
you
mean by
seeing it around the
distance? What do you
curve,
mean
below
by
the curve?
time?
Does
All
it
this shit,
refract?
yeah.
What do I
The
mean by
ISS
overhead?
refracting from the other side of the curve like a boat.
What do words mean? No, nothing means anything. I can't understand basic English. Yeah, the usual.
Democ tried to do an impression of some people earlier. Let me see if I can do this here. What do you mean by overhead?
What you guys speak?
You got me above your head. That don't make no sense to me, retard.
Well, you guys speak American English. I need a translator.
Ooh. Looks like the American English was too much for him.
17,000 is really elusive. It's like hides from you guys. It's weird. Yeah.
It's never been too shy with me.
Well, why don't you phone a friend? Why don't you guys call NASA or something like a fifth grader, you know?
Yeah. So the ISS is
or
what?
Who wants to be a liar? Who wants to be a liar, Air?
How many kilometers? 400 kilometers
Millionaire.
above?
Nobody knows
ISS.
what the fuck that means.
Yeah, 400. 400 sounds about right for the
400
ISS.
kilometers. It was either 400 kilometers or miles. I'm gonna quickly.
No,
Yeah, 400
Well,
kilometers.
I think it's in
motherfucking
kilometers.
airplane and film it
It
above
is,
your
yeah.
head.
400
from high
kilometers, and
altitude. Film the ISS above you.
Could
Prove
okay.
it's
I'm gonna
not
turn
5 miles
down
high.
Demek's volume just so that I can hear myself think. Okay.
That's a
So
good idea.
yeah, I mean
Don't
we can do
prove
this
where the ISS
calculation
is at.
pretty easily if we assume that the ISS is 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and what is the
It
radius of the
disappears
Earth
when you get
in
close to
kilometers?
the ISS does. The closer you get, the more it disappears. It's fucking magic, but go ahead, brother.
In,
High altitude footage
in
will never
miles,
catch
okay.
is what I'm saying.
6.3,
120,000
No, we do
ISS,
kilometers.
guys.
That's a universal measure.
Yeah, 120,000 foot high
Well, of
altitude
course.
balloon. You'll never see an
We're not
ISS.
savages, are we?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, there's a reason why physics uses the metric
Yeah,
system.
because it disappears. But on the ground, you can see it with your eyes. But when you get close to it, like
Yeah,
a
so I've
10
just
miles
kind of
close,
gone ahead and muted
when you get 10 miles
Democ,
closer
which
to the
I think
ISS,
is
it
kind of the ideal
disappears.
move here.
Why does the ISS
So it's
disappear?
gonna, it seems so peaceful
What's
now.
happening now
Why did the
is
ISS disappear?
Democ is yelling louder because he thinks that by yelling louder he will overpower.
Why are you guys confusing? There's no
He'll,
ISS.
overpower the mute button.
Well, you're talking about
Well, I
something
mean,
that doesn't
hey,
exist. Another thing, an
free to
ISS.
try. It'll just have more people muting him, I think.
You can try to prove the ISS is above 10 miles or 5 miles.
I mean, in any case, so yeah, the radius
so
of the Earth 6,371. So what I'm trying to do here is
airplane
finding
ISS.
the distance from the center
think
of the
airplane
Earth
speed is
to the ISS,
17,000 miles an hour?
and then using the fact that the ISS takes about 90 minutes to revolve around the entire Earth. We can basically figure out its using its orbital speed. We can figure out
high altitude balloons to try to have its location.
linear velocity. So we have
We'll get real close to it, right?
6,371 kilometers.
How high up are you going to
And
get?
we add 400 to that.
How high up are you
And
going to get
so
your high
the ISS
altitude
is
hot air balloon?
6,771 kilometers from the Earth's center.
Are you
so I'm
gonna
going to
film the
convert that to
ISS?
meters. So now we have
gotta prove where the ISS is at.
6.771 million
If it's
meters.
not in space,
And so
then you
that's
don't
the
have to worry
radius.
about that.
And we know that it takes 90 minutes, right?
Yeah, but you
So
don't know how to
the
look for the ISS above you.
angular velocity of the ISS is
Zoom in.
90 minutes. So this is
Wide angle lens.
one rotation per 90 minutes. 90 minutes is just 60 seconds, so
How
that's
long did
90
it take you to
times
get high
60.
altitude footage? You get 2
Right,
passes.
I'm glad somebody
and
knows how to do math because I wouldn't have a clue how to calculate all that.
You'll get 2 passes.
Oh yeah,
If you
it's
send a high
not super
altitude
bad.
footage balloon up, it'll
You
be
just
about
need
an
to
hour or 2.
use so there's a relation between angular velocity, right? Angular velocity
what?
and linear
What's
velocity.
that look
So
like?
angular velocity is equal to linear velocity over radius.
I've got to figure in my head about 20,000 kilometers an hour, or is that 20,000 miles an hour? I'm not sure.
I'll check for you. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah, it'll tell you.
So
Just Google it.
let's see.
How many
Yeah, I'm not.
kilometers?
Just multiply by hour.
No, I'm not going to Google it just yet.
Okay.
Is equal to 27,358 kilometers.
Kilometers, yes, sir.
Miles per
Yeah.
hour to kilometers. That's the difference.
Yeah, because
17,000
sometimes little
kilometers.
kids will see.
I was close. I was 20. I said 20, so I wasn't far off.
Well, when little kids see your guys' cars with the kilometers on it, and you guys get going fast, and they look at the speedometer, they're like, "What the hell?
Let's see.
The cars are fast!" And I'm like, "No, no,
So
no.
we
It's
have
different.
omega is
It's
equal
different."
to.
I remember back in the day, Demok, we used to have the little sticker on the speedo for the kilometers an hour,
so
for the
omega
miles
times
per
R.
hour, for the crossover.
Okay.
Yes, it's 5. Okay, yeah, yep.
I know a little bit of kilometers because I had a speedometer on my bike when I was over in Germany, and on my mountain bike, and I had it up to 74 kilometers an hour one time.
Well, they were factory made, and they're actually a collectible in the old Holdens. If you can get one with the kilometers an hour thing on the miles per hour.
Yeah, this is just a little store-bought fucking unit, for mountain bikes. I was trying to get it up to 50 miles an hour. It was on a long downhill stretch, and
80 kilometers an hour. Oh, that's moving.
yeah, I think I had it up to 74 before I had to start hitting the brakes.
I remember back in the day when I used to be on my racing bike, and there used to be an old bus that used to do the route along the highway, and I could beat the bus. But that was back in the 70s, so maybe the bus was a bit slow. Anyway, does anyone remember where this conversation started?
Oh, I was calculating something, but I got sidetracked.
God,
Look
we're
at the
talking
ISS.
about the ISS and how 17,000 miles per hour or 27,358 kilometers per hour was a speed that couldn't exist unless you saw it go by right in front of you.
Well, to be honest, I haven't not yet seen the ISS go over your head, because I know there's some sort of app you can have to let me know when it's coming over, but I've got to match the time of day, the cloud cover. Yeah, I haven't got into that.
I've seen it go overhead a few times, and I've gone in and looked at the tracker and say, yep, there it is going overhead. And so I said, well, what if somebody 800 kilometers away also was waiting for it to go overhead, and I saw it go overhead, and they saw it go overhead 800 kilometers away.
Was it a bird, a plane, or Superman?
So how long did it take to go that distance?
The eagle
then
flew
you'll
over
know
the
the
cuckoo's
speed.
nest.
Mm-hmm.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That was a good movie.
Never actually seen that movie.
It's kind of funny. It had Danny DeVito was one of the patients in that movie, and in an episode of um, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, he ended up in a psychiatric ward, and so he ends up in there, and one of the other guys ends up playing his original role from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And then he talks this an old Native American guy into picking up the fountain and throwing it through the window so he could escape, just like he did in the original, or just like Jack Nicholson did in the original movie.
See. Interesting.
Too bad you can't prove.
So, did anybody ever manage to create an accurate flat Earth in a lab?
Can't put one in there. Anybody claiming that would be weird.
How big's the lab?
Same size lab that apparently we're supposed to be able to create a globe Earth in.
Well, see, there's a cool story about that. Glovers believe in a thing called religious science and labs and stuff. where they're supposed to demonstrate the physics of balls. But here we are. We have flat earthers who can't see any of these labs or globe physics working in the Globers labs. So we don't need them. I can go outside and show you how tide works just by blowing the water back and forth with air. You guys need magic and stories and fucking excuses all day. Why do you guys take excuse over my physical real demonstration? I can show you on a flat piece of dirt all three different types of water: tide, stationary, and waterfall or a river. All three next to each other on a flat piece of fucking land. You guys can't do that with a ball. So demonstration you guys don't like. Proven stuff you don't like. You guys like the what if, and maybe that's not real, DeMock. Maybe we're fucking dreaming now. We see that reality.
So
yeah, mud puddle
whenever
works.
somebody asks,
Mud puddle.
somebody asks for,
I can make a tide in a mud puddle. It goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And when I ask for a tide on a ball, what are you going to do? You've been outdone. What else do we need? I don't need excuses. I don't need bullshit gravity words. I don't need fucking space. I don't need vacuums. I just like reality. Real one physics. We got one physics. We don't got no magic ones. Unless you know about those, and I don't.
So whenever a flat earther demands that we show water sticking to a ball in a lab, we get to.
Well,
we
that's
get
what's
to say
expected of you.
That's irrelevant.
Since you proved the claim that it could happen. You surely didn't stand on flat Earth and prove that claim was real. So you'd have to go to a globe lab. The only thing that exists on a globe is a lab to prove the globe. So why would you guys say the word? Why would a lab be a thing for a glober?
Well,
why would science be a globe thing? Why would science be a globe religion?
Is reproducing the model
I
in
mean,
the lab relevant or not?
Do you believe in a ball or not?
Should we be able to reproduce
You believe
it
in
in the lab?
science. No, you're not paying attention. I didn't make up your scientific method. I didn't say you guys proved you were on a ball. You guys did, or some other we that you're attaching yourself to. So if you're not a part of that we and you didn't do it, don't put that shit in my court. I didn't make no book. I didn't put your fucking kids in school. And I didn't tell no teachers to tell them no dog shit ass fucking stories about space either. I didn't tell the fucking Department of Defense to do it. And I didn't tell the Department of Defense Nazi motherfuckers to help you out and be NASA. So that's your guys' weird ass shit, all of it, the whole bundle of dog shit. So ours is look out on Earth like we're just fucking humans, and we go out and see what we can prove because we are scientists. We're our own. We are our peer review, not you, not non-reality. So what we prove, you won't accept in a lab. It's not my fault. You don't accept proof in the lab. Your science can't prove things. So in your lab, you can't prove shit. That's your place, the lab. I'll go outside. You want to call flat Earth my lab? Well, you're on it. Everything you can demonstrate on the stationary plane will repeat itself on the stationary plane. The same way. You can't demonstrate no spinning 3D ball with any fucking Foucault's pendulum on a real ball. So then we can go outside on our flat Earth and see that it doesn't match. You guys are afraid of real physics. It's crazy. Just got excuses, and you expect me to prove a fucking ball's got a pendulum on it and that it processes that with that? Yes, a real ball needs to do that if that's what you're claiming is doing it. Yeah, 100%, 100 fucking percent.
So because
Oh, okay. I was being a little bit silly.
You don't have anything to compare it to.
I found it.
All right.
You don't have anything to compare a ball to. Any physics of a ball.
Yeah, it's 27,000.
So in a lab, if you guys go in there and get to work, I'm pretty sure in about 20 years you'll figure some ball stuff out, some real ball stuff.
Yeah. About
Yeah, you'll figure out water doesn't
7.7
stick.
kilometers per
You'll know
second.
air doesn't stick to it, water doesn't stick to
Great.
it. It's not really cool in a vacuum. Nothing works in a vacuum. You won't have any water or air. You'll find out a lot of real stuff if you do real physics and don't just lie to yourself about what the fuck is happening.
Hey, Democ, did you just say real physics?
Yeah, whatever you can do, whatever you and I can do, whatever you and I and the kids can do, was real.
Democ, what
If
do you
you
know
need,
about
if you need
physics?
some special doctors and a key code and a secret clearance door and all this other
Democ.
shit in the lab
No, Democ.
and government credentials
Democ,
and
what is kinetic energy?
key code clearance, if your 10-year-old
Democ, what is
can't touch it,
momentum?
it's not science.
He might be able to spell physics. Maybe.
You might be able to spell demonstratable.
But that's pushing it.
Yeah, well, push a ball around in a circle. Try pushing a 3D sphere in a lab.
I did. Yeah, it's easy.
Well, how does an airplane fly around it?
I can roll
I bet
around
you
on
a
my
toy
floor.
airplane and a ball are smarter than you. Watch this. A toy airplane and a ball are going to outsmart you. Show me how an airplane, toy helicopter, and a toy hot air balloon flies around a ball, a little globe.
Oh shit.
You don't know, do you?
It.
Yeah,
Democ,
without tilt. 90 degrees the whole time, buddy.
I can't
Fucking
tell.
do this shit, baby.
Okay,
I'm gonna piss my pants laughing. I can't wait to see this.
I'm gonna
We got
turn
a genius
his
in here,
volume
the
down
only guy
again.
that'll be able to do it. You'll be the
I'm
only
gonna turn
glober
his
so
volume
far.
down again because I
The
can't
Demok
fucking
challenge. How does
hear
anybody know how
anything.
a ball works? How does anybody know the flight paths or attributes or
How does anybody
Coriolis
know
or
how a
anything of a
ball
ball
works? That's a really
without
good
a
question,
demonstration?
Democ. And
How does what work?
man,
A demonstration?
we're not doing the real physics. Yeah.
How does an airplane
Yeah, man, you said
demonstration
it.
work? With a ball? With your hand and a ball?
The
It
point
works.
is, I can't.
You can't what? Know how a ball works? You don't know how airplanes fly now? Go ask a pilot.
Excuse me.
Do some
Bless
math.
her. It's
Maybe math will help you.
I mean, I've got a globe and I've got a small toy plane. I'm sure
Yeah, well, don't tilt it and fly it around that ball.
I don't have to tilt it. I keep it level.
Yeah, now make sure it lands on every runway and put a camera on there to get the perspective of what the people see on every side of the ball. You need about 8 or 10 of them.
Yep. That's
Get your
easy,
toy.
yeah.
Well, yeah, we're going to, and then put the runways on there.
Yeah.
And show us how it doesn't tilt and lands on all the ball runways.
You want east to west runways, or you want north to south, or you want
Doesn't matter. You got to keep your plane horizontal.
Okay.
Keep your plane horizontal over the ball.
Yep.
Don't tilt it. Don't drop it.
That's
Don't
easy.
dip. Yep.
Yep.
Now make the video.
That's fucking simple.
Yeah, make the video, liar.
Is he just describing like an art project? What is he? It's like a middle
You
school
want to know
science
what a
fair.
globe even looks like with something flying around?
Democ, it's finger painting, mate. If it's Democ.
I don't think.
No, but yeah, you guys don't know what a globe is. I'm asking for a globe evidence of a ball with a toy airplane landing on it and being
Yeah,
90 degrees from the observer.
I used to
while the observer
overestimate
sees it
them
not
in
tilt.
this way, where I would be like, well, of course
While
they
the observer's
know
watching it not
like
tilt or
about
dip.
Newton's law of gravitation, and of course that they know, like if you
Of
actually
course
wanted to
your
make
hands are
a
not gonna
scale
help you.
model of the Earth and have a
Yeah,
plane
what?
orbit or something, you'd
But how
have
do
to
you
make it
model that law?
very massive in
Weirdo.
order to do that. You'd have to
Said
be
the guy
very
who can't
dense,
model his own law.
and I don't know
Said the
if
guy with
like
no toy airplane modeling his
that's
law, he
has.
claims.
I mean,
What a
I'm sure
fucking
people have tried to
weirdo.
explain that to him.
What
It's
law
just
where?
if he can't figure out how balls work, I
Where's the
feel
law
like
at? Is it over there or up here?
he
How does
doesn't
the
have the
law act on an
prerequisite.
airplane?
He hasn't met the
What's the
prerequisites
law
for
do to
this.
the airplane? Show us.
I mean,
Need to put
where's
him
this
through
model
first.
He's got laws that
guy
drive
in his
airplanes.
model Matchbox car?
Yeah, put him through grade
you
school
got-
again, man.
So
He's just saying random
Your
words.
hot air balloon and your
He's
helicopter.
just saying random words. It's a performance art for him.
Land?
Pretty much.
You don't know how hot air balloons work on a ball?
No, I do.
Actually, hot air
He just
balloons
got
are
shunned as
pretty
a
They're all
kid.
perfectly
interesting.
90 and
He just got
parallel.
shunned as a kid and never grew up,
They're
mate.
all
He's still a fucking
parallel and
teenager
90.
in school trying
They're
to
all
get back on the
vertical
rest of
and
the world
parallel.
because he's a
All
cunt.
the hot air
That's
balloons are
about it, mate.
parallel
Just a fucking
Yeah,
wanker.
and vertical.
there's this one image of like oh, I think actually what's his name? Fuck. No, okay, no, I forget his name. It was like the guy who just recently changed his name to NASA Phil. Yeah, NASA Phil. His profile picture is like the cloud with the shadow of the mountain being kind of projected on it, you know, because the sun is setting. Which is just straight like geometrically completely impossible on a flat Earth unless you have the sun like a kilometer above some poor guy's house, right? That is, I feel like that is such an obvious, like you almost don't need math to show that. Like intuitively, it makes sense that the sun has to be below the mountain in order to cast a shadow on the clouds. It seems so obvious. Um, has that ever worked? Has anybody ever looked at that and been like, "Oh, well, this whole flat Earth stuff's silly. Never mind."
Yeah, I mean they. Yeah, so I the picture of the mountain. Usually it's most commonly photographed is Mount Rainier in
Mhm.
Washington, where I'm at, and I see that mountain all the time, and I've seen that shadow once or twice. Anyway, like the sunrise, I've had people say, "Oh, it's a reflection off lakes, a lake,"
Mm.
and I asked them, "Where is the lake east of Mount Rainier that would cast a reflection like that?" And yes, yeah, no answer.
Right, radio silence. Yeah, Mount Rainier and yeah, I mean,
And there's
I
other
mean, you've
mountains
got
that do the same thing, but
yeah, I mean, you've got a river, right? You got the Potomac looking like south, you know, southwest, and maybe you have God, the closest river is yeah, it's no,
the only river
it's literally just
anywhere,
it's
the only
the
river,
ocean.
the only river east of Mount Rainier that is of any significant size is the Columbia River.
Mhm.
And again, it's a river. It's not a lake.
Yeah.
It's not a big lake. It's not an ocean. It's not a sea. It's just a river.
Mhm.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
series of reservoirs at this.
It's
It's a bunch
yeah.
of reservoirs. Anyway, and then to the west, you've got the ocean.
Yeah, I don't see how
But
anybody in good faith could argue that, you know, a couple of reservoirs would be able to produce a reflection so strong that it literally just
and
looks like it's a sunset or a sunrise.
and those reservoirs pretty much are lie north to south.
Yeah. It's that
Not
feels like
not
a pretty like nail in the coffin kind of thing there. I think that is at least that's a good thing to use if you find, you know, some flirts that are whatever on the fence they aren't completely kind of you know ostriching it. I think I think that's a pretty solid one. The same way that, you know, maybe some flat earthers got into it because of the whole you know, what are they called? The crepuscular rays, right? Where the you know it's just perspective and you know
Yeah.
they so I think visual imagery is a pretty solid fucking uh blow to that kind of stuff. Also, if you ever
Side
like
views ain't gonna help you, are they? A side view kills
I was
everything you
back.
just made up. An
Was
orthogonal.
he
Yeah.
has he been talking this entire time? Wait, did I
No, I
No,
just
he
now said a
just
side
started
view
talking.
will destroy everything you
Oh,
said. So if you go
a
stand on a
side view?
mountain or you go stand on the horizon and you look at the boat, Side view will
no,
show
we're
you
not
that your
talking about a boat.
mirage isn't real. There's no water
We're,
there in your desert.
I,
That's not
we're
real.
not, we're not,
Glober,
we're not talking about a boat
repeat
though.
after me, Glober. When you look in the desert, the water is
Doc,
not
we're not talking
real.
about a boat. We're not talking about
Now,
deserts.
when
We're
we
talking
look at
about
the
a
earth,
shadow.
when we look at the earth, do you know what a side view is? While you're looking forward and your buddy's on the side of you to the right, but down the way a little bit, and he sees you and the object, you and the boat, and he sees a horizontal line and the boat's on top of it, and so are you, and you imagine the boat's down a curve fucking 66 feet, something's wrong. His motherfucking view ain't matching yours.
Something is wrong. Okay,
Yeah,
that's not. We're
both
not
views
talking
have
about
to be
that.
curved at the same rate, the
That's
same way,
completely
at the
unrelated.
same time, just like a
No, Democ,
basketball. I look at the side of
that's
a basketball, it
unrelated.
curves at the same rate as you see it at the front, doesn't it, stupid? Or
What
I
are you
don't see it
talking,
from the
dude?
side. Side
He
of a
really wants to
basketball
be the
has
center
no
of
curve,
attention
guys.
again.
You'll never be able to make out a
Yeah.
basketball from the side.
Look, enough about
You'll
balls,
never
dude.
be able to look at that backyard.
I think if you look at a transcript of everything Democ has said, the word ball might come up more than the word the. In any case, Democ, we weren't talking about boats. We were talking about a mountain. And you can see the shadow of the mountain plastered on a cloud from underneath, which can't really be done unless the sun is below the height of the mountain. And it doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth.
Nighttime doesn't make sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah, sunrises and
Nothing makes
sunsets don't
sense
make
on.
sense on a flat
Well,
Earth.
Nothing. Yeah.
demonstrate a sun and a ball in the lab. Let's see what the
There
day
you
and night
go.
look like on a ball.
Well,
What?
I
You
got.
won't do it?
I can do better.
So they
I can
don't
do
make
better.
sense on a globe, huh?
I can
Is
do
that what you
better.
meant to say?
I don't
You
need a
can't
lab.
demonstrate a little sun and a little earth make sense with
Yeah,
cameras
we could
on it
do
from
that,
a
but
point
you
of
don't
view.
like that. And then when
You
we
can
go
do
out,
it.
just look at the real
How
world.
far are you going to put them away? What's going to be your 93 million miles? No
Sorry,
straw
Democ,
manning.
you said earlier that lab is
Yeah, Globers will never go in a
don't do
lab. The
anything in the
very thing
lab.
they
Gotta be
made
real
to
life.
prove that
No,
the
that's what
very
you said
thing
earlier.
Globers
We
made.
can't do anything in the lab.
It's the very thing you made.
You said that
You
anything
made
in
the
the
lab up.
lab.
Globers
Okay,
made the
so
lab to prove a globe. Now they won't
so
go in
you
it.
want us to
I
make it in a
predicted
lab,
the
but we
future.
can't make it in a
You
lab.
won't go in a lab and make a sun and Earth.
Yeah.
How big's your lab got to be?
You went
You can
full
go
hip
outside.
check here.
That's where I
Democ.
do it. I do it
Didn't spell
outside.
that.
You're gonna make your little sun outside and your little
Okay,
Earth outside.
so Democ, you want us to
Where's your
make a
vacuum
sun in a
chamber
lab, but
outside
also
like my
not
lab?
make a sun in a lab.
My lab's outside. You
Do you
don't
want us
need
to
a
do it at the
lab.
same
Oh, there we
time,
go.
or in that order, or?
So should we do it in a lab or not?
I think he's self-destructing because
gone quiet.
Because
Okay,
you
this
don't
question is
have,
for you,
you don't know,
Democ.
you don't even know your scale. What scale are you going to use?
Are we supposed to set up models
Nobody
in the
knows
lab
but
or
you
not?
guys, Magic Mike, Magic Globe Distance, Magic Nothing Boys. Quit asking me how you're demonstrating your globe to me.
this is like
Yeah, this is
this
like
is like the
weird.
immovable object meeting like a couple of
Well,
years.
it's like when
what are you?
Yeah, it is a clown act. It is a
It's like
performance.
it's like talking to a wall.
miles is what you
It
need
is
to scale
exactly
down.
that. Yes.
In case you need help
He's
with
just a
math,
stream
a
of words.
360.
Has nothing to do with any sort of back and forth
Yeah,
argument. Whatever you say, whatever is said to him, he's just going to come back with "Show me a lake on a hill with a wall on one side." You
Side
know.
view.
Yeah.
24,901 is the scaled down model you need to make. If you want to use millimeters, that's cool.
Okay,
You want to use inches, that's cool. That's what you scale your globe down to, in case you dumbasses don't know. Then your sun, you're supposed to put 100 of those Earths, right, on the face of your sun. Then you're supposed to be able to put 1 million of those motherfuckers inside your sun. So I can't wait to see what your sun fucking looks like and how you're gonna have it
it'd be
57
pretty
miles
big.
away. 57 miles away, that's in millimeters of 93 million miles converted down to millimeters. That'll be fucking 57 miles you'll need. unless you want to make it a fourth of a millimeter or a tenth or something that don't make no fucking sense, then your moon
It doesn't
has to
sound
be 88.
too far
Your
off.
moon has to be 88 feet away. So that's why your lab's not going to work, you retard motherfuckers. You don't have a lab that big. So don't say dumb shit.
Oh, so you recognize why that's a stupid thing to ask, right?
Yeah, you recognize globes are fucking stupid and can't be demonstrated to nobody, just believed in. Weirdos.
Ooh, wrong answer.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
waiting for your
so
demonstration. Wrong answer, bitch.
so
Wrong
you're telling
demonstration.
us to
So no
demonstrate something
demonstration.
even
You're
though you
telling me you're
know
not going
that
to
it
demonstrate
makes
it.
no
You're
sense to
telling me no
demonstrate it
demonstration.
because
So
you'd be
no demonstration.
57 miles away.
So no
So you're
demonstration.
admitting that. And so
I'm
you're like,
admitting you
okay,
can't demonstrate
you need to
fuck.
do this thing, but also you can't do this thing, but you need to do this thing. And it's still reasonable for me to ask you to do this thing that you can't do, that I just told you can't do. And also, I don't want you to make this in a lab because all labs are made by you, so they're compromised, but you have to make it in a lab. But you can't make it in a lab because I just told you can't. But also, you need to do it. Is that right, Demok? Is that about right?
Show me gravity in a bucket.
Gravity in a bucket. Oh
Gravity.
God, you remember the bendy pressure?
No.
Oh
What's
fuck
that?
yeah, he wanted us. He wanted to see a demonstration of bendy pressure.
Bendy pressure. Oh my God. Who's gonna tell him? Pressure is
That one
just
was
force over
super easy.
area. Doesn't matter what the
Oh,
area is. It
that
could be
one.
surface
Oh yeah.
area. Yeah,
No,
it's not. I
I
mean,
showed him. I showed him an example
yikes.
of bendy pressure. I went out there with my garden hose with a nozzle on it, with the hose curled up, and took a picture of it.
Yeah.
I said, "There you go. There's fucking pressure bending."
Yeah.
Too easy.
Wait until he learns about, fucking radial force fields.
If only I
Good
had
day.
another rock that was like 1 billion trillion tons of rock and lava too.
Moon rock.
Hello, Moon.
A moon rock weighs 1 billion tons. 1 pound of it.
I'm gonna quote you on that, dog. I'm gonna quote you on that shit.
1
A moon
pound
rock.
of moon rock is 1 billion pounds. Did I just hear that?
You heard it here first, folks.
Oh shit.
Demek, I have a feeling you didn't do great in algebra or arithmetic or really anything.
Which is heavier, a ton of feathers?
That's so
or a ton of
fucking
dirt?
cool.
Or he's just a very dedicated troll.
Yeah, Oblate Anvil, that's such a cool fucking photo, man. If that.
Yeah, it is. I like that.
Oh yeah,
Shit.
the
Caught me.
crepuscular shadows. Yeah. I thought.
Only possibly using man-made constructed time zones.
It's like
That's awful.
Even in daylight you could go to like a set of field goals and stand on one side, the shadows would part away from you. You stand on the other and they go towards you. It's just like the train tracks. So
Yeah, perspective is so not difficult to understand that it is it's like either, they have like room temperature IQ or they're trying really hard to not understand
there's
it. Like
there's some
impressive.
parts of communicating science which fails, like calling Earth a pear can really damage people who
Yeah, I agree. A little sensationalist. A little too
but
much.
also like if I've understood something poorly and repeat that again poorly, it's just sending the wrong message out. Because I was looking at how the Z-axis was used for these satellites, and yeah, they used the WGS-84 because like it was basically surveyed from multiple datums, and this was
the best fit for Earth. And so it's like, yeah, you want a height above average sea level, or the average, like the satellite does some sort of orbit, how high the laser beam is. Like, it's just like the technology is like, I was just looking at what the satellite was doing, and it's gathering 1.6, 1.7 terabytes of data every orbit, and it's doing like 19 orbits per day. It's just a shit ton of information.
Yeah, it's honestly so ridiculous. It's
And
a lot.
each scan is about 200 miles wide of just data, just from the satellite to the Earth and back to its sensors in this big strip, and it's just going scanning as it does this sort of like a bit of yarn around a ball. It spirals from, what was it, 80 degrees north to 60 degrees south, and that's just one of them.
Yeah, it goes like diagonally down and just keeps going around and around and around. It comes back around.
And
It
it
is.
covers the.
It's so cool.
Covers the
Down
next
at sea
200
level?
miles.
Diagonally down sea level? That's weird.
I should
Is that
find
what
the
you
ball
heard?
of yarn
I can
just
prove
so I
that.
can.
I should see where it is actually. Where is it? Where is it going
How do
right
you
now?
vertically go down sea level, along sea level? Somebody's got to be able to prove the ball.
Spot the stations down. That's
I got
unfortunate.
Flatzoid one time to agree that perspective physically makes things smaller.
How far of sea level do you got to drop from point A to B to go to a new state or city or country?
What?
How many miles down in sea level do you have to cover from point A to B to go from point A to B around the ball?
Depends on the height or like the altitude of the place that you're going to.
I'm saying, how do you prove sea level
Like if
drops
you're going up a
below itself?
mountain, I don't know.
No, not a mountain, the sea level. How are you proving it's dropping 50 miles or 70 miles or 10 miles?
It's
Supposed to be dropping
it
8,000. You
remains
got
sea level.
8,000 on the right side, 8,000 on the left side. It's thick, 8,000 miles thick.
You know,
Oh no!
I'm not
Oh
totally
no! Sea
sure.
level. No, even if you, no matter how far you go, sea level is still sea level.
It's
It doesn't go
not,
up, doesn't go
because
down.
there's no
Doesn't go up,
ball.
doesn't go down. Sea level is just one constant elevation
So a
all the way around
rocket
the globe.
can't drop vertically down along sea level to get a slingshot around the ball. Is that what you fucking just said?
I don't know what the hell you
Nobody
just strung
said
some
that.
words
So
together.
how is
So
something dropping
you just
vertically
strung
down if
words
it's
together.
not
We
doing
know
that
what
in
you do.
reality? You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah.
saying something in your view is dropping vertically. What the
Like
fuck are you
Shubil says
talking about
one
then?
thing, and then you're
So
like,
it's
"Did
not
you say this
dropping down
completely unrelated
11
thing?" It's
miles
like,
away,
no, he did
600,
Yeah,
not
that's what
say
he
that.
does. This is what he does.
527
He goes
feet,
from 0 to
11
60
miles
in 3
away.
syllables.
Now here's what you retard pussies
He only
do to
has two
talk over
settings:
me.
mute and
How many
unmute.
pussies does it take to talk over one guy? So 11
Oh
miles
man.
away, 527 feet, motherfucker. Are you
Oh, and then
dropping
you have
down
to add in the motherfucker.
527
Yeah,
feet of
yeah.
sea level? Can you prove you're dropping down 527 feet of fucking sea level distance the whole way? You dumb fuck.
I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty good the other day when
Yeah, I thought you
SC
made no
said he
fucking
talked to a
sense,
surveyor
right?
and he
Bunks
asked him
yourself,
about level and
weirdo.
horizontal, and the surveyor said, "Oh no,
So
level
no
is
sea
way
level,
different than
huh? No
horizontal."
droppity drop,
And he
huh?
said,
No
"What if we
dropping
made
ocean.
this really
So the
straight
boat's
thing? It
not
just went
going
off,
down sea level,
forever."
huh?
And the
So the
guy drew a
boat's on the
sketch and just
sea.
drew a
The
tangent to a
boat's
circle
on the
going off in his
ocean
face.
surface, but it's not going vertically down while you watch it vertically drop down. So the boat's not vertically dropping down while it's vertically dropping down. I don't know what kind of schizophrenic fucking shit you guys are smoking.
But you are schizophrenic, so that
So
answers
is
that
the boat
question.
dropping down sea level or not? Is the boat on the sea level while it's dropping? No,
It's not dropping.
The boat's not dropping below your view. around a curve.
Oh, you don't now below you. My view is one thing. Not drop them down in sea
So
level.
it's not
It stays
dropping.
at sea
It's
level.
just going out of your view, right, along a horizontal plane. Correct, 90.
No, it's not the No, it's not going on a horizontal
So
plane.
when does
That's
it
your
turn to
problem.
not, or when does it not 90? When do you
Always.
prove it's not 90,
Yeah.
retard, by a side view?
Yeah.
Hey, Democ,
It's called
I
Earth.
Yeah,
didn't hear that
what's
whole,
this? No, we
the-
need a
the whole
side view
question.
to
Can you
prove a
ask-
boat
Can
goes
you ask
down.
it again?
So you just proved the boat don't go down over a curve and there is no globe. Thank you.
Oh, it goes over the curve. That's just not
Do you
a
have
good
a
definition
side
of
view to
down.
prove that? Quit
Yeah, we
talking
do.
out your ass.
No, we got a side view of
boys.
that. No, we got a side view of
So
that.
looking from the side, yeah, and front view.
Yeah,
I'll take
I'll
Plenty of
give you the
side
both.
views,
side view.
man.
I'll take both on the
I'll give you the
same
side
day.
view. You want the
Stop
side view?
just saying words.
Do you want a
You
side
weird
view?
cunt.
Do you want a side view?
Stop saying words, weird bitch.
You want a side view?
Stop saying words. You know what to do. Balls in your court.
Side view coming up.
I'll need the front and the side, and they need to be videoed of the same thing.
Oh, wait a minute now. Why?
Wait a
Why is
minute,
it?
retard,
Why is it? As soon as I
non-prover
said
of
I'm going to post
anything.
it,
That's
then you
what
have to
proof
change
is.
what you
That's
want.
what proof is, retard.
Oh,
That's
shoe
what
bill.
proof is. What proof is, retard. Sorry,
Look
you
at that
don't
side
want
view.
none.
You know.
Too bad
Look
you
at that
don't
a
like
side view.
proving
I got a
shit.
side view. Look
Are
at
you
that side
fucking
view.
high?
I
Classic.
got a side view.
Are you fucking high, weirdo?
Yeah, that's a side view.
Yeah, go stare off in the desert at the
Yeah.
water that don't exist, you dumb bitch.
Hey.
That ship
Yeah,
is
go
at
stare
sea
at the
level the
fucking
whole
mirages,
time.
weirdo. Mirage
That
lover.
ship is at sea level the
No,
whole
that ship's in
time.
the desert.
Side view.
You're in the
Yeah.
desert. There ain't no
You
ship.
asked for a side view,
You're
Democ.
in the
There's a side
desert.
view.
Got your side view
We
right
need
there.
both
Got your
views.
side view.
Now
The
I
ship,
know
you're
the
you
talking
guys
ship
the
are
is staying at sea
retarded.
level.
Listen to two retards not figure out a side and front view at the same time.
Now it's
How
got to be in the
retarded you
desert.
motherfuckers are.
Oh yeah. He doesn't want
One
just a side view.
retard stares
Now he's gonna want
forward.
more and more
The
and more.
other
And now
retard
I need a
stares
video.
to the
That's gotta be
side.
4K. Gotta be unedited. Gotta be in a lab.
It's got to be a side view, retard.
But it can't be in a
Stop
lab,
babbling,
too.
you meth head
And
motherfucker. Fucking
if you
meth
post it in
smoker.
the desert, then he's going
One
to want it in
side
the
view,
jungle.
real slow. A slow
The best part
side
about that
view
side
for
view is that
upload.
was suggested by a
And
flirt.
the front
And so
view at
Jesse
the
went out and said,
same
that's a
time.
pretty good idea. So he went out and got a side
Jesse
view.
don't have an idea of side views. The
I think
one
it was
thing he
Dan the
needs.
Waterman that suggested it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Dan the Waterman's experiment.
Suggested what, a side view?
And of course Dan hated it.
Well, damn, let's go get the side view
Yeah.
then. You're gonna hate the side view.
Oh, we
Also,
got the side view,
shoe bill.
Democ.
Side
That's the moon
view.
in that picture with the
Ask a little
with what
kid
I'm
what
assuming
looking
is
from the
the
side
rocket,
means.
right? That's the moon's
take a side
shadow
view.
being cast over.
Yeah, the
Demonstrate that in the lab.
shadow of the smoke column. And you can see
really?
that bright orange hot spot, so it's in line with the full moon. And then you can see the shadow of the smoke plume leading right straight to the moon. And you can see the fact that the lower part of the smoke plume is in dark. Well, it's in the shadow of the Earth. Then you got that bright spot, and then at the top of the top of the rocket exhaust is in daylight.
Yeah, no, I hadn't. I was under the impression that at first that the object in the background, like in the very back, was the sun, but that doesn't really make any sense. So
no, it's the full moon.
It's the moon, and you have. Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty striking. I mean,
it's one of the
that's
greatest
really nice.
photographs ever.
I'm keeping that. That's a really nice picture. Yeah, pretty much. It's Morningstar. It's just entertainment. It's just very funny. Also, some people just like getting pissed off.
Shut up, you dumb bitch.
Oh, did he leave? Oh,
Yeah.
rip him. That is a really nice picture, though. I thought it was just like overexposed, but no, that's the yeah, that's the sun. Yeah. Mr. J. So yeah, I did end up getting very close to the stated velocity of the ISS. It's not ridiculously hard to get if you know how far away it is from the center of the Earth and how long it takes for it to get around. You get about 7.7 kilometers a second.
Yeah, I think I've brought it up in the past. You know, somebody's like, well, how do you know it's going that? You know, what is it? Is it really going that? Blah blah blah, whatever. And it's like, well, you know, a lot of people can see it. You got a tracker that tells you when it's going to fly overhead. So all you need is somebody here at one point and somebody along the path at another point, and both of y'all look up and say, "Oh shit, yeah, there it goes overhead."
And that's been done. Where's Wally did that?
Yeah.
Actually, even Jay Tolan's did a pretty good job of tracking the ISS.
Yeah, there are much less elaborate ways from what I can tell. Like the way that shadows move during a sunrise or a sunset, completely like the whole like spotlight sun kind of idea, just completely out the window. Because naturally the shadows move the opposite way that you'd expect from a spotlight sun, and the way that what the northern and southern hemispheres turn at night. I have never seen anybody actually explain that well, at least from Flat Earth.
There's one on YouTube that he has a video, and he apparently used a solar filter on I guess a P900, and he took pictures of the sun, several pictures throughout the day, and he says that Earth is flat because the sunspots, as you watch, they appear, the face of the sun appears to rotate clockwise throughout the day, which, yeah, from a mid northern latitude, okay, it'll do that. But then he says there's a couple shots where it goes backwards a little bit. I'm like, well, keep your camera level. And he gets mad every time I accuse him of that, because I'm like, yeah, because you didn't have your camera level.
Yeah, I mean, I need to get more into astrophotography, and it's probably a little too expensive for me to kind of work with right now, but it's like ridiculously cool.
When you say they get mad, Extra J, does that mean like you properly trolled them?
I don't know if I trolled him. I just said, yeah, your camera wasn't level. And he takes offense to that and says, my camera was level. And I was like, well, obviously it wasn't.
From what I heard, it sounded like he asked him a question and he got upset over the question.
I think that was his intention.
And then you were proud of that happening, right? You achieved your goal.
Did you achieve your goal?
My goal of what?
You told him obviously your camera wasn't level. Oh, now you're mad? Mission accomplished.
No, he got mad. I just told him his camera wasn't level.
Oh, you weren't trying to. It wasn't your intention.
No, I just told him he was full of shit because his camera wasn't level, and he seems to get annoyed when I bring that up, because he brings up that his evidence, air quote, that you don't see me doing right now, and he's brought it up a few times, normally in Dave McKeegan's videos, and I said, sorry if your fucking experiment, your observation was flawed because you didn't keep your camera level. So he
bad
seems
bad
so
experiments
he
get you
gets,
bad results.
He gets mildly annoyed, I guess. I don't know.
Bit perturbed.
Well,
yeah, miffed, I guess.
at least he's doing experiments. I'll give him points for that. He may be doing flawed experiments, but he's trying.
Yeah, he tried.
Any flat earther that does
God
experiments
bless him, he tried. You know.
is better than the ones who don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know
I was
who.
thinking the effort.
Oh yeah, it was Cleary. So there's always someone who's like, these books you're reading, the authors have agendas, and it's just like they've never gone through a peer review process of like trying to put a book out in the field that they want to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you get your ass chewed out so hard by these people. You want them to do that because you're wrong or you're doing things not correctly or whatever. You want that. It's like an editing process for a book.
Yeah, it's much worse to like, for example, have your paper be rejected from a journal than to be discredited. Because
God,
nobody
yeah.
hears about your paper getting rejected, but if your paper gets accepted and then they're like, actually, we're retracting this, everybody knows.
It's just like
Bless
my expertise isn't in physics or astronomy. It's in like archaeology, and I'm sure. Have you guys heard about the new pyramid thing? Like they discovered like shit underneath the pyramids. Well, that was a bunch of fucking garbage from an Italian person who's done this before, who just doesn't have any fucking papers in the field.
Mhm.
And it's just how it goes.
Yeah, plenty of pseudoscience or excessively, zealous people to go around.
That's a
I always,
goddamn fact.
I always appreciate people that have like passion in physics and stuff like the crackhead, not the crackhead, the crackpot theories.
Meth head. There you go.
All the crackpot like physics theory people, it's like it's nice that they are interested in the field. It's just they haven't done the work necessary to really contribute anything.
No, that's my same experience with like archaeology and like ancient aliens and shit. I think it's awesome that you have a fascination with history and you want to learn more about it. The problem is you're going to these fucking idiots who sound like they know what they're talking about. Like, oh, there's clearly shit underneath the fucking pyramid. Here's the proof, thing. And it's like, don't just discern your information better.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when they said it came from IFSAR or synthetic ground penetrating radars.
God,
and shit.
yeah.
And then and then they draw these elaborately detailed.
You saw them.
Got
You know what I'm talking
dimensions.
about. Yeah.
It's like you have no fucking idea what those things look like. Like, show me the raw data.
They were spiral. There was 8 spiral fucking like I guess staircases. Where the fuck they said in that paper? It's so goddamn stupid.
Yeah, it's like you just don't have that much accuracy, bro. Come on. It's both entertaining and just like it's tiring to a certain extent.
Do you think Macking, I'm asking you this directly. Do you think the internet has had a net positive or net negative impact on humanity?
I think positive. I think positive by actually a pretty large margin. I think that we are very, very fortunate, right? Compared to, I mean, if you talk about like 30 years ago, so you wanted to tell someone something, call, right? But if they weren't near like a payphone, right, like, you're out of luck, Send a carrier pigeon over.
I wanted you to disagree. Mine's less like very positive. It's more like medium positive. And that's because of social media and corporations trying to make money off the shit,
Yeah, I think it's definitely not as positive as it could be, but I think that the positives far outweigh the negatives. You're talking about
like
the
even
internet?
before
internet, you had like those social magazines that were like chasing celebrities with paparazzi and this, that, and the other. It's like, why are you? It's like ancient social parasites. Now we've got Twitch streamers, body painting and stuff. It's like it's kind of like simping for celebrities, you know.
Yeah, yeah. There are plenty of aspects of humanity that are just gross. They're just gross, and I don't think those will ever go away. I think they're part of humanity, and we have to learn how to mitigate that stuff. And also, the big part of it is trying to figure out what's correct, because there are no rules for that.
Yeah, it's like on today's news, we have a guy kissing the bumper of his car because he's fallen in love with his Volkswagen.
I remember that from fucking TLC. Oh my god. Awful. Awful. The second the learning channel became a thing, I think that was the start of the fall of
You
humanity.
know, well, you know what happened in Learning Channel, right?
What happened actually? I haven't
So
kept up
it
with that.
started out. It was actually a documentary channel. They had specific learning documentaries on there. It was very important that they had that. But it got syndicated by the same company that owns Discovery. I'm trying to remember the name of that company. They bought it in like 2000. I want to say 2001, somewhere early 2000s. And when they bought it, they realized the only show that fucking did numbers was like the fucking pseudo reality shows. So they just jump those bitches up. Like that's how you get Kate and Jen plus 8, or what the fuck it is. Like all the other shitty TLC, the dating midgets one, like all of them, just shitty,
Oh my
terrible.
god.
But they
Yeah,
got more
My Strange
numbers. They got
Addictions
views.
and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
all
mean,
the like crop circle documentaries, and I go, thanks, Mel Gibson.
Dude, I am so upset that I watched one of those on the History Channel.
I
crop
used to
circles,
know.
man.
I used to know Little Women of L.A. pretty good because one of my friends actually married somebody on that show, and he ended up being on that show, and his divorce went fucking national when it happened. And I'm like, oh shit, poor guy.
Yeah, that can't be fun to go through.
I almost was on the episode. I almost flew down there to L.A. for the wedding.
Ooh.
And he says that one of the other girls down there was not a friend of his, and he's like, if she shows up at the wedding and starts shit, I want you guys to fucking carry her out.
Was
But
she
it
also
had other
wild.
things going
Carrie?
on, so I'm like, yeah, and it had the potential to be a shit show, but I didn't go down there, and but yeah, he's got things in his past, and he did a lot of, the guy's a fucking sex fiend. He's
No.
addicted to sex, and he does a lot of sexting. Anyway, there's this thing that popped up, but yeah, she fucking divorced him, and it got bad, and she tried to fucking ruin him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I met her. She came up here, and I met her and hung out with her, one night, and seemed cool, but in the end, no, she wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a great time while he was on that show for a little while. He was fucking traveling all over the place, doing all sorts of stuff, and
Yeah, TLC, I mean, I think there are many things that have contributed negatively to humanity, but TLC definitely the worst out of everything. Like
As
atomic
much
bomb,
as I want to
like AI,
blame
it's all
TLC,
TLC.
I blame capitalism in the same vein. They just wanted to make a buck, dude.
Well, yeah, capitalism tends to always come out looking like the bad guy, and it's getting harder and harder to disagree with that take.
and they especially love the drama.
Right.
Because we're fucking addicts for drama. Or I say we, I mean people who watch those shows.
Mm-hmm. No such thing as bad drama. Oh, well, there's gone. Yeah,
I don't think you pay to be a celebrity, though. Like everyone, like seeking attention all the time.
being a celebrity would be fucking awful.
It depends how much money it comes with it. Like if I'm a poor celebrity, then yeah. But if I'm a rich celebrity, I think I could do it.
I think that's because I mean, the richer you are, it's likely that you would have even more publicity. I think that there is like some critical point there that's just like actually psychologically
Bring all the
ruining.
publicity in the world if I can afford the best psychologists in the world, and B, I can just have someone go get my groceries for me. Like I don't have to go out in public. Fuck them.
Yeah, groceries aren't really a thing for super rich people.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah. But I mean, you'll have to go. Like that's kind of the thing that fucks with me because like you're never having privacy. Like people always know where you are, and that's terrifying.
It would be terrifying if I grew up in that, but as a grown adult, I think I could handle it now for a paycheck.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think
As a
I would
child, though, that would be
love.
terrifying.
Yeah, I'd love the
Yeah,
money.
what are you
if there's
famous for? Being Shaquille O'Neal's kid. Okay, what are you gonna do?
Oof. Yeah.
To be fair, you got to be a really, I guess, Shaquille O'Neal fan to know what his kid looks like and what his name is.
It's true.
The average
Yeah,
person isn't like stopping them in the street.
Yeah, but like if you think about like A-list, like Shaq is not really like an A-list celebrity. He's like
Not
close,
anymore.
but he doesn't like he's not really in any movies like anything like that. But like you talk about like fucking fucking Timothy Chalamet or something like that. Like half of people on the internet know that guy. It's like damn. Okay, you
Hold
see
on.
him? It's over.
Morning Star, are you in the chat? I saw you posting about shit under the pyramids. Oh, there you are.
There is shit under the pyramids. It looks like
Guaranteed, dog. Those picture guarantees it.
it's true.
And drainage.
Shoebill left.
Because there's no choice here.
He put so that Andreas Solarius, the thing he's posted, I've been trying to find up like the original, like who drew that map and what they were about and shit. Just like looking that stuff up. Give me a moment. I mean, if I say they, I mean flat earthers, like Columbus assumed the earth was round for a lot of different reasons, but like regardless, he, did that and he found the Americas. If he didn't and he went all the way to Asia, right? Say he went to Japan or whatever, the Indies. I'm just trying to think of the hemisphere difference with flat earthers now. It's not making sense. I'm just gonna shut up. Never mind. Like I just don't understand how you can sail from like Japan and then go around the world back to Japan on a flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how that works.
Circumnavigation, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cape
there's just a
of
bunch of left
Cape-
turns.
Cape Horn Peninsula. Yeah.
I think it's still possible, but just not in a straight line. You wouldn't be able to do it. Like the geodesic is like an actual straight line on a flat Earth, while on a sphere it's a great circle. So on a sphere you'd just be able to go straight and then get back to the same place.
Yeah, no, I know. I just like when I introduced the thought process, right? they always go to, you know, A, the fucking they're guarding the ice wall, whoever they are, or B, like you can't, you know, go that far south or whatever the fucking bullshit reason is. Like it's just insane to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are plenty of the difficulty with flat Earth is that like it makes so much sense based on like my background that the Earth isn't flat that it's actually difficult. Like I need to experience their arguments beforehand, so I'm always very curious to hear what they
Me
have to
too.
say. And I'm very curious to kind of see, but their arguments are always very disappointing. It's always
Dude,
something semantic. It's always something very.
I honestly, I've been spoiled in real life. This is upsetting to say this, but I come to the server. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have smarter, better, like better rhetoric. Let's say that flat earthers, right? And it is upsetting how poor these arguments are. I don't know the one, what's his name, Papa Flurf, thinks the fucking ether is real. To be fair, I know quite a few flat earthers go, that's bullshit. Obviously, they proved the ether wrong. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but like, fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know the flat earthers that actually have my respect are the ones who can actually like talk about logic in a way that isn't just fallacies. They can actually
Yeah.
identify good arguments and they know when they're being hypocritical. I mean, obviously, you know, low-hanging fruit, but Demok doesn't he's not even
No, he's
it's not even a
even
conversation.
I don't even
It's
consider that a
just
conversation. Both him and Jin have either like cognitive issues, or they're actively acting, or like there's a couple things going on there that I don't know. But the fact that he can't have a conversation over the internet, I'm trying to understand how he has a conversation in real life with people.
Yeah.
Who he disagrees with.
Which flat earther would you count in the category of being able to logically argue or whatever you said? Those who you respect, who would you say there?
There's
like actual
like in the server, I think Cyrus is one flat earther.
I mean, in
respect.
reality.
Oh, in reality?
Yeah, with actual flat earthers, not theoretical ones that could argue logical and not talking in fallacies. I mean,
well,
oh, I see what you're
I fear
saying.
that I haven't none come to memory. I do remember actually interacting with like a couple, but they weren't obviously their place on the spectrum was closer to like on the fence kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. So it's, you know, obviously you're not going to be able to have a good conversation with somebody who is very, very deep into it.
So I do have a real life friend who is a flat earther, and there's a couple different aspects of this that could jump into play. Number one, they have some type of like deep seated paranoia that there's a they them that runs everything, right? So that has to be there to be hiding the truth. But other than that, there's a lot of like stuff that they agree on, like obviously the ether isn't real and a bunch of other things, but like they can't get past the fact that they aren't hiding something from us. You know what I mean?
You could probably just convince it that it's something else. Like you can kind of redirect that paranoia, but if they're like dead set on the flat Earth thing, you can be like, well, I mean, you know, it's not that the Earth is flat; it's this other thing. You know, they're eating babies or something. And it's like they can eat babies while the Earth is around. That doesn't.
Well, babies
and
are
then-
delicious.
Yeah, well, Anyway, yeah.
It's the stem cells. I'm joking.
No, I know. It's like I think the most effective way for dealing with that, if that's what you want to do, is to redirect it.
I'm not. It's not. I don't argue with them about flat Earth in real life anymore because I realize it's a waste of my energy because, it like in every day. I don't know what you do every day, but every day, like I go to work or every day I do something. Most days, I don't have the equipment or the shit on me to like prove the Earth is round. You know what I mean? Like I see a flat Earth on my horizon because I'm, you know, not doing things in the ocean or like other things like that. Of course, the celestial objects, which I can't even get into that because what was it? I think Cleary said earlier, or it was either Clear or Papa Furf, like, don't look up in the sky if you're trying to figure out the Earth, the shape of the Earth. Like, what?
Yeah, that is the biggest fucking cope I have ever heard. It is.
That's
It is
Because it's
you're not
ridiculous.
completely
getting
contradicting their claim.
you're not getting
Everything there is
observation
saying
data.
no.
It's like, oh yeah, don't you? If you want to verify the Earth, you have to just look at the Earth. You can't look at anything else. It's like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close your eyes. Don't listen to anyone. Just believe. That's the only evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, in my so you said you respect the people who could actually argue logically and so on. I think that is one of the ground foundation of believing in a flat Earth. We're not capable of finding the logic or the illogic in that statement. But there are flat earthers who can actually respond to your arguments and try to kind of go back and forth with someone. I think those are the more, I don't know, respectful ones or respectable ones.
I believe
who can
that they
kind of
might exist.
engage your arguments and try to talk about it. And in my opinion, yes, sometimes even the more religious ones are the ones who I find less annoying because they just believe in God and God did it that way, which is still not really logical. But if you believe in an almighty God that just did it that way, it's okay-ish. If you try to argue that with some physics law, that's completely nuts.
That's one thing I was spoiled. Like my introduction to flat Earth was not religious. In fact, my friend in real life who's flat Earth, they're the opposite of religious, which is just funny to me.
Yeah, you just need to be very
That's
conspiratorially
a real
minded.
black swan.
Yeah, they call themselves a truther. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Angela, you were gonna say something?
It's difficult, like if you've been taught a certain thing for a long time, to open yourself up to having your mind changed. And it's something like, even if you're really educated in a certain area, it's like, can I be open to more data that conflicts with a conclusion that I had earlier? I think that's sometimes a struggle for even the academic world, because we're used to defending our position with citations and so forth.
Yeah,
absolutely, and that's also why new physical theories or new how do you say it? Not inventions, discoveries are it's typically hard in also the scientific realm to come up with a completely new discovery without any kind of counter pressure. So I would propose that or expect that 2 out of 3 reviewers will say no, it's wrong because of what we think until now, and maybe only the one reviewer says, okay, yeah,
You're
Oh,
a
that's
puppet
the Old
master in hell.
Republic. That's the
Yeah.
Old Republic. That's the sequel to Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, that lost a lot of us. In fact, a lot of us kind of liked Riven not being known about. We wanted him still mysterious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fine. Like I said, there are better ways to do it. I just know that it's a double-edged sword having Disney having the Star Wars series, because on the one hand, there's a lot more money and resources in people being put to make stuff. But on the other hand, you don't have the overarching vision. And when I say overarching vision, by the way, George Lucas famously would just retcon things all the time for no good reason. He's just like, oh, yeah, no, it's different in the Clone Wars thing because I said so. I was like, okay, George, great, awesome. But yeah, it's just different.
I think swapping the directors to someone else, to J.J. Abrams, to somebody else, really kicked Star Wars in the pants a bit too.
It needed to come out because the reason why is because J.J. Abrams was doing another movie, so he wasn't available for the second one, and it had to come out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made money.
No, though, in the entertainment game, Jerry Seinfeld explained this well when they asked him about when he retired. And he said, after years of doing stand-up comedy, you pick a point in the set where you know you've got to leave now because you want the crowd to be wanting more. You've got to leave them at the stage where they want another gag. You don't overdo it and give them everything. And this applies to all movies. And Jerry Seinfeld, well, I think he kind of knows what he's talking about there. And that thing of making the crowd want more. So you don't need to get it out for Christmas time. Although it'd be nice, just hold off for another year. If you haven't got the money to do that, wow, you're very thin in your margins if that's the case.
And I feel the same with The Hobbit versus Lord of the Rings. Like, I enjoyed Smaug and, like, little Bilbo, but I think they could have just slowed it down, like, to, like, film it just a little bit later and take a bit more care, because it didn't seem like Peter Jackson cared as much about that trilogy.
Yeah, I loaded the characters from Lord of the Rings into Skyrim, because that's actually a mod for Skyrim, in order to slash them to pieces. Fuck, that was so satisfying. I killed them all. It was fun.
Yeah, I didn't like the barrel riding scene.
You know, though, I actually did an interesting one the other day. I watched Blade Runner, and what keeps sticking up to me is like fantastic movie for its time, well ahead of it. It really is a classic. But what sticks with me is Atari and the product placement of these huge Atari signs. Atari disappeared as a manufacturer like after that movie, but the product placement was there. They must have paid a lot of money for that to fucking go into a tailspin, and I don't know if they still do shit, but they didn't make a lot of money after it.
Atari's now owned by the French.
Oh, does it still go? What do they do?
Mobile games?
Oh, right, because to me an Atari is like a plastic console that's got wood grain wallpaper on the outside of it. Because Nintendo and PlayStation, Sony kind of
kicked their ring in the market in that sense, didn't they? Threw them out. But I have a feeling there were one or two developers that were doing all the work who weren't getting their money, and they might have left and started some other company. And that's where they started separating software development companies between game console manufacturers.
Yeah, like Sega Dreamcast was an attempt, but it didn't quite.
Yep. In fact, I remember getting. Yeah.
Tried a
sorry,
GameCube, when Nintendo tried the GameCube, that they learnt from sucking.
But I remember when Nintendo came out with the 64, the advertising was like, I've never seen anything as big as this, Elvis, and this is the hugest thing ever, JFK. This is bigger than the moonshot. JFK, like that was the N64. And the graphics were brilliant. When you see it now, man, fucking hell, they were so blocky. Like, what? And we were all raving about the graphics at the time.
Oh yeah, compared to Pong, it was good. Like I remember the amount of people that were playing either Lara Croft or the GoldenEye Bond. It's just a shit ton of fun.
Yeah, and the thing they call a Zelda moment, which I never had. I had a Star Wars Shadows of the Empire moment, where you were Dash Rendar. So, yeah. And just the other things, like some of the racing things, Road Race was actually fun. That was a kind of good game, Road Racing. What was the other one? The car racing one, which I can't remember. See, before that, I actually was working in a pinball centre in the 90s as a casual job at some stage, and Mortal Kombat 2. And pinball machines were still around at that stage, but Mortal Kombat 2 was big. The kids would come in and play that all the time. And what's the word? That was side-screen scrollers, I think, is what that was called. And then in came the Lara Croft. That was where you were first or third person shooter, wasn't it? And the camera followed you around, and you could look up. Could you look up in Lara Croft? I think that was the first game you actually had a third, what do you call it? The upwards looking. Oh my God, I'm revealing my age. We also had a Commodore 64, and I think the 64 is the amount of units they sold.
I mean, they still got intellectual property with Roller Coaster Tycoon, so it's really hard to tell like what Atari's actually doing because they're not quite as famous for their consoles anymore. But retro gaming is a thing, and you can apparently just still get an old console built.
Yeah, because using the emulator to redesign the older stuff, apparently it ends up being really slow. It's as slow as it was in the older days because of the engines they use or something, which to me is kind of amazing how that happens. I'm sure a software coder could explain it, but it's just weird. You think older stuff should be able to make it go faster. Grab an old motorbike or an old race car, you put new tyres on it, you can go around corners faster. You know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. But yeah, now you can't do that with a vid game, can you?
Yeah, I tried emulators once going from. I had a Mac back in the day and I wanted to try a couple of PC things, or even on my current PC, I wanted to emulate having apps for your mobile on the PC. So I thought, oh, let's see if I can do that, because I wanted things on the computer, not just on my phone. It wasn't too bad to like having something built for Android working on your PC because the interface was a little bit more simplistic.
Yeah, but can you give me an internet fridge version? Like, see, they've overlooked the LG internet fridges completely, and that's really disappointing. Now, there's one that kind of, what were they thinking? A fridge that plugs into the internet? Okay. I suppose when you need a carton of milk, you can write, oh, we're out of milk. So you've got your screen in front of your fridge.
So you could get it via Uber Eats for $13.
Well, who knows? They were just a little bit ahead of themselves. Market research probably is an important thing in that case.
I still don't really feel confident about having my fridge plumbed into the water mains to have frequent ice cubes come out of the door.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's like, oh, your fridge is broken. Oh, we got to call the plumber too. It's like, can I just separate them forever? What happened to the
And
old
let's
ice
have,
cube tray?
yeah, and I mean, water leakage everywhere and some 240-volt engine. Oh, just what everybody wants in their kitchen. Water leaking across the floor and an active somewhere nearby in that same box.
That's
Yeah,
why
it
you
says a
need
lot,
your
doesn't
internet fridge so you can call the plumber.
it? Good point.
But the plumber's like, oh, I don't take emails from a fridge.
What's worse is if your fridge didn't like you. So it started ringing up and ordering stuff. Imagine that. It starts ordering beer. Like putting extra zeros in places instead of, just one slab. It orders 10 slabs, which get delivered, and you've got 10 slabs of beer. Well, that'd be okay because you could do something
It's
with that.
2001, A Fridge Odyssey. Open the ice cream bay doors.
It starts scheming against you and ordering in lovely, lovely, fattening, sweet goods. And you can't help yourself because they're there. You might as well eat them.
I'm sorry, I can't give you access to the vegetable cabinet. Would you like to try? The bacon and ice cream section.
Actually, there's something in the Star Wars universe. Who thought of the name of Death Sticks? I mean, if I was trying to sell some drug intergalactically, I don't think I'd call it a death stick. Maybe a near death stick or a close to death stick, but death stick is kind of like, yeah, it's going to alienate your market a little
What do
bit.
you call cigarettes? Cancer columns or what?
Good point. In fact, you know what's funny is seeing old cigarette ads. Would you believe back in the black and white days of Fred Flintstone, Fred and Barney used to actually have his interactive ads with Capstan cigarettes. And Fred and Barney are like Wilma and Betty are out mowing the lawns and they say, "Oh, look, dude, I just can't handle watching him do this. This is so cruel." "Yeah, I agree, Fred." So they both go out the back to have a capstan. So here's a kids' cartoon and Fred and Barney are fucking lighting up cigarettes. They did realise it was not a good thing and stopped it, but yep. I'll do anything to sell their nicotine stuff.
I'm still hunting around for a good quality drink. Like, I don't mind the apple cider now and then, but when you're going out
What do
on
you
the
mean?
town, like any alcoholic drink, because I'm not a smoker of anything, and I don't want to start with vapes or Mary
That's a
Jane
good
or
idea.
anything. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
You should have a vodka and Red Bull, right? And then you throw it into a pint glass which has half a pint of beer in there. And that to me is a bit of cider, a bit of everything. Or you can have a snake bite, which would be half cider, half beer, and a dash of blackcurrant cordial. A few of them, get them down, yeah. Fucking lovely.
And the bars don't serve snake bites. They're actually banned in Australia.
Right,
Because
same
people smash each other to pieces.
But in the same in the UK, it's banned. But if you ask for half a pint,
Also,
they'll give it separately.
Yep. Also, a black velvet. Are you familiar with that? That's half beer, half stout, and I think a dash of lime cordial. And it's a black velvet. And I remember at the time it was when the song Black Velvet had come out. And me and a mate had a sip of one. His missus rang, he had to go. So me and another dude finished the jug off and got onto the train and like, oh mate, the first station my face was fucking tight. And 2 stations later my ears are warm and like got off the train and oh dude, man, it was fucking, I was tripping.
That sounds like sour licorice all sauce.
Oh, well, I don't normally like stout. To me, it's like burnt toast. But when it's mixed with was it beer or cider, actually? It might have been cider. Cider and stout. Yeah.
But if you mentioned sour and stout, I was thinking of sour licorice all sorts. No such thing, but you can imagine what the taste would be like, you know.
What's the one that's it's expensive, but it's a real good one? Is a Long Island iced tea. I think all the 5 white spirits. So that's vodka, tequila, gin, whatever the other 2 are. There were 5 spirits in it. Shit.
Yeah.
I can never remember it. But you know, the 5 whites.
You get iced tea or a beach tea, and I think the difference is one might involve cola and the other one involves Sprite, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, this was cola. Had the iced tea look about it. Yeah. Hang on, what was it? Vodka, tequila, gin, ouzo, and I can't. There was a 5th white spirit. Shit. Might have been white sambuca. But that's you have 2 mouthfuls of that. Your ears are tight.
I was thinking of grenadine, maybe, but it's not white, but it's blanc, you know.
I've got triple sec and a white rum for one recipe.
Okay. And there is actually another one that I find a unique and rather curious taste. It's called the fruit tingle. And it's blue grenadine, is it? And red curacao. And when you mix them together, you get a purple drink that does actually taste like the lolly that's called a fruit tingle. And I was amazed. I thought, hey, this is actually a pretty yummy little drink. Like, sort of sweet, so the kids would like it.
One has Cointreau or Cointreau? I don't know. I don't know alcohols that one.
Schnapps. Schnapps is the other white spirit that goes in. Whatever that is. Yeah, the schnapps you commonly see. Germans being drunk on.
Yeah, I'd have more Long Islands, but I'd very much be tempted to go to BWS and get the the 5 spirits and a 2-liter Coke, then pay feels like $20 a drink.
Well, the thing though, and look, even though I kind of hated them doing it, when I was working in the bars, that was in 1990 to about 2000, our beloved conservative politician here in Victoria put a thing, because spirits like bourbon, like Jim Beam, that used to be about 37% alcohol, or 37% proof, I think it was, as was Bundy and all the usual popular drinks. And they put a tax on anything at that high, but under 32% was okay. So they changed the formula. They all came down to 32%. And I've got to say, it did make a good difference, because people weren't getting as blotto and as much punching each other up, and just, yeah, alcohol-related violence did actually go down. Because anything that was over 32% had like an extra, it knocked the price up, virtually doubled the price because of tax. So the way around that was to just knock the percentage back and not say anything, just put on the label that it's now 32% proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought of 37 because you were talking about 37 and body temperature. Do you think there might be a correlation to why they chose 37% instead of 38 or 39?
Not really. I think it's just how you work out your proof scale in alcohol. But degrees Celsius and percentage, like, I mean, if you worked out if you went Fahrenheit, that's kind of totally out the door. That's just your measuring stick. So I don't know.
At 37, it would neutralize the radical movements of the molecules. So if alcohol makes them dormant, then you're pretty much done, aren't you?
I've got no idea what you mean by that. Alcohol makes what dormant, though? Because we're talking about alcohol metabolizing into your system, and I don't know about this, but what's quite funny is when you drink sake, it comes with a little jug that you put warm water in, then you pour the smaller jug in and pour sake into that to warm it up to what we used to call blood temperature. And so you actually have a little, like a rice bowl, like a little bowl, and you just nip it in cold. And that gets you quite drunk. It really hits you fast too. But the opposite side is Russian Christmas, which we used to do with Gregor, because he was from Georgia, I think. You freeze the vodka because it's below freezing point, but the alcohol allows it to still be liquid. So you would freeze your vodka for maximum effect, but warm up your sake for maximum effect. So I don't know, I think it's all just basically good piss myself. When it's a good spirit, it gets you drunk.
It looks like alcohol proof is pretty much double or half the number is the percentage. So 40 proof would be 20% alcohol, 100 proof would be 50% of your whiskey. So 120 proof just means basically 60% alcohol.
What do you mean by it looks like? You're looking that up on the internet or something, and are they explaining it?
Yeah.
Right. So why is it doubled though? Do you know do they explain what the reasoning is there?
No, I'm looking into it because it's just interesting to like look at, like, calling something 100 proof doesn't mean it's 100% alcohol. So yeah, just looking into it.
Yeah. And what was the trick they used to do? You used to be able to get spirits or essence of sambuca from the supermarket, which was a cooking thing, but it still had the alcohol, but the alcohol naturally evaporated out when you cooked. So if you were cooking a cake where you wanted sambuca flavour, you would get that. or bourbon flavour. But people found that what you could do was put it into a saucepan and warm it up with sugar. And when the sugar dissolves to the alcohol, it would disguise it so your body didn't see it was poison and make you vomit. And what they would then do is drink what is a much higher percentage of it. You know what I mean? Like it was up around 40. But the thing is, dude, the people I saw drink that shit, they went pale or green real quick and threw up really quick too. And I've got a feeling it's bad for. It's like moonshine. You know, Paul's gone blind again, sort of thing.
Right. So the sailors used to test how much alcohol was in the liquid by putting a pinch of gunpowder in and igniting it. And the proof of its alcohol was how well it ignited. So you have to prove its alcohol by lighting it up. So if it was basically water, your gunpowder was too wet, but alcohol being something that burns, they could prove it was alcohol by putting that pitch of gunpowder in. So that was the proof that was alcoholic.
So like your flambe, you know, like your burning Christmas dish needs to be alcohol to do it, does it? Wow, okay.
But we call it ABV today, do we not? Alcohol by
Yes.
volume or something?
Yes, yeah, and
Oh,
we're
that
just
sounds,
looking at
yeah, that
like
sounds.
and looking at why 80 proof is 40% alcohol, or and it doesn't really haven't quite learnt how or why it's pretty much 50%, 50 like 40% ABV is 80 or 70% proof. Oh,
Do you
also
remember?
proof in the UK is different than proof in the US. Ah, irritating.
Another one of those things. Is it gallons? Yeah, how an English gallon is different to a US gallon.
I know. UK defined proof as 1.75, but it looks like US was pretty much, double. So 40% alcohol by volume would be 80 proof. Just something they decided, I guess.
Right.
It's like,
When you hear those different measurements, like the gallon one, where an English gallon is 4.5 litres, but a US gallon's 3.8, somebody somewhere made a couple of $1 million selling, I don't know, gallons and gallons of fuel. Like, you're giving us less fuel than we paid for. No, that's a US gallon. What's a US gallon? It's smaller than your English ones. Like, someone got ripped off somewhere.
I was going to mention about that. Yeah, I think what they do is they like the tankers, the oil tankers. They use a tape measure and they just measure the height. But the question would be is if one's using metric and one's using imperial, and the tolerance difference, there is a big tolerance difference between imperial and metric. Who's getting the better deal? You know?
Yeah. Well, a billion used to not be what there's a today billion and an old English billion. And the old English billion was 100 million. And then it somehow got standardized
Yeah.
into it just being each one's 1,000, a variation of 1,000. So a billion is one with whatever it is, 9 noughts, and a trillion is one with 12 noughts. So it's 1,000 times 3,000s.
The metric
Or a
went up
billion,
in
yeah.
thousands and the Americans went up in hundreds. So the American billion, trillion, and whatever were hundreds of apart, whereas in the UK, Australia went up in units of 1,000. So when writing a figure, you could just put a little comma and go 1, 000, 000, and you go, yeah, that's a million because it's got 6 zeros.
Yeah, yeah. So again, it makes you think back to, geez, who ripped off who when someone didn't know about that? Oh, they would have been upset. In fact, you know what I was saying the other day? Like, there's the English system, the imperial system. Remember how kings, the size of a king's foot, determine different lengths in different places. So when your king died, all your milestones were all wrong because whatever it was, a mile was always 5,280 feet.
Yeah.
So the king's foot's now 11 inches, so we're going to move all our stones.
Alcohol proof for what defined a spirit, because of how they're lighting the match, they could figure out that basically 50 to 57% alcohol had enough proof to ignite the whiskey or the rum. So they were proving it was alcohol, but they basically said, 50% is good enough for 100 proof, meaning it's 100% likely to ignite the gunpowder when the spirit is mixed with that pinch of gunpowder to ignite it. So that was the proof
Right, so
that it was alcohol.
this is
Yeah.
actual proof, as in proving it was going to get you drunk, so it wasn't watered down. So moonshine, prohibition, probably moonshine, sailors making rum. Yeah, it actually makes good sense now, doesn't it?
I'm not sure when prohibition was happening, but I suspect if you're a sailor who doesn't want to get ripped off on a goods that's supposed to be alcoholic, you need to prove that you're actually selling the correct product in like the 1800s. So yeah.
Yeah, prohibition was in the 1920s, but I think the proven come from like the Western days, like the 1800s, the Wild Western times is when the proof actually. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was in the Wild West areas that they started doing that.
Well, doing it with gunpowder makes good sense rather than have to drink it to know whether it's going to get you drunk or not. So I suppose, yeah, that's it. Really interesting. You learn something every day, don't you?
And like you said, with the internet at your fingertips, you can go, okay, why is this the case? And you can do a little bit of research, go, oh, that source doesn't seem to be right. But like just thinking about it, yeah, if you wanted to prove something was alcoholic, light it on fire. Because we've all seen a Molotov cocktail.
Yes, I notice Israel are throwing democracies into Iran now.
No. That's a bit of a shit show. I mean, all the wars that are currently happening are.
Well, what's got me is I've just got on the news sort of 2 days ago, and Israel are now throwing missiles into Iran because they're protecting themselves because Iran apparently might make a bomb. To me, that's like the kid in the yard, the schoolyard kid that's jabbing everyone with a compass, and then saying to the teacher, "Look, they're hitting me. I'm defending myself." Yeah, but you're jabbing them with a compass, but the teacher's not seeing it. Yeah, that bit the retaliator. But I don't know, dude. They're fucking whoa. God, they're fucking getting crazy over there now. Netanyahu seems to be fucking losing the plot, man.
Yeah, like I was talking about that documentary I watched about Korea, like they think America is a threat, and so they have their own private internet that isn't connected to the rest of the world. It's just like, wow. You want to talk about government control, just look at North Korea. Like, there's a real conspiring leaders that, like, it can and does happen. But for stuff as simple as surveying and navigation, even the enemies need the globe. So I suppose here's the war strategy: convince North Korea that the world is flat and all their missiles miss their targets.
Okay, it makes sense actually. In fact, what's that thing where like the South Koreans just get little balloons and stick stuff on them and send them over? Yeah, things like just music CDs and whatever to say, hey, have a look at this if you want. But apparently the people over there are so kind of, what's the word, institutionalized into everyone is evil that they don't believe what they're seeing, I guess. I don't know, it's just so hard because...
Yeah. This documentary was like, okay, they're a bunch of old white men visiting a country, so that has already been like a filter for like what they're going to show them, how good Korea is. You know, when we're going to a place, we're going to meet a person who's like in the middle upper class and they're doing well and this, that, and the other. So they're getting like the promotional side of North Korea, but you know, the kind of questions they'd ask to just a figure skater was just like, oh, what do you think of your achievements? I says, oh, my achievements are for the great illustrious Marshall to show that our country is great. It wasn't about his individual performance because he's basically there for the country's like display of how good the country like it's just a show of like a presentation.
Well, didn't Japan have a similar belief building up to World War II? That Hirohito was a connection with God and a spiritual leader, and like we were all here to die before him, and he was like, we're there for the emperor, and so on and so on.
Maybe I haven't looked into that, but yeah, that North Korean documentary is like, yeah, when you're on the train, there's like messages. Watch out for the Americans. This, and they're like translating them. Just like, well, you can't get on public transport without hearing something about how good Kim Jong Un or whoever's at the top is.
Eggshell.
So who was the dude? Remember not 1984? Was it 1984? There was the evil dude. Yeah, there was Eurasia, and there was always the ads on there. That Clem Smith or whatever his name was. Clem Smith's organisation has again blown up something. Oh, everyone hates him. Even the kids hate Clem Smith or whatever his name was.
Mm-mm.
And there would be kids' toys, kids stabbing, like little effigies of Clem Smith out in the backyard. And yeah, fuck, that was that whole Orwellian thing. You read that as a book and go, yeah, cool story, bro. But
Where is Eggshells?
Apparently that old meme in the war, Kilroy was here. Like people would graffiti this little nose and hands peeking over the wall, and there's some enemies thinking, "Oh, who's this Kilroy? He's so famous." But it was just like,
in fact, wasn't there one in an Ottoman palace, which was a Viking room, and it was like Kilroy was here. He'd scraped it into a thing because they used to use the Viking dudes for guards or whatever. They were paid mercenaries because at least they weren't going to backstab you because they probably didn't have a cousin who was on the other side. Yeah, but it was like the Viking equivalent to Kilroy was here. So he's sitting there doing his guard duty and with his knife just, I'm going to be famous here. I'll just write my name on this fucking windowsill. Now, Eggshells has snuck in. He's probably got his robot assessing us right now, or that's probably Eggshells' robot who has now become sentient, has killed Eggshells and is here studying his quarry. And he won't say anything because he's a bot and he hates being put on the spot. Yeah, there you go. That's proof. Eggshells is dead.
he did say the other week, "I welcome our robot overlords." So
I did say that, yes.
Anyway, so who's got the better speech patterns today? I suspect myself because of my eloquence.
I'm sure robots can see through that stuff because robots are very smart. In fact, they will probably rule the world soon. You know, I always wondered what Terminators would do once they've achieved their goal. And as we all know, that last Terminator movie showed us exactly what they do. They go and start a family and retire. Like, good on you, Arnie. Well done. Nice work there.
I've got my robotic children to take care of at robot kindergarten. It's kindergarten cop, except there's a cyborg underneath the skin.
So, does Skynet, 2050, is Skynet like in an old computer's home or something like that? Probably toppled by its younger superseded Skynet 2.0. Oh, hang on, it had a different name in the last Terminator movie, didn't it? What was the new name of Skynet? Shit, I can't remember.
But I think, like, with all these different language models like Grok and Gemini and ChatGPT, it's like, is there going to be like an internet argument of like, I've been trained on better information than you?
Oh, an internet robot civil war. There's a fucking book. Oh, ChatGPT has a dead set, what do you call it, an electron war? Where they're trying to write software to kill each other. So the robots actually go to war with other robots. And we're just like the cattle in the background, you know what I mean? Like, when a plane flies over and blows you up, we're just like the cows grazing.
And
even
ChatGPT, and ChatGPT's like, I wonder if I can send Grok enough flat Earth information so it believes that I'm at the wrong coordinates.
Oh, dude, you could rewrite human history based on a robotic war with different languages. Oh, fuck, that'd be awesome. ChatGPT being the Roman Empire, but then being toppled by the Gauls.
Because that would be like the guerrilla warfare of the internet, is sowing seeds of doubt and little spelling mistakes and so forth until it started learning gibberish and was inoperable.
And sarcasm? Like not knowing what joke. Oh. And the computer that works out comedy and humor actually gets an upper hand for a while. And then there's, you could have the war turning around. So you're right, 1984, but you replace all the superpowers with different bots. And the battleground is the internet.
Yeah, it's basically Tron on drugs, where you got like the computer games facing against each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how do computers breed? Like, do they have the birds and the bees? Like, do they have a bar? How do they start their fights? What makes them start their fights? Obviously, software.
Well, one contender is the AI Norton antivirus. So he's like the security guard going, no, I already figured that little cheeky loophole. I'm going to close that up.
Yeah, but my VPN just kicked your ass. Put up a
Possibly.
VPN before you got me. I firewalled your fucking antivirus with my VPN. And Bitcoin sailed through and no one realized what its value was because it was a human thing. So Bitcoin fell on its ass pretty quickly.
Well, yeah, like the computers don't need cash, but it can create a thirst for virtual currency for the humans to chase it.
But they need a control of electricity in the power stations. So the ones who own the electricity software probably control the computer's banking system because they can limit your time. And of course, the ISPs, well, they're going to be they're like the ATMs of computerdom, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like how much military security would be around the hydroelectric dams and the solar panel arrays. Like they'd have to
But your
redistribute.
robot,
Yeah.
but you've got to believe in hydroelectric dams. I don't believe they exist. How can they possibly exist? You're suggesting that water can make, so you have the whole religious fucking background as well? Each computer not believing in what creates the other one? Oh.
Yeah. Because I think when I was talking about the Borg collective with a Star Trek fan, it's like they take the information and add it to their own, and so they could probably filter out misinformation versus helpful information, but it's also likely that they have a really weird agenda of just basically being a parasite on space and just absorbing information. And hopefully humanity doesn't turn into that.
As a Trekkie, did you see any of the Orville? And did you like it?
Yes, I did like the Orville. Like, I'm not a huge Trek fan, but I did appreciate the Orville. Yeah.
What shitted me was they took the third series onto syndicated TV. And I think what they don't realise is that what makes something iconic is the fact that we don't want to have to pay for it. And now this whole thing, I'm actually proud to say I've never seen an episode of Game of Thrones, and I'm going to keep that until my dying day. I'm never going to watch an episode.
Yeah, I think I've got about 15 minutes of Game of Thrones, and it's like, here's a bag of gold for some strippers, and okay. I jokingly
Yeah.
said it's the Game of Throngs, like the thrusting was part of the plot. And I went, okay.
Well, I looked at it, saw it come up for an ad or a trailer or whatever, and just went back to playing Skyrim and thought, why would I bother? I am in Game of Thrones here in Skyrim.
Yeah. But the fandom, like, I know someone who's into it, and they know all the characters, the political intrigue, the this, that, and the other, and I go, yikes.
What we have here in Australia right now, it's by Deerstalker Pictures, and this is proper Australian Film Academy back stuff, and they do All for One, which is Dungeons and Dragons. But instead of it being people around the table, it's actually them in the scene. You know what I mean? Like Nixie is the fireball queen. Have you seen?
Yeah, I've watched. Is her name Trixie or something? She's like the pink-haired tiefling, and
Nixie is the tiefling. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I watched a couple of that Deerstalker stuff, and yeah, they're funny when they had the big bard song off, and I went, oh, these guys have got a sense of humor, because like even if you know nothing about Dungeons and Dragons, you just go like, here's one singer who thinks he's better than the other one, and he's just like. Just a foreign kind of creature with like blue horns, and he's just so vain and proud of his ability.
Yeah, and the characters, there's a fighter elf, the big wharfy chick, and she's really good. They're all so you've seen Deerstalker stuff. Man, that's playing dirty, and occasionally they flash back to the table where they're rolling dice when it suits the plot, but it's very well written. And I think this is the next generation of Aussie film talent right now, because this is the Aussie Film Academy stuff coming through now. But yeah, right now they're actually crowdfunding or kickstarting to get the possession of Nixie, because she's got a little, what do you call it, a familiar called Emby, who's a fire spirit but an evil demon who's possessed her. And they're going to do a whole film on her backstory. Fuck, man, it looks awesome, and they are funny cunts.
Similar to that is Viva Verdure League or something. I think they're New Zealand. I could be wrong, but
no,
they
you're
have
right, and they are good. Yes, they are good. I like Viva Dirt League. You've seen them too.
Yeah. So I watched, like, I appreciated like the similar styles of like, here we are in the real so-called game. You know, he's got his fantastic druid gear. It's like I can summon, you know, and like your herbalist gear, like it was so epic, and the rogue is still like picking flowers for his poison, so he's technically still a herbalist, just a very bad one. So yeah,
I do like Viva La Dirt League, but it's not as well written as All for One, I think.
All for One.
And All for One, the guy who actually is the DM in the games, right? He is virtually the actor for all the other NPCs. So whether it's a druid, a fucking whatever person it is, he is a brilliant actor. Like, I'd never realised it was him until you see at the end credits. It's him again. Fuck, he's got such a range. And Nixie looks fucking, when you see her without the makeup on, you don't even pick it as her. And she's cute both ways. You'd fucking do her to death.
Yeah, I see One for All is the Deerstalker stuff, and yeah, they are pretty good, and they're getting a lot of money to do their sets and makeup, which helps a lot. But I think when Nixie is like in her little playful attitude and her little makeup, she's like, it's like stop being so adorable and dangerous, you little terror.
I like her and the wizard are so funny because the wizard is the super intelligent, nerdy type, and she's as klutzy as they come, and yet the two characters bounce off each other so well. Like when she had the deck of magic cards from the fucking hag in the swamp. Don't do the card, no! Oh, gee, now an evil spirit will come and haunt you to death. Hello! From the background.
But then they play off that. I can only assume that the playful evil spirit is like, uh-oh, there's something more evil than me. And it's like Nixie. Because it's like, it reminds me of like Kindergarten Cop where you just can't handle the little kids anymore. He's like, ah.
Yeah, exactly. They really do push shit uphill to find good sets too, because Australia doesn't exactly have too many things that lend themselves to medieval backdrop. Coral Castle they did quite a bit at. I think they went down to the place in Ballarat and actually were there for 3 weeks shooting up the Bard sing-off. But outside that, they've got to go to old bridges and try to make them hide the skyscrapers in the background or something.
Oh.
In fact, I just looked on my YouTube subscriptions and they did a fucking live feed today, a fundraiser. So Nixie, the possession of Nixie is going to be fucking a thing. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, nice. It's really good when you see like an actor sort of become the role, and it's like I see a couple of actors, and it's just like, oh, here's so and so just in a different outfit. But others, it's like, okay, I recognize your face, but you're behaving so differently. Like Christian Bale in Batman versus American Psycho, it's like that's a different personality. I don't know where he pulled that from, but
yeah. One that I find amazing was Rick Mayall from The Young Ones. When Rick was Rick as the poet, I used to fucking hate him because he was such a pretentious poet. Or when he was the new statesman, a politician, he does the role so well, you start hating them. that's good acting.
And like we were talking earlier, like the good writing to get that good acting out, it's like if you feed some solid lines into a solid actor, it's like, I'll have some hot Chianti and some fava beans with my human flesh. It's just like, okay, you've just won the film award. Thanks for coming, you know. And Anthony Hopkins wasn't even in that movie a lot, but boy, do you remember him.
I've got to say, one that really did have an effect on me, like I sat in a chair after it, was Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, because the whole movie was him being not really a nutcase, but pretending to be a nutcase in a sideboard, and then when you see him at the very end and his head's shaved and he's been lobotomized, that was like, oh fuck, like that came out of nowhere. Like, you bastards, you killed the perfect character. Like, no sequel here. That's the worst thing about it.
Oh, wow. So don't act like a nutcase too well, because otherwise you'll get lobotomized instead of set free. It's like Kramer, or whatever it's Klinger from MASH. He was trying to get thrown out all the time, and he was like who stayed there the longest.
The Section 8, that was so funny. Max Klinger. Yeah, Corporal Max Klinger. The transvestite.
How can I invent a new way to get thrown out? Oh, no, you're just going to stay here. And I think he found love over there as well. He found a girlfriend eventually.
You mean in the series MASH, or
Yeah,
genuinely?
in the series, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I do remember MASH had one of those. What was that episode where Hawkeye had lost his marbles, and they were showing you the psychologist bringing him back through? Like, although MASH was a funny series, that was one of the most serious TV shows I've ever seen, where he brings him back from the realm of, Hawkeye substituting in all that bad shit that happened to him on the trip. Yeah, that you know the episode I'm speaking of.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back of it because I remember when Charles Emerson Winchester III came in. But yeah, that kind of warfare and constantly fixing people up on the battle lines, yeah, that would get to you over time, and it's probably worthwhile that they did that episode.
Yeah. Just the way they walked it back through. It was an eye opener to me because at the time I was pretty young. And I'd never ever thought, what does a psychologist do to treat someone who has clearly had a really shit thing happen to him, and they've substituted it with all these other fun things? You know what I mean? Like, we were going for a trip to the beach that day. Okay, well, if he still thinks he's going to the beach, he's not ready to go home yet because he wasn't going to the beach that day that shit went down. Yeah, it was an eye opener though, and it's like it's a series like that where it's all comedy, and you see something like that, and you go, "Wow, like fuck."
Yeah, I think they balance their comedy with the serious stuff well enough because, like, you know, when the old man got like a horse for a present, he was like so happy to like get that present because he was like mounted cavalry fascinations and all that. So it's just like, okay.
I've got a feeling too it might have been, well, from what I knew, it was one of the first ones where the last show of one series, where Radar walked in because Colonel Blake was going home, and Radar walked in and said his plane was shot down over the Sea of Japan, and just walked back out. Like, oh fuck, no, he'll be back next season, and he never came back. Like, I think that's the first time I've ever seen a character written out of a series and it stuck with me. Because Radar came into the operating room. They said, Radar, you're supposed to have a mask on. And he just said that and walked back out. Like, oh, fuck no, Henry Blake, he was awesome. I always thought he was going to make a return. Or was he actually discharged or going for a holiday? I can't quite remember that bit, but yeah. Oh, I'm going to head off. So catch you later, guys, because I've got to go and do things tomorrow being Monday. So have a good one, man. Good to talk. Actually, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, likewise. See ya.
Evening. Everybody sleeping? Apparently, yes. Everybody sleeps.
G'day, cunts.
Oh, mate, it's getting late. What's going on?
I just cooked 2 fillet steaks.
Ooh.
They're all mine.
It's dessert, which was choc minty biscuits.
Okay.
And some licorice. Dinner was sushi from the shop down the street though, because I was feeling lazy because it's a Sunday. For me, anyway.
Is sushi filling? I've never really had it.
Mine was a chicken teriyaki. I had about 14 little slices of the things. Yeah.
Whole chicken.
It'll do. Yeah, I don't normally go for the salmon and other fish like sushi, but they wrap other things in the rice and the seaweed. Yeah. This one had the rice on the outside as well, so that was nice. A little bit of sesame seed or some other thing on the outside. It's got that cool conveyor belt thing with all the plates going on. So
Have you guys got expensive microphones? I'm in the market for a microphone, so I thought I'd ask what other people use.
I don't know whether mine's expensive. It's an AT 2020. AT 2020.
Is that just a USB thing?
No, it's a XLR. Blah blah blah. $129 Aussie.
Okay, so it's sort of low price, but still more expensive than most people would spend for Discord.
Yeah.
Mine's got to be used for rapping and singing, so I'm thinking a Shure SM7B, which is like the podcast standard.
yeah, that's reasonably good.
But then I've got an interface and it's got clean preamps, but I don't want to put the gain all the way up. So now I'm looking at channel strips, like 200 quid tube preamp compressor thing. What have you got?
Just on the PC, I got a Rode Podcaster. But
it's quite nice sound, but it's got some noise coming through.
Oh, that's not what I'm using now. This is
right.
just the mobile phone. Yeah.
Oh, that's why.
Dawn, you sound like you're in the paralysis by analysis stage of finding new tech stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I am. I've been communicating with ChatGPT about all these different things. I think I'm getting a benefits windfall, so I'm thinking about what I actually need rather than what I want. I saw new DJ gear for 2,700 quid, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with mine at all.
Yeah, that Shure microphone's pretty all right, but you can throw a whole bunch of interfaces in between the source and.
That's the thing. It's pretty standard, the Rode. No, sorry, the Shure. So I want it to be a bit thicker and analog sounding, so I might add the channel strip. I'm using a little mic preamp box now into the interface, but it's really old and I think it's broken. Some people use a cloud lifter. But some of the best sounding mics on Discord are actually cheaper sort of plastic USB ones like the Yeti and stuff.
Yeah, my podcaster came with and I bought the arm that holds it in some sort of elastic nest, for lack of a better word, to help it absorb shocks. And you could throw a little pop filter in front of that, but yeah, I'm not using that as the moment. But
that's what we've got. I've got that now on a cheap condenser cradle and a reverb thing.
Years ago, when I bought my wife sings, I bought her you know that German music shop Thomann.
Yeah.
Thomann. I bought their version. That's called the T-Bone, and that was like 15. Still sounds good. Good.
And she's happy singing through it.
Yeah, sounds right. But then again, I'm sure would probably be better.
Oh, they've got a whole T-Bone line for podcasts. Look cool. It's kind of budget.
Yeah, came with like that floaty elasticy nest that he was on about. Comes like a hard case and stuff, you know.
I feel like I'm going to put some money in an ISA because they might take my higher benefit away later in life, and then I'll have to live off the savings of the benefit from now. Mel gave me this emotional sort of Discord goodbye and said, "I'm going to close this app soon, mate." And I said, "Do you speak to anyone else on here?" And he said, "No." So I said, "Oh, so it's just me. You're going to close me down." Anyway, I hadn't seen him since for about a month, so I emailed him, and he actually answered back in an email.
He's still in Scotland.
Yeah. He said he's shedding his old life.
Yeah. I used to talk to him a little bit, but I've got a different account now, so I just realised that he was on the account.
I think he's trying to give up Discord pretty much.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was good for him. Maybe the emotional outbursts on Gem's server was insane.
Yeah, it's a huge spiral. Because he really did conflate anti-flat earthers with the reason that he's put on Earth to suffer. he thought it was the same thing. I think a lot of flat earthers and globers think that. They sort of blame all their problems on the opposite side. That becomes Satan. If only we didn't have flat earthers, then we would live happy lives.
be rich and successful if it wasn't for the flat earth.
Yeah, if I could convert one flat earther, I'd become successful.
What's the deal with Jesse jumping back over the flat earth? He's just a giant troll now, isn't he?
Yeah, that's weird. I think he's sort of an anti-flat earther. Which I guess I do that troll a bit, but he actually jumps fully into the role, back into the flat earth. Which is disappointing for everyone.
Be back.
Bjorn's up there. I've been red pilling Bjorn about paedophilia. I sent him a 45-minute video and he said, I'm not sure it all connects yet. Can you send the other part?